Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Upgrade your New Year's resolution with a new Toyota hybrid or electrified vehicle. Choose from 19 hybrid and electrified vehicles like the 50 mpg Corolla Hybrid or the 51 mpg Hybrid Camry. Or get 0% APR plus up to $6,000 finance cash on the redesigned all-electric BZ. Go farther than ever before. Toyota. Let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium-rated credit and cannot be combined with other offers. Finance cash must be applied to transaction. Ends 2/2/26.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia. Featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home in an explosive rematch against Diego Lopez.
You gotta be kidding me.
And the always dangerous Dan Hooker. Yes. Throws down with powerhouse Benoit Saint-Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown.
There's never been anything like this. Let's go.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, it's Willard. You ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties, they're systematic warriors, disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody for pure domination. That's Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and the Habas Law team. When Habas Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to a dust. Habas Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard. If you've been injured and you want to win, visit HabasLaw.com. Habas Law, they fight to make it right. Habas and Associates, with offices throughout Northern California, including San Jose.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Janet from Burlingame. We had such a great experience with this company, especially with our technician, Sergio. He took the time to explain what was going on, what our options were, and how to keep everything running smoothly in the future.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck. He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
He looked like Steph Curry always has, so he still got it. I mean, I think the biggest thing when you're 37 is maintaining the level over the course of 82 games.
And he joins Willard and Dibbs every week during the NBA season.
We have a blueprint that everybody's feeling confident with.
Steve Kerr is presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Say Save more on the brands pros trust at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 35% off select major appliances and choose from our wide lineup of top brands. Plus, save $100 on a Little Giant 22-foot multi-position ladder. Now just $189. Built for strength, flexibility, and job site versatility. Pros, these savings will only be here for a limited time. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 1/30 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
In San Francisco today, partial sunshine and a high of 58.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $100 off custom print orders. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 1/31.
Rise. Wake up. It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the morning roast, man.
Oh, welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It is the Morning Roast. Spadoni and Shasky locked and loaded here on a Monday in the Bay. And we don't have snow. We don't have rain. I think it's going to be nice and sunny, maybe a little chilly at times. But I am blessed to live in Northern California, where I see everyone else in this country, Joe, is under snow, sleet, rain, what have you. And if you're joining us from any of those places, we would love your participation. Please be safe out there, obviously. And you know the number to get involved. It's 888-957-9570. And you can call or text the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorney text line, 888-957-9570. We kind of saw some of that happen yesterday in the earlier window game, in the AFC Championship game. I know we were all locked and loaded on that yesterday. We have a Super Bowl 60 matchup between the Patriots and the Seahawks. We'll break it all down as these next 2 weeks happen, because it's going to fly by. We have Radio Row next week at Levi Stadium. I know, Niner fans. I know. But you had the blizzard kind of take over in the second half yesterday in Denver. It looked pretty cool. And it was, I saw someone say this on Twitter. I don't like when we say defensive struggle, because it makes it sound like the defenses are sucking when it's really an offensive struggle. Why did you look at me? You gave me a little look. Because it's an offensive struggle is what it is.
I think as in the defense is winning and it's a struggle.
Correct, but we should try to phrase it differently. It's actually the offenses that are struggling. It's an offensive struggle when it's a 10-10, 10-7 type of ball game like we saw yesterday. Conversely, in Seattle, where there was no weather taking effect, you saw kind of a shootout. 31-27 the final. Seahawks get the job done, but you saw plays from both quarterbacks, Sam Darnold and Matt Stafford. You saw Jackson Smith-Njigba doing his thing. You saw Puka Nacua doing his thing. It was incredible. And, Joe, you're the biggest Niner fan I know. And I kind of want to get into your dome, if you will, your thought process as Shasky was sitting down on his couch digesting that NFC Championship game yesterday.
Well, let's go to the AFC first.
You want to go there first?
Yeah, because that was god-awful. No, it's disgusting that the AFC is down so bad, and it happens to be that the Niners have zero chance to win it because, of course, when we go to the Super Bowl, it's Mahomes waiting for us. Yeah, and when they go to the Super Bowl, when all these other teams go to the Super Bowl, it's Pats Broncos with Jared Stidham. It's just that AFC game felt like a 1990s AFC game or in the early 90s, where it was oh, no, the NFC Championship game is the Super Bowl. That's what it is. Now, I'm not dismissing the Patriots. They might have a chance to win it all, and this will age, very poorly. It's just, I would much rather be in the AFC currently today when you see how down bad it is. I did not think that those were two of the top four teams in the NFL. Well, my personal belief.
You look at quarterbacks always, first and foremost, and it's a quarterback-driven league, and that's not going to be the end-all, be-all, because I think a lot of people went into that game last night, and thought like, hey, Matt Stafford's the better quarterback, but does he have the better team around him? And then similarly to what you were saying, Drake May versus Jarrett Stidham, there's a lot of people that talk themselves into, you know what? The drop-off between Bo Nix and Jarrett Stidham may not be that big. And if Bo Nix starts yesterday, maybe they win. I have no idea. Sean Payton, for God's sakes, take the points, dude. Take the points. You're at home with the backup quarterback. What are you doing? That was my takeaway from that game. But I hear you when he's like, you feel kind of snake bit as a fan. It's like, really? Sam Darnold, his first season with Seattle. Mike McDonald, he's a baby. He's an infant as a coach in this league, as a head coach. He's an infant. They're going to the Super Bowl at Levi Stadium to take on Drake May and Mike Vrabel in his first year as head coach in New England. Drake May in his second season as a starter in this league. It's pretty incredible.
I'm just going to say this line, and I know a lot of Niner fans can relate to this. The Patriots are going and trying to achieve their 7th Super Bowl win, while the Seahawks are going for their 2nd Super Bowl win, not of their entire existence, since the Niners last won their final Super Bowl in January 95. All right? So, yeah, it sucks. And had the Rams won, they'd be going for their 3rd. Correct. Since we've won our last. And we've been snake bit. We lost the 3 Super Bowls. We've lost 5 NFC Championship games. I'm just over the whole thing. Like, it's sad. And as I watch the NFC version of that game, I'm saying to myself, like, and I keep hearing from Niner fans, and I'm going to say it till I'm blue in the face. You guys could feel this way. You're wrong. The Niners at health, full strength, whatever you want to call it, they were not beating the Rams or the Seahawks this year. They're not. They're just not. It just was not going to happen.
I mean, we'll never know. It's a hypothetical thing.
Joe, it was never
that's what fans do, Joe. They cope.
Yeah, but it was not.
They cope. That's what they see. If we had this person, hey, it would have been fine. Hey, if that punch never happened in the Warriors season, maybe we go back to back.
Is Seattle a different team today than they were week 1 when the Niners faced them?
Absolutely.
You know who didn't play in that game?
Eamon Warrior.
Yeah, who's one of the best players in the league right now.
Yep.
And he has had tremendous growth from week 2 when he came back to where he is now.
Rashid Shaheed also did not play.
Kenneth Walker. Think of how you view him today versus how you viewed him week 1. Sam Darnold, week 1 in a new offense, in a new team with new weapons. How do you view him, week 1 versus how you view him today? And so
that was an incredible game from Sam Darnold. I'm the guy that is given the nickname, call him Scam Darnold. He's going to, wet the bed when it matters most. I got to tip my cap this morning. 25 of 36, 350 yards, 3 touchdowns, didn't give the ball away. I mean, that was impressive. In the NFC Championship game at home, he was
incredible. Awesome. And I'm watching those 2 teams go at it, and I'm asking myself, like, how are the Rams able to get chunk yard after chunk yard after chunk yard over and over and over again? It's not just McVay, and it's not just the weapons. There's a quarterback conversation.
Though. The weapons are a big part of it.
There's Okay. So if I put Devontae on the Niners offense,
can we give Puka instead? Can you?
Let's start with Devontae. If I put Devontae on the Niners offense, is he making some of those throws? Like, I love Purdy. Purdy's a really good player. Stafford, I underrated over the years. With the trade that woulda, coulda, shoulda happened between the Niners and Detroit, I was like very lukewarm on it, and I was wrong. Like, Stafford has an unbelievable arm. Now, they bring different things to the table. But, like, sit here today, Niner fans, like, just be real with yourself. Stafford's better than Purdy. It's okay to say, and I like Purdy a lot. He's a really good player. But I'm watching some of the throws this guy's making, and yes, Puka definitely matters, but Devontae is not prime Devontae, and he's tear-dropping throws 36 yards down the field on the sideline where only his guy can make a play. Kobe Parkinson had more yards on one play than the Niners had in any explosive in the 3 games against the Seahawks. So, like, we could go on and on and on about comparing and contrasting, and yes, Puka Nacua is special. I mean, Joe, you're looking at one of the best players I think I've ever seen. He's Hines Ward physicality with the ability to somehow beat man coverage, catch the ball at its apex. He's physical. I mean, he made a catch behind his back one-handed on a slant as a guy's barreling down to take his face mask off. He's a star. He's a star.
Check this out, Joe. And shout out to the producers in the back. This is
what we talked about on Friday.
Puka has had as many receiving yards and touchdowns as the 49ers' top 4 pass catchers. Yes, that matters. Yes, having those dudes matter for sure. Look at in the AFC Championship game. You don't think having a Stephon Diggs matters?
Yeah.
And going into this game,
it was a great signing.
It was a huge signing.
I laughed at it.
And it was risky.
3 for 66.
Let's be honest, it was risky.
Well, they spent $350 million, the New England Patriots.
Oh,
Then the
yeah.
Niners didn't spend any. They didn't spend any money this year because they had so much dead cap. Like they just couldn't.
I'm looking at that game yesterday, and if I am a Niner fan, and I want to hear from them at 888-957-9570. Like you're watching it one of two ways. You're either saying, okay, I don't think the gap is that big between where we're at and where those two teams are at in our division, right? I don't think it's that big. Or you're saying, oh my God, do we have to reevaluate our entire system this offseason because we're that far away from them? I think that's the only two ways you could look if you're a Niner fan right now.
Well, look, you're sitting here and you're like, hey, Joe, you guys won 12 games in the regular season. You won a playoff game. What are you talking about? Well, I would feel differently if Seattle and the Rams, one of the two was in a different division. You got both of them in the division. And so, on one hand, yeah, you did win 12 games in the regular season. Wow, that's really remarkable. And then on the other hand, I look and I go, we've got a long way to go to be able to match up both against Seattle and both against the Rams. So, last night, I wrote it down. They had chunk plays, okay? At one point, 35, 35, 40, 35. They had 4 separate 35-plus yard passes in the air against Seattle. The Niners went into the red zone one time in 2 matchups against that same Seattle defense. What is McVay doing? What is Stafford doing? What is Puka and Devontae and Parkinson? What are they doing that we can't? It's not just health. It's not. Their personnel is better, even when you're fully healthy.
Joe, in 3 games combined you had against the Seahawks this year, because both these teams played them 3 times. The Niners scored 26 points. In one game yesterday, the Rams were able to score 27.
They had 1,000 yards of offense.
In one game, they scored more than the Niners did in 3.
They had 1,000 yards of offense in the 2 final games against Seattle. And look, they lost. So
they did.
You could say, oh, it's whatever. And they had their own little, I call it a fake Kyle Williams moment, because the guy dropped the ball and it was like, Kyle Williams, yeah, try doing it twice.
Well, he muffed it twice, but he got on the first one. And then the second one was a killer for him. That was a killer. It was.
The Niners lost the ball twice on Kyle Williams plays. And it's just it's a bad play for LA. They ended up scoring a touchdown right after. McVay needs to look himself in the mirror regarding clock management before the end of half. He got really aggressive, didn't burn any time off the clock. Seattle gets a score right before halftime. It ended up being a huge play. Then at the end of the game, not challenging the catch with Cooper Kupp to stop the clock. You got to look at that play.
Well, what he did that was wrong, that I think he realized he messed up, was he called the timeout before just throwing the challenge flag.
It's just dead ball regardless.
Yeah, exactly, because he called the timeout, and then if he challenged on top of it, I think he would have lost 2, right? That's how it works. So he kind of screwed himself there.
If it gets doesn't get overturned,
correct. If it gets
lose
upheld,
2. Yes.
you get
yes.
You lose 2. The guy that's the happiest yesterday is not Sam Darnold, it's not Mike McDonald, it's not Jackson Smith-Njigba. It's Tariq Woolen, by the way. He's the guy that gets left off the hook because he was the one that had the taunting penalty. He's a free agent this offseason.
I would look at him.
I would too. But that was he almost became the GOAT in the negative way that we used to talk about it. He would have been the guy that we all blame if you're a Seattle Seahawks fan, because he has the taunting penalty when it was 4th and long. And then the touchdown pass, immediately they pick on him. Puka Nacua, he gets the butt in before he breaks the pylon, 34-yard touchdown. And then at that point, Joe, I was like, oh man, we're in for a huge fourth quarter. Nope, no points scored. That was it. It stayed 31-27. The Rams had a turnover on downs in the red zone. And that's it. The Seattle Seahawks with Sam Darnold are going to the Super Bowl.
For a Niner fan watching that second game, you had Tom Brady announcing the game. I was screaming to the high heavens to go get Tom Brady. You had Jimmy Garoppolo on the sidelines. You had Sam Darnold, who was in your building on one end. And then you had Matt Stafford, who you didn't make a trade for, as the other quarterback. And the head coach that, instead of going after Kyle, you were interviewing McVay. He ended up staying in LA, so you didn't get a chance to interview him. There's a lot of woulda, coulda, shouldas on the field yesterday for me. And so, I'm very bitter, and I'm ticked off, and now we got to go to Radio Row, and I got to fake it like I'm, good for the LA fake sports fans,
Seattle.
Good for the New England fake sports fans. Good for Seattle. Honestly, though, good for Seattle, because, quite frankly, they did something that I don't think the Bay Area has the guts to do. They traded away Russell Wilson in one of the gutsiest deals of all time. And I think a lot of Niner fans in general are afraid to make a move as bold as that. And it ended up being the right move. Moving off Russell Wilson when they did, and then they went and they had to basically swallow it with Geno. They ended up making the playoffs, which was crazy. Yeah. Niners blew their doors off. And if I would have told you, hey, on that day, they'd be significantly better in 2 or 3 years, and they'd be hoisting the NFC Championship trophy, and they'd be going on their way to Levi's for the Super Bowl, you'd be like, yeah, get out of here. Like, the Niners run is the next 5 years. And, you know, like, the Seahawks did a great job to be able to move off Russ, nail all the picks, and kind of like rebuild on the fly. It's something that I'm very envious of.
Well, not only did you do that, they got rid of Pete Carroll. That was a huge move. And that was, in hindsight, it was obvious. They needed to move on. Everyone needed to move on. That's the greatest coach in the history of their franchise. Holmgren was great before him, and he got to a Super Bowl. I know Pete Carroll. He went to back-to-back, and he almost won 2.
Look, I love Pete.
He's
also one of the reasons why they didn't go back-to-back. Like, I love Pete.
Sure, but he also won a Super Bowl and was.
I know, but Holmgren,
he constructed the greatest defense of all time.
They were nothing when Holmgren got there. I know we've forgotten about Holmgren.
Disagree on this. Pete Carroll's the greatest coach in the history of the franchise.
No, he is. But what I'm saying is that Mike Holmgren set them up. They were a nothing franchise.
No,
nothing.
I know.
And he gave them immediate credibility. He was one of the most coveted coaches in the NFL. Everyone was lining up to get him when the Green Bay moved off him, and he gave them unbelievable credibility. I know it's 25 years ago, but Holmgren was that dude.
Absolutely.
At one time.
All I'm saying is they ripped off some Band-Aids that are very difficult for championship franchises to do. And they did it fast and they did it quickly. And you know what? They said, hey, great, you guys did some great things here. We need to move on. Pete, bye-bye, see you later. Russ, bye-bye, see you later. All right, we're going to have this risky guy, this Mike McDonald, another DC. We're going to stick with that defensive mindset. We're going to pair him with the Shanahan coaching tree and Clint Kubiak, who's probably going to be a head coach after the Super Bowl's done because Tom Brady was waxing poetically about him, and I know he's interviewed with the Raiders, what have you. They were able to do that and rip off the Band-Aid. I don't know if, in the Bay, you could, the equivalent of moving off of Pete Carroll when they did might be Steve Kerr.
Well, they were doing. Right? They tried to do it with Bruce Bochy, the San Francisco Giants.
They tried,
and there was a lot of blowback. Now, Bochy was more successful than even Pete Carroll was. No, I think the Russ move first is more controversial than moving off of Pete. Pete was there a long time.
He was, and then what is the
15 years? Is a long
time. What is the Russ equivalent right now in the Bay? Because Steph is not it. Steph's in his late 30s. Yeah, he's towards the end.
No, the equivalent would be one of these guys, and I'm just going to throw some of them at you. It would be trading Nick Bosa right now. It would be trading McCaffrey right now. It would be trading Brock Purdy right now. It would be one of those types of moves. That's what it would be. So, I think the closest would be Nick Bosa for me because that would net you back the most, and that would also signal that you're just kind of in a transition mode.
Do they need to do that this offseason? Do they need to have the Seahawks did, a Russell Wilson type look in the mirror?
The 49ers?
The 49ers.
If I'm the 49ers right now, I am begging them to do some bold stuff this offseason. They're not a player away. They need to nail a dozen draft picks over the next 2 years. And I don't think they have enough picks with their whiff rate going what it is. And we can have a whole separate conversation on who's picking players. I would trade Nick Bosa. I'm not giving him a third contract. I'm just not. And I love Nick. Been a great player for the team. He's disappointed the last couple of years. But if you're looking in terms of what will net you the most back in return and being realistic about where you are right now and surrounding Purdy with more talent, the first move was I would bring in a real GM, a real scout. There's only 2 guys who have played in the NFL who are GMs currently. Lynch is one of them. All these guys that aren't ex-players are really crushing it in the draft. We're not. So that's the first move. The second move was, I would dangle Nick Bosa out there and see what I can get. Because I don't think we're a Nick Bosa away from being the second or first team in the NFC West.
888-957-9570. Niner fans, where are you at? You feeling better or worse about the future of this team after watching the NFC Championship game yesterday against between the Seahawks and Rams? And yes, one more time, the Super Bowl 60 will be here at Levi Stadium in less than 2 weeks, and it's going to be between the New England Patriots and Seattle Seahawks, a rematch of a Super Bowl we saw, 12 years ago? Is that 2014? 2014, and the play we all think of, Malcolm Butler at the goal line. Should have given it to Marshawn, but I'm sure Niner fans everywhere are happy rooting for the Patriots that day. We are coming to you live from the Laugh Among Studios, and that's what's coming up on the game, brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
Bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
All right, Barry, listen up. If you've been thinking about upgrading your ride, well, now's the time. It's the Seahawks Ford kickoff sales event, and they're pushing one of the best SUVs on the road, the 2026 Ford Explorer. Yeah, I know. Bonte drives one. He actually was posting over the weekend, which tells you two things. One, that Explorer is legit. And two, even Bonte can make a good decision every once in a while. So here is the headline. $2,500 back on every new 2026 Explorer in stock. A $2,500 rebate. That is real money. And this isn't one of those 1 or 2 on the lot situations. They've got over 40 Explorers in stock, ready to roll. So show up, pick out your color, drive it home today. It's roomy, it's powerful, it's loaded with tech. It's perfect for families, road trips, or just owning the road like a boss. Head over to Seahawks Ford, right off the 280 on Seahawks Boulevard in Colma Daly City, or 24/7 at SeahawksFord.com. The deals are real. The inventory is stacked. And that $2,500 Explorer rebate won't hang around forever. Seahawks Ford, your Bay Area Ford dealer.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia. Featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home in an explosive rematch against Diego Lopez.
You gotta be kidding me.
And the always dangerous Dan Hooker. Throws down with powerhouse Benoit Saint-Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown.
There's never been anything like this. Let's go.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus.
Let's go.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Team up with Stanford Blood Center and the Golden State Warriors this winter to save lives. From January 2nd to 31st, every donor who presents to donate blood at any center or drive will receive a special redemption card for a co-branded SBC Warriors sweatshirt. Wear your new sweatshirt with pride, knowing that you contributed to both the Warriors community and the life-saving work of the Stanford Blood Center. Don't miss this chance to give back and get rewarded in style. Donating blood is easy, and your gift could save a life. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org/promotions for more information.
Your home is your sanctuary. Keep it that way with the beauty and performance of Milgard windows and doors. From the elegant Tuscany series to the modern slim profile Trinsic series, Milgard offers energy-efficient solutions and lifetime warranty options. At Ashby Lumber, our experts are here to help you find the perfect Milgard fit for your project, whether you're a DIYer or a professional contractor. Visit our dedicated door and window showrooms in Berkeley or Concord to see the Milgard difference in person. Start your project today at ashbylumber.com. Ashby Lumber, your trusted trusted building partner since 1968.
Happy New Year, Susan. I really appreciate you picking up the bill for lunch.
I'm happy to. One of my New Year's resolutions is being better with money. So I've started using Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for buying gas.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I earn cash back just for buying the gas I was already buying.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make $200 to $300 this year.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now in the App Store or Google Play and start earning cash back on everyday gas purchases. Use promo code EVENT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's up to 50 cents per gallon on your next fill up. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code EVENT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code EVENT. Code EVENT.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
See country star Luke Bryan on his The Word on the Street tour. This summer, he'll be performing at Shoreline Amphitheater on August 14th. Buy tickets at livenation.com for your chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Live Nation, and are online at 957thegame.com.
Now back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni.
Brodie, you hit the ground running, dude. You are off the hook. I love how you guys vibe.
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
I miss that guy. Where's he at? Well, what he's having. We're rolling, baby. Super Bowl set, Super Bowl 60. Patriots, Seahawks.
Now, I'm watching those games yesterday, and I'm saying to myself, like, it's like remarkable how inept some of these GMs are in football. Now, are there certain times where you draft somebody and we all think they're going to be good and they end up not being good? Of course that happens. But, like, for example, Blake Corum, who's the backup running back for the Rams. Anyone who watched Michigan football the last couple years, no one thought he was a first-round pick.
No.
But I was like, if this guy slips to the third round, every team in the league would love to have a backup running back like Blake Corum. He can do a little bit of everything. Straight leader. He's rugged. He's a little smaller. Can get you yards on the outside and the inside. Like, the guy could be had all day, every day. Matters like, no, we'd rather have a Jordan James type. Now, again, had you watched in college, Jordan James could barely make it through a game without walking off the field in the BCS.
I still can't believe he got his first carries of the season in the playoffs.
And when you watch Blake Corum, and I'm talking about the 49er running back they drafted, sure, Jordan James, and you watch Blake Corum in college, you're like, he's one of the best players in the country. Now, I don't know if it translates. Like, when I watch Jeremiah Love, I'm like, well, that is a top 15 pick in the league. He is going to be a special running back. That's going to be awesome to see. But, like, the Rams take Blake Corum, and they just don't outthink the room. Now, had they known that Puka was going to be Puka, they don't take him in the 5th round. They take him in, like, the 1st or 2nd round, right?
Correct.
But even then, like, they find these guys, and they've just done a remarkable job adding really, 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 really good players that, to me, are, like, no doubt about it, no-brainers. The Seahawks yesterday, they're playing a guard in Gray Zabel, who they took in the middle of the 1st round. And if I just said to Niner fans, draft a guard in the middle of the 1st round, most Niner fans would be like, no, can't do it. Yet every year, what do we argue about? How poor our offensive line is.
Yeah.
Every year, what do we like moan and cry and whine about? We talk about our offensive line. The year they took Mike McGlinchey. Anyone that watched Notre Dame that year, McGlinchey was the 3rd or 4th best Notre Dame offensive lineman. Remember, he played alongside 6th overall pick, whatever the guy's name was, who plays for the Colts.
Quentin Nelson.
Thank you. It's just, I watch these games, and I say to myself, like, our GM sometimes just, I don't know if he knows what he's looking at. How did he watch every game of Stanford? And he was like, Solomon Thomas, yep, that's the guy I'm going to take before Christian McCaffrey. I can't say that out loud. No, thank God they ended up trading for him. You took Solomon Thomas. So, Joe, as you asked me, like, what should the Niners do? What can they do? I'm being real. I love John Lynch as a face. I love John Lynch in front of a camera. He gives, credibility on that. I despise the selections of the guys that they take.
Okay.
look at the wide receiver play yesterday from both teams, and look at our wide receiver play this year. We're going to give Juwan Jennings a contract extension.
I wouldn't.
He wouldn't start for either team.
Yeah. No, he wouldn't. No, he wouldn't. I'd rather have Jake Bobo. People are laughing at that, but I'm serious.
And I like Juwan Jennings, but do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, we took Ricky Pearsall. You know, they're out here with Puka, Devontae, and JSN. And, like, look, I thought Cooper Kupp was completely cooked and washed.
No,
but as a 2,
yeah, made plays.
Played almost every game this year.
Had some great blocks too
Yeah.
yesterday. By the way, I'm the latest, Daniel Jeremiah, who I respect a lot, former scout, obviously NFL Network guy, does a lot of their lead draft analyst stuff. He dropped his first mock draft 1.0. You know who he has the Niners taking with pick number 27? Kenyon Sadiq, the tight end from Oregon, who's the top-rated tight end. Would you be okay with something like that?
I would. I don't think he's going to make it that far.
But in his draft, he did. So
think about this year. Tyler Warren and Loveland went pretty early, and they had pretty good impact. I don't know. Like, I just think someone's going to reach for a tight end. Look, the Niners, what they really need to do is look in the mirror, and they need to hire a real GM and reorganize the front office. And until they do that, me begging for a Nick Bosa trade or whatever other trade to get them more picks is probably not going to happen. You know, look at what the Rams did. They moved off Jared Goff. I think a lot of people were done with Jared Goff. Solid player. I think, this is my personal belief, that Detroit would probably rather have Goff than Garoppolo at the time of that trade.
I would say so, yes.
So even if the Niners were going to get involved in that trade, they would have had to blown them away with draft capital to make Detroit want to make the trade for Stafford to the Niners. But this offseason, and I like Brock a lot, if Joe Burrow gets moved and we're not involved somehow, like, this is an offseason, I think, to be extremely aggressive and open-minded to anything and everything. So
bold.
Nothing's off the table. But I have a hard time making an argument for going to get more draft picks when I know that this regime is very bad at drafting.
Well, that's another thing, and I think that's not 49ers exclusive. I feel like that when it comes to the Warriors draft time, whenever they have to have a draft pick, it's like, I don't know if I could trust them to make a pick right now. I mean, the proof is in the pudding. We're arguing constantly about these prospects' minutes allocation, whether it's Kuminga, who was reported yesterday or 2 days ago, has a bone bruise. He's going to be reevaluated the next couple of days. Warriors get the win yesterday in Minnesota.
Of course he has a bone
Obviously, it was postponed after Saturday. What's going on there? All the protests. And they're playing tonight right here on 95.7 The Game, 6:30 tip, 5:30 Warriors live. And we'll touch on some dubs a little bit later in the show. But we're talking Niners right now. Niner fans, watching that game yesterday, specifically the NFC Championship game, what were you thinking? What was going through your mind? Are you feeling better? Are you feeling worse? The gap, is it that significant? And I think Shasky and I, we're in lockstep here. You need to be bold this offseason. If anything that's taught me with what the teams remaining have done, and that includes the Broncos who got bounced yesterday, all 4 of these teams were bold in the last 5 years. They had to make bold decisions. And they had to also like retool themselves and reinvent themselves. Sean Payton, dude, he had to eat it that first time.
Yeah.
Dude, didn't the Dolphins drop 70 on his ass at one point? 70. Mm-hmm. We made fun of it's tough to watch. We made fun of it. We had the drop. The Patriots. Dude, this is Mike Vrabel's first stint as head coach. Dude, they fired Gerard Mayo last year.
They went 6-26 the last 2 years.
They were awful. They were one of the worst teams in the NFL.
And then they spent $300 million essentially in the offseason.
The Rams. Hey, they had to go from F them picks to, oh, no. We need to keep our picks. We might have to take our lumps here, and we have to hit on them. And what they do, they hit on their picks. Braden Fisk yesterday, I saw him making plays left and right, all over the place. You mentioned offensive line. I thought both offensive lines actually played pretty well
no
between
doubt.
the Rams and the Seahawks.
Like, as much as I want to have this conversation about the Niners need to upgrade their weapons to help Brock, they also need to upgrade their offensive line. Again, Joe, if I just said to you, what do the Niners need?
Everything.
A lot. Yeah, a lot. A lot.
Basically everything.
All right, now how good
outside of quarterback. I don't think they need a quarterback.
And I did that exercise where I'm like if I said the Niners, instead of taking, and look, we needed defensive line help or whatever, at least they told themselves, you took a 2-down D tackle who's going to be maybe one day as good as our Eric Armstead. That's not what you take 11th overall. No. You take like legit difference makers who can either sack the quarterback, score touchdowns, or protect your quarterback.
Let's go to Dave in San Francisco. Let's talk about some 49ers. 888-957-9570. Good morning, Dave. You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, fellas. I'm in lockstep, too. I mean, geez, we've whiffed on so many players. I mean, Shasky, I sent you a whole breakdown in a DM. left me on red, bro.
Sorry.
But
my bad. I had a busy weekend.
Oh, good.
I apologize.
Oh, good. It was last weekend, actually, that I said this. Cause,
well, now I'm full of it then, I guess. My bad. I got a lot of blue dots.
The whiff rate on his first to third round picks is a 66% whiff rate, meaning like absolute whiff. And it's absolutely terrible that we just keep getting bullied. I mean, this goes back to when the Seahawks won their last Super Bowl. They've always had bigger, meaner guys. Like, I don't want to draft anybody else that's like, oh, there's a good guy in the building. No, give me some nasty. Give me some nasty. Give me some big wide receivers, big linebackers, big safeties. We've never had that.
I mean, I look at the Iwamura pick by Seattle, and I'm like, we're out here playing like a 5'9" safety who's always hurt.
Always.
Mustafa, like, and they took a 6'3" juggernaut who looks like he's going to be like an Olympian bodybuilder.
They're stacked everywhere. Even Tariq Woolen, who's like a guy that kind of
6'4".
He's huge. These guys are huge.
I know.
They're massive.
I know.
Witherspoon. They're making plays. By the way, the play of the night actually might have been Puka Nacua breaking up that pick. That would have been. And then there's the taunting right
Puka's
after it.
so good.
He's so unreal. Like that's another part of it, Joe. You keep bringing up the secondary. I keep bringing up the skill position players. Like, oh my God, the talent in this division. That's why, like, I understood why the Cardinals drafted Marvin Harrison Jr. because they look around in the division. They're like, we need something to compete. And I don't think maybe Marvin Harrison never ends up living to the hype, but I understood the pick. Like the Niners, they have to contemplate it. But that's another thing. You bring up the picks. You drafted Ricky Pearsall. Like, he's not a first-round draft pick. I think we can all agree. Like, he's not a first. When I think of first-round wide receiver, it's not Ricky Pearsall. I think he's falling victim to his draft status, and I feel sorry for him in that regard. But those are first-round talents that I'm seeing. And
he'll never be as good as...
And Puka wasn't even drafted in the first round.
And it's not his fault. He'll never be as good as those guys. The Niners are too worried about going to Cabo with Trent Taylor.
You showed... Oh, my God.
No. There was... for those that aren't paying attention. Like, I look at Seattle, and that's one team unified right now. And I look at the Rams, and they feel like one team unified. And they're looking for the next. They're always looking for the next. There was a photo over the weekend where it's Brock Purdy, Kyle Juszczyk, Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle, and then Trent Taylor. And I looked, and I was like, is Trent Taylor even on the team? Oh, yeah, he was on the team this year. Trent Taylor was on the team this year, somewhere on the practice squad.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. On the practice squad.
Joe, he's caught one pass in the NFL in the last 3 years. What? Trent Taylor? We drafted him. Look him up. I'm going to close my eyes. Yeah. We drafted him in 2017. He had his back shaved like that offseason. Trent Taylor is still hanging around the Niners locker room like a virus.
Like a bone, like shaved, not like he shaved his back. Okay, got it. Yeah, 2017. Yeah. Out of the fifth round, Louisiana Tech.
Yeah.
He's had 88 receptions for 845 yards and 3 total touchdowns.
Yeah, and we're worried about keeping that guy, like whoever, happy with Trent Taylor on our practice squad, and we can't get Jordan Watkins up to like speed and get ready to go. Why? Because Trent Taylor, he's buddies with all these guys. Like that's the problem with the Niners right now. Like straight up, the problem with the Niners is they're trying to like hold on to what they did 7, 8, 9 years ago. What's the next thing? Because you know what Seattle's not worried about? The fullback moving around. You know what they are worried about? Kobe Parkinson and 2 and 3 wide receiver tight end sets for the Rams downfield. They're definitely not threatened by juice.
Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity, your home court advantage, brought to you by Xfinity. Watch all your favorite teams all in one place. Xfinity, imagine that. And we'll imagine Alex in Oakland and Damon on the 101 on the other side.
Taylor.
Brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you.
Hell out of here.
Here for good. Shave your back.
Excuse me, can you tell me where...
I don't know. Those big box stores, they don't know, but Dolan's knows. For 60 years, Dolan's Lumber has been serving the Bay Area with the materials and knowledge to make your next home improvement project stellar. Lumber, doors, windows, you name it. Dolan's knows exactly what you need. For a limited time only, get 2025 pricing on Marvin products. Call now for a quote, 800-9-DOLANS, or visit dolanlumber.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
What's your financial future look like? At Pettinelli Financial Partners, we help you shape it. Whether you're planning for retirement, buying a home, or saving for something special, our professionals are here to provide clear guidance and smart strategies. Visit PettinelliFP.com today and take the first step toward a more secure financial future. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
That hit the center divide.
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
Where the 2 right lanes are blocked off.
Brought to you by your NorCal Honda dealers. Fit your crew and save on fuel? There's a Honda for that. The Honda CR-V Hybrid from your Northern California Honda dealers.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Google and Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey, it's Sarah from Alice. Welcome back to the JoJo Show, the morning roast at the game.
Hey, Sarah. I heard Guru was on their little Bridge the Gap game show last week on Alice 97.3, our sister station. Sarah and Vinny, we love those guys. And he did not do very well, according to sources. Goo's pop culture knowledge, Joe, was not up to snuff, I guess.
Hell no.
Tough scene. You know what was up to snuff yesterday? Sam Darnold. Seahawks dropped 31 points in the NFC Championship game. And Mr. Darnold, he's not seeing ghosts anymore. He's not. 25-36, 346 yards, 3 touchdowns, and they got the win. And he's not scam anymore. The scam Darnold has exited until further notice. They're the favorites in the Super Bowl at Levi's Stadium in less than 2 weeks. And if I had money to spend on it, I would probably spend it on the Seahawks winning that. That's early. We'll see what happens these next 2 weeks. But yeah, Sam Darnold silenced a lot of naysayers yesterday, and good for him. We do love that in America. You like to bring this up a lot, Joe. We love a story where someone starts off pretty high, falls flat in their face, and comes back up. A comeback story, if you will. This guy drafted out of USC, highly touted, top 5 guy.
I'm going to go even deeper. I've got the whole thing written down here.
You're going back to his high school?
Freshman year. I mean, his coach was an admitted alcoholic.
Oh, Steve Sarkisian.
I mean, like his freshman year in college. And he took probably the weakest USC team to a bowl game, the Rose Bowl that year, and won it. Third overall pick. He's starting at 21 years old for Adam Gase.
Adam Gase.
I mean, who the Niners almost interviewed.
Who we all made fun of at that Jets presser, by the way, because he was looking like he was hitting the slopes. Oh, my God.
Hey, he's ridiculous. And then gets mono, sees ghosts.
Didn't get mono.
What?
I didn't mean to laugh. It's a serious thing, but
I went through his entire wiki and started deep diving on it.
Someone posted yesterday as soon as he won, Sam Darnold. Mono, and I was like, he did have mono when he was out on the injury report.
Okay, he saw ghosts.
He did.
It became a meme. He was traded to Carolina and then got Matt Rule. So you went from Adam Gase to Matt Rule. Bad coach NFL experience number 2. And again, his college career was really he's lucky he survived. Then he gets benched in Carolina, goes to San Francisco on a 1-year deal, and has to learn football. He basically said that they were going to run the Peyton Manning system with the New York Jets and Adam Gase, which Brady brought up on the telecast and essentially said no one other than Peyton has ever thrived in that system.
Correct. Yeah. I thought Brady was great yesterday. By the way.
So he learns how to play football behind Purdy, and we see basically the final quarter or so of the Baltimore game on Christmas, which looked bad. And then we see a week 18 where he loses to Carson Wentz and it looked bad. He goes into the offseason and signs a 1-year, $10 million deal with Minnesota and then goes 14-3. And I know it wasn't good the final couple games, and everybody held on to it. You're not the only one. Everyone did it. The Vikings let him go. Boy, you think they want to redo? Oof. Seahawks sign him. They allowed Geno Smith to go to the Las Vegas Raiders. A lot of people, even Mina Kimes, who covers this stuff and is a huge Seahawks fan, thought it was a huge downgrade. He goes 14-3 again. And let's remember, week 1, think about this. He loses at home on a strip sack in his first game ever as a Seahawk to the Niners. He loses at home in the red zone on a strip sack to start his season, 0-1. And you look up at the end of the year, and he's 14-3 in back-to-back seasons, and the guy he's been absolutely incredible. The last 2 years, 9 game-winning drives for Sam Darnold. I say that again, 9 game-winning drives for Sam Darnold in the last 2 years. So we can talk about what he is, what he isn't. He's played on 5 different teams. He's been to 2 Pro Bowls. He's the most improved player of the league last year. He's going to the Super Bowl this year. And I think right now there's an argument to be made. He's like a top 12 or 13 quarterback in the NFL.
Do you think, I don't know, this is a loaded question. I don't want to get, the phone lines buzzing here. Well, I do, but not in the way that I'm about to ask it. You think there's anything with man, if Sam Darnold wins this one, should we have kept him in the building maybe, and did we pay Purdy too soon? Does that sound insane right now? Am I prisoner of the moment? He was in your building.
No, I think that just I think it stings. I think it just stings. It would hurt more if I'm a Viking fan.
Okay, not a
because the Vikings had him as the starter and he balled out. When he was here, Purdy was the starter. You know, he left the year we lost in the Super Bowl.
Correct.
And that offseason.
Correct.
So, you know, I think they couldn't afford him. That was one angle. And then the second angle was that you lost in the Super Bowl and Purdy was pretty much healthy that entire year. Now, since then, since he left, people don't want to hear this in Ninerland. Darnold's been a better quarterback in the regular season than Purdy. He just has. I'll give you the Purdy numbers.
He's also stayed much healthier.
Well,
that's a big part of it. He has. He's a bigger, stronger guy that stayed healthier.
So 14-3 in the regular season, two years in a row. That's 28-6. Purdy's 13-11. Teams win and lose, so it's deeper than just the quarterback play. 48 total touchdowns for Purdy in the regular season. 32 turnovers. 32 turnovers. Darnold has had 60 touchdown passes, couple rush, and only the 28 interceptions with another 8 turnovers. He fumbled a lot this year.
He did.
So his touchdown to turnover ratio has been better. His yards has been better. He's played with, I would argue, better teams in back-to-back years. I don't know. I don't know where I stand on this one. I lean Purdy's the better player, but the last 2 years, like, you can't deny that Darnold's been good. He's been good. Even the biggest Darnold hater has to admit he's been good.
It's pretty crazy, Joe, that there are 5 quarterbacks taken in the first round of his draft class back in 2018. Baker Mayfield, obviously Sam Darnold, Josh Allen, Josh Rosen, and Lamar Jackson. Be pretty crazy if Sam Darnold was the guy that won a Super Bowl before any of those other dudes that we talk about. Hell, at one point this year, we were talking about Baker Mayfield being an MVP. Josh Allen has won an MVP. Lamar Jackson has won multiple MVPs. And it's Sam bleepin' Darnold, Mr.
Seeing ghosts.
That could win the first Super Bowl there. What a story that would be for him. And what I do keep hearing from everyone is like, oh, what a nice guy. Wasn't a nice guy. Just like, it's great that he's a nice guy, but like, I see the talent. You finally are seeing these last 2 years the number 3 overall pick kind of talent. And it's going to be a battle of number 3 overall picks for the Super Bowl. Drake May being one and Sam Darnold being the other. And it also goes to show me too, Joe, as we're tying this back to the Niners and them needing to make a bold offseason move, whatever it is, or trade or pick, whatever. They need to do something bold this offseason. The Raiders had an opportunity to do that. And I bring up the Raiders because Tom Brady is a minority owner. He was on the call for Fox Sports last night. He had an opportunity to, bring in Sam Darnold last year. And he didn't want to do that. He did not want to bring in Sam Darnold. According to multiple reports, he was very infatuated with the idea of Matt Stafford. Remember, there was the Stafford Rams. Maybe they're not going to get paid. Try to bring Stafford over here. They were looking for a quick fix in Vegas, and Tom wanted to swing big. But he's like, I'm good off Sam Darnold. So you know what? I'd rather have Geno Smith. And you know what? We'll bring in his old pal, old buddy, Pete Carroll, too. And how did that work out in Las Vegas? They have the number 1 overall pick. Awful. And kind of funny that they were one of the few teams that beat the Patriots this year in week 1. But that's how it's going there. So even the greatest quarterback of all time, Tom Brady, 7 Super Bowls, he scoffed at Sam Darnold. And then you don't think he's feeling some type of way, like feeling like an idiot, saying like, man, maybe we should have brought this guy in.
I think we all did.
Yeah.
I think we all did.
So like I'm saying, it's even the greatest of all time can get it wrong when it comes to quarterback evaluation. We don't know. We don't know.
And look, this circumstance, they have a great offensive line. They have a really good run game. Now, they were missing Charbonnet in this game. Yeah. Kenneth Walker stepped up again. Again, going back to college, Kenneth Walker dominated at Michigan State.
He was sick.
All right? And I've been waiting for this version of him in the NFL his entire career, but clearly the zone cutback, blocking scheme fits him brilliantly.
Oh, absolutely. No, this is Clint Kubiak, another guy that, the Raiders are interested in. I keep bringing it up because Tom Brady was on the call. He's probably watching it and being like, that guy's going to be my next head coach.
And I look at what Darnold's done with this offensive line, with JSN, with those tight ends. Like, Barner's been good as a draft pick. And Look, he's made the most of his situation. He deserves a lot of credit. He threw for over 300 yards yesterday and 3 touchdowns. Purdy hasn't done that in the playoffs since the time that they beat the Seahawks back when Geno Smith made the playoffs in 2022 and played at Levi's in that it's raining, now it's sunny, now it's drizzling, now it's sunny game in the playoffs where the Niners went nuclear in the second half.
Brought to you by Golden State Lumber and Showroom, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. We're taking all your calls, all your texts today, guest free. We'll take all of your phone calls. Damon on the 101 wants to join in. What's up, Damon?
What's up, Damon?
Man, Spadoni, Shasky, man. Hey, you're Shasky, you're right, man. I despise the picks. I despise the picks because really when you look at it, there's only a few ones that, like, really stand out. That was Fred Warner. That was Kittle. I wouldn't even say Bosa because everybody knew that Bosa was going to be a hit. So, like, Bosa was like a no-brainer. But, I mean, outside of that, I mean, there was, you had some other guys, Debo and, some other guys. But, I mean, when I'm looking at Seattle and I'm looking at Rams, I'm seeing guys that are contributing immediately, that are playing. Like you said, we got Jordan Watkins on the bench. I was looking for him the whole year. Like, what are we doing? Like, and they've done it. Like, they haven't struck on a receiver in forever. Like Dante Pettis, Jalen Hurd. I mean, it just on and on. And this team is like a wiffle ball. They've got so many holes that they need to fill. I'd say that the gap is like a canyon. And what's really hurt this team is that it's been that, like you said, that fraternity atmosphere. Let's keep these guys together. Hey, wait, let's bring back Juice. Let's bring the old gang back together. But now if you look at it, all of our elite players, they're 30-plus years old, and they're all injured. Warner, Kittle, Bosa, McCaffrey, Champ Williams. They're all in their 30s. We're aged out. We're not the dominant bullies that we used to be. We're the old guy clip, and it's killing us. And I'm still pissed off about that Brady passing on Brady. Whatever's happening in the front office, they're not cutthroat. They are not seeing what needs to be seen, and we've fallen behind. We're falling behind.
Hey, Damon, what's a bold move you would like to see this team do this offseason? What's something that's really bold or out of left field you want to see this team do?
Man, there's so many things. Honestly, I think it's like you guys were saying, we need to start dealing some of our vets that we love so much. I mean, you kind of got to see what you can get for Kittle. You kind of got to see what you can get for Bosa. You know what? You have to. If you can get, 2 or 3 really good picks to add to your roster, you got to do it. It's time to break up the Cabo clique. That's hurt us.
Well, and
thanks, David. Great call.
Let me give you the sobering reality. When you look at next year's salary cap,
what are we looking at?
The Niners have a $42 million hit on Nick Bosa and a $39 million hit on Trent Williams.
It's a lot.
If you were to trade those guys away, this is a big number. I would do it, though. Nick Bosa has a $76 million dead cap hit. It accelerates right then and there.
God, that's a lot.
Yeah, but Joe, no, it's not just that. Purdy has a $90 million one. Fred has a $54 million one. And Trent has $35 million. They're in like a very crummy salary spot with a lot of these guys. I look at the Rams, and you look at they've got a $49 million cap hit on Stafford. I mean, he's one of their best players. Like, they can justify he's still elite. Every year he's playing now. For now, they're going to be a contender with him. Devontae is their second guy at a $28 million hit. But they can move off those guys, Devontae, for $14 million. Right?
Yes.
Their left tackle they can move off for 23. They're probably going to keep him. He's 28. They're probably going to keep him. The Seahawks is where it gets even sadder. Really, the only guy who's a bad cap number is Leonard Williams.
And do you think
$29 million?
Do you think he's bad?
He's been great.
He's been great. Like
all their other numbers are so relatively inexpensive. Seattle is very scary right now in terms of their flexibility, and they don't really have any bad contracts on the books. And I look at the Niners, and this is just for next year, Niner fans. I just want you to listen to this. Now, Ayuk's money, just throw it out the window. We don't even know. I think they're going to go after more of it. If you were to do something with George Kittle, it's a $42 million dead cap. He's not going to play next year. 42. Fred Warner. Love Fred. $55 million cap hit. I love Fred. We gave a 30-year-old linebacker. Like, it might not age well. A 30-year-old linebacker? It
might not. I'll bet on that.
Got a dead cap hit of $54 million?
I'll bet on Fred Warner, though. I'm still making that bet on him. Like that person and that player I'm betting on. I am.
How many teams in the league are looking at that number going, oh, like just maybe. I'm not saying they're got to move them. I'm just saying, look at that number and go, damn.
Maybe, but again, healthy version of Fred, then they're saying like, okay, let's trade maybe a first or a second for him.
How about the $39 million cap hit on Trent Williams?
That's a tough one because what version? Dude, he's getting older. He's almost, what is he, almost 40? I mean, come on.
That's the part about this year that's really like bugs me is this was the year, this last 2025. Hey, a lot of dead cap money. You know, we're just going to swallow it. Right. We're going to get better. No, I think we have one more year of, no, I think they're going to be active in free agency. There's no doubt they're going to spend a lot of money. But they got some bad deals on the books, Joe.
The Kittle one is where it hurts really bad.
Because, and Bosa.
Well, no, for sure Bosa, but the timing of this Kittle one in particular as of late, because he is way older than Nick Bosa, and it's the nature of his position, and he's not going to be healthy, you would assume, until maybe the season's already over next year. Like, that's the one, it's like, damn, because no one's taking that. Sorry, like, you can try to trade him, no one's taking the George Kittle contract. And then you got Bosa, as you're saying, this is third ACL injury. Like, where's he going to be at? And am I touching that if I'm some team that feels like they're a Nick Bosa away? Am I touching that?
Detroit might.
Maybe.
If I'm looking at it and like, I think the Niners need to make a hard look at themselves, and this is where it's really difficult. Do you extend Bosa after this year? Because you know he's going to want to get paid.
No, I need to see what I see in him first.
Okay, so he's going to come back 1 year from this ACL, which he's done before.
Sure.
And he's going to have a monster year. And you're going to bet on him in years 30 through 35.
I'm not giving him a max deal. I'm not giving him a max deal.
Well, that's what he's going to want. So that's why I think this is the offseason where they need to look at themselves and say, do we swallow the dead cap hit number now, or do we risk 1 year he comes back, he looks good? Like, I think right now is the time to move him and just swallow the dead cap money.
Well, you could always franchise tag him if you need him. You can franchise tag him. No, I'm serious. Like, you can. Like, that's why it's in your back pocket. If he wants to have this is what you put that there. It's like, no, we're going to see you
I'm not giving him a third contract. I know today, Joe Shasky, is not giving Nick Bosa a third contract. He might be a really good player for someone else. I need the picks. They need to reload. They need to get cheaper. They need to get better. They need to get younger. And we have way too many holes. And he's one of the few guys, as much as he will help you, and he's going to help you, be good now, he's one of the few guys that can get you something back in return. And I would swallow it and I would move him.
Let's say just hypothetically, Joe, if Bosa comes back next year, has a great year, gets throw a wild number, 18 sacks. Let's just have fun with this.
God.
Are you still staying on this, you got to get rid of him? Or do you say, you know what? You had a great year this year, Nick Bosa. I am bringing you back. Just hypothetically, what do you do in that situation?
If he has a great year this year, everyone and their mothers knows Nick Bosa's going to go, you see how much Myles Garrett got paid? You see what Micah's getting? Yeah, I want to get that much too.
He's going to be 29 in October. 29.
Yeah. Do you give it to him in that situation? Or do you just cool, someone else will?
My new theory is I'm not giving defensive players the third contract. I'm just not. It's got to be a rare situation.
Well, then you could contemplate trading him at the deadline if you need to do that. You could evaluate where you are as a franchise.
But I need those picks to help Purdy now. That's where I'm coming back on it.
Okay, so
I want the picks before the draft. They did this with the Ayuk situation. They missed on it. They need the picks now. Joe, they need tackle. They need guard. They need running back. They need wide receiver. They need more defensive help.
Niner fans, after watching yesterday and realizing the gap may be significant between you, the Rams, and the Seahawks.
I know it's unpopular.
Would you contemplate trading any of your big stars this offseason? I mean, you saw the Rams had to make some very gutsy moves. They moved off of Cooper Kupp. I mean, they didn't have a choice in the Aaron Donald thing, but they lost Aaron Donald. They had to pivot. They had to draft Braden Fisk, Jared Verse. They had to do some bold things. They brought in Devontae Adams. The Seahawks, they got rid of their Hall of Fame coach. They got rid of Geno Smith, who was really good for them. They traded Russell Wilson, who was at the time we all thought was like, what are you guys doing? Like, what? Everyone wanted Russell Wilson. We all thought he was on a Hall of Fame trajectory. Turns out they were right about him. He fell flat in his face. Do you need to do something bold like that this offseason, Niner fans? 888-957-9570. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. always live in the Free Odyssey app, coming live from Laughing Among Studios. We had Brodie on last week. We'll have him on again tomorrow. Plus, we'll have him on Radio Row next week. This is what Brodie had to say in regards to the gap between the Seahawks, Rams, and Niners.
Well, they're replacing coaches every year. The 49ers got replaced Saleh, but the 49ers have lost defensive coordinator Brandon Staley. They've lost everybody. They have the next guy up waiting. Shula is probably going to get real good coaching consideration with what he's doing defensively, with what he's had to work with. But they've hit on every single draft pick. Jared Verse, Kobe Turner, Byron Young, Josiah Stewart. All through this whole thing, everyone has been, and they only had one first-round pick. And they struck gold with Jared Verse. He's a great player, and he stays healthy. And so the gap is in the coaching and how they're developing coaches and in the front office. And that's not a knock on John Lynch or anything. They've done well. Rams have done better.
It's just...
Well, that's the apprehension, I think, from Niner fans is man, we're getting rid of the picks we actually hit on, and I don't trust our GM to make the picks that are as good as or better than those ones.
You drafted Nick Bosa in April of 2019.
I know. That's an indictment.
We're in 2026.
It's one of the best draft picks, though. It is.
No, I know.
Fred Warner, too. George Kittle.
Do you believe in Purdy, though? Do you believe in Purdy?
I do believe in
Brock Purdy. I do, too. Do you believe in Kyle?
I believe in Kyle Shanahan.
I do, too.
I do.
So, to me, what are we all afraid of? We need to surround Purdy with more talent, do we not?
We do.
All right. The picks that they currently have, there's not enough of them to bridge the gap. So, to me, I think you need to take a short-term loss for a long-term gain, and I think you need to rip the Band-Aid off. I would move Trent, and I would move Bosa.
You just heard Joe Shasky say it. He wants to trade Trent Williams and Nick Bosa this offseason. Niner fans, you doing that? 888-957-9570. That's what's coming up with the game, sponsored by the Super Bowl Experience, presented by Jersey Mike's.
The NFL is taking over the Bay Area. Experience football like never before with Super Bowl Experience presented by Jersey Mike's, February 3rd through 7th at the Moscone Center. Tickets start at just $40 and kids 12 and under attend for free. Visit superbowl.com to buy your tickets today.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Jumpstart your January goals at Whole Foods Market. With hundreds of yellow sale tags, you'll find feel-good savings across the store. And literally everything they sell follows strict ingredient standards. Shop wellness favorites at Whole Foods Market.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7 so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877-Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877-Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877-Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Okay, get this. Now at Wendy's, you get to go biggie with new Biggie deals. That means going biggie with a $4 Biggie Bites, biggier with a $6 Biggie Bag, or biggiest with an $8 Biggie Bundle. So now you can choose and customize your Biggie deal. As you should. Sorry, I get fired up when I'm talking deals. More Biggie options so you can get more of what you really want at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
It's impossible to have a bad day when you started with Chick-fil-A. Hi, I'm Miles. And this is Grant. And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is how the fluffy, crispy goodness wakes us up in the morning. The chicken is crispy. The biscuit is soft. It's iconic. Throw some jelly on it. You can throw some honey on it. It helps me kick off the day. The hash browns are great. And I really like the shape of them, too. Little circles of crispy goodness. Yeah, those early morning chicken biscuits are just great, man.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A Chicken Biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Good morning, Bay Area. It's everybody's boy, Zucci, man. And you're listening to the New and Improved Morning Roast with everybody's boy, Joe Shasky, and my boy, Joe Spadoni.
God, I love football. I love it. We were just having some very passionate conversations with the boss and the, what is that, a production area? I don't even know what we call that, the sales area. We don't even have our own rooms anymore. But we were having some great conversations, and we're talking about it now at 888-957-9570. Shasky, you want to trade Nick Bosa and Trent Williams this offseason?
Well, I want to, let's take a step back. Are the Niners good?
Yes.
Yeah, I think they're good.
They are.
What's one of the main reasons why they're good? Like, they won 12 games this year, and Nick Bosa didn't play at all.
Kyle Shanahan, coaching and quarterbacks.
Yeah, and whether it's Mac and what he did at going, I believe, 5-3.
Yes.
Or Brock Purdy, and what did he go, 7-1?
Something like that.
He's been, like, quarterback and coach, right? So, start there. They can survive the absence of a lot of players. It doesn't mean they're going to be a Super Bowl contender in one offseason. I don't think they have enough picks or money available to bridge the gap between them and the Seahawks, between them and even the Rams right now. I don't. I think this is a multi-year build. Like, let's all take a deep breath. Is this a one-year rebuild for them to be back at the top of the NFC West?
I don't know. Like, there's part of me where it says that sounds insane, but then I just saw a Patriots team that was like the worst team in the NFL last year. And then they bring in Mike Vrabel in their Super Bowl. Different conference, I get it. But things broke their way, right?
They had hundreds of millions of dollars to spend in free agency.
They did.
They had no players making money. The Niners are in a different spot. They have a guy right now who's their franchise tight end who's going to miss the entire year with an Achilles injury, and he's owed a lot of money. They have a guy in Nick Bosa who's owed a lot of money. The Patriots didn't have that. They were starting from fresh books.
I hear you. but also in like the history of the NFL, when you quote unquote win the offseason, it really doesn't translate into regular season types of wins when you spend all that much in free agency. It actually is the opposite usually because it's bad teams doing it because they have the cap space.
I mean, the Niners have spent money in free agency a lot of years, and they've been better for it.
They have been, but they've also whiffed a lot to Javon Hargrave on line one, right? There's been some bad ones.
They still went to the playoffs with them.
Absolutely.
Super Bowl, in fact.
But what I'm saying is, I'm not going to put anything past, the Niners, getting back into, contention next year because I didn't think the Patriots would be here. I didn't. Hold on.
The Patriots' path is not the Niners' path.
It's not, but we don't know that next year. I didn't see, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, and Patrick Mahomes all missing the playoffs this year. You never know what's going to happen. You never know. So that's why fans are talking to themselves saying, hey, the Niners could be right back in it.
Joe.
I just saw Drake May and Mike Vrabel take this team.
Yeah, but I can't use the algorithm of the AFC East. The Jets have been the Cardinals forever.
Yeah.
The Dolphins have been closer to the Cardinals forever. Right?
Yeah.
All right. So look at that division and you tell me, like, if it's apt to this division.
They got the Bills.
McVay is not going away. He's proven that he's probably going to make the playoffs every year, right? McDonald, like in his short tenure, has proven like they're not going away right now. John Schneider, I think, has been to the playoffs almost every single year, but one or two.
Yeah. It's about, because the draft they drafted Witherspoon in was like top 5, top 10, right?
So we can pretend like the Seahawks, this could be a one and done. Well, the law of averages tells me that it's probably not. And their track records tell me it's probably not. So I look at the Niners and I'm like, hey, look, I got Purdy here. I got Shanahan here. I'm probably multiple off seasons away from really, truly getting and competing for a Super Bowl.
Well, what if all of a sudden Matt Stafford's like, hey, I want to retire?
Well, no, that definitely changes the algorithm for them, but I'm operating like that they won't. And I also know that Les Snead will pivot and use one of their picks, if not both their picks, because they also have Atlanta's pick next year. Let's not remember. Now everyone take a deep breath. LA has Atlanta's top 10 pick from last year, okay? So they get that this year. So they have 2 first-round picks right now. So if Stafford does walk away, where do you think they're going? Into the Joe Burrow sweepstakes.
Potentially. I don't think the Bengals are trading Joe Burrow. I'm just going to say that because they kept Zach Taylor for Joe Burrow. But McVay was asked yesterday, Joe, about Stafford being back next year at the podium. And this is what he had to say.
Do you expect Matthew Stafford to be back next season?
Yeah, if he still wants to play, the hell kind of question is that?
Want to play?
You have to ask him. We've been totally present. He's the MVP of the league, and if he's not, I got respect for everybody else, but this guy played at a level that's just different. I appreciate you guys this year. Thank you.
And he just walked off. It's like, hey, what kind of question is that? I think it was a fair question. I mean, Matt Stafford's getting older. They just had a contentious offseason. Contentious might be strong, but, he wanted to get paid more money. How long does he want to keep doing this? That's a fair question. I don't know. But to your point, you trust Les Snead because he's been there and done that, not only Jared Goff, but also bringing in Matt Stafford with that trade.
I don't build my team going, well, Lamar got hurt last year. This is just my perspective. Like, you never know. And no, I'm looking at it and I go, all right, I need to upgrade at wide receiver, running back, and offensive line. I only have a couple of picks that can actually get me plug-and-play starters right now, right? And then I look at my defense and I say, well, I'm going to need linebacker, cornerback, safety, and defensive line, whether Nick Bosa returns or not. I don't have enough money in the offseason or draft capital to be able to fill those needs. Now, what do? I do have Mac Jones. I think Mac Jones can get you back something. I would prefer to keep him, but then I look at the dire needs of my roster and I say to myself, damn, dude, I think we have to trade Mac Jones because we have too many needs.
Baldy, we asked him the same question last week, Joe, and this is what he had to say about keeping Mac Jones.
No, because Brock Purdy has an injury history. He's missed games. And so I would not trade him. I would keep him there and just, be my insurance policy. Maybe an expensive policy, but what are you going to get? Are you going to get a 3rd-round pick for Mac Jones? Is that going to make a difference? Can you get a 2nd-round pick? I don't think that's the highest you're probably going to get for Mac Jones right now. But I would forego the pick and keep my insurance.
And I understand that. But, and Matt Nahigi and our boss brought this up, you've brought it up in the past too, if we're having to play Mac Jones more than 4 or 5 games, then you have a bigger problem.
Yeah.
That's the health of your quarterback getting paid $200+ million in Brock Purdy. Then you actually do have to have conversations about whether or not you bring him back another year if he can't stay healthy, which that's the worst case scenario in all of this. but I'm in the camp now. I wasn't, but now I am. I think you do have to trade Mac Jones. You have to get some second or third round pick. You have to.
Joe, everybody's like hand-wringing over whether you trade Bosa or Trent or whatever. I watched Kyle Shanahan go into LA.
I want to hear from people on that. Are you with Joe trading Nick Bosa and flirting with trading Trent Williams, 888-957-9570, or do you think it's laughable? I don't think it's laughable.
I don't think it is. I'm trying to get better. I watched Kyle Shanahan on short rest go in with Mac Jones, a backup quarterback, beat Sean McVay, and Kendrick Bourne was his leading receiver with 10 catches for 142 yards. And you know who wasn't far behind him? Jake Tonjes was 7-41.
Yep.
Right? So this thing that, like, he can only win with this handful of guys. If you think Kyle's great, and I do, I think Kyle is a great game day play caller. And if you think Purdy's good, I think he's really good. I think that they can rebuild on the fly around them. And it starts with, like, acknowledging where they're at now and shedding some of these older salaries and biting the bullet right now and getting some younger draft picks back and hitting on those draft picks and surrounding Purdy with more talent.
This hour is brought to you by Ferron Bank, which is here for you, here for good. You brought up the Rams, so obviously they lost yesterday, but they have the 29th overall pick, and they do have the Falcons pick this year, as you mentioned, and that's pick number 13. So they have the 13th and 29th overall pick. Not a bad consolation if you're not going to go to the Super Bowl, having a top 15 pick.
So, like, I'm seeing a lot of people say the Niners need to trade for a playmaker, right? You've seen a lot of the articles. I believe Kawakami wrote an article about Justin Jefferson.
Oh, Tim. Was he on our airwaves talking about that?
I don't know. But I know that, like, Justin Jefferson. So just stay with me here.
Okay.
What's Justin Jefferson going to cost?
Whew. Probably a lot.
All right.
They're going to want a lot for him. He's arguably the best wide receiver in football.
What's the last thing that the Niners need to do right now in terms of team building? Move off a bunch of picks for one guy who might catch 7 or 8 or 9 balls a game. Of course, we need a playmaker. I'm not denying that. We absolutely need playmakers. But the cost to go get that guy is going to be at the expense of surrounding your offense with other talent. They need running back. They need offensive line. Like, they have so many needs. I find it really hard to justify trading for a playmaker.
Well, Joe, we're asking the question to the people, too. 888-957-9570. What would be a bold move that you would like to see the Niners do? That would be bold. So there's two schools of thought here when it comes to making a bold move. Either you're trading away proven talent on your team for picks. That's bold because that's risky because you're trading a proven commodity for the unknown in the future. That's bold. Or you're saying F them picks and you're going to go get a star player. That's also bold because then you're jeopardizing the future and future young prospects for the now. That's it. Those are the two schools of thought. Now, can you balance that? Sure. But, Justin Jefferson is bold. What's Jordan Addison? Risky, maybe, but you're not going to give up as much to go get a Jordan Addison.
But what are you going to have to do with Jordan Addison and to also extend him?
Okay.
Right? Because he's going to be entering the 5th year of his deal. I believe they exercised, or they didn't exercise it. So he's going to want to get paid.
And what does he want to get paid? As a number one? I'm probably not going to do that.
I don't know.
What about a guy like A.J. Brown? That's a little disgruntled right now.
A.J. Brown.
I know.
The boss keeps bringing him up. Look, he's a great player. I think he's an awful teammate. And after all the drama we've had at wide receiver, as much as there is a huge need at wide receiver, I am out on the drama. I'm just out on him.
I'm looking at his Spotrac thing, and he has a $72 million dead cap hit. And as we've seen with Howie over there, the GM in Philadelphia, he doesn't mind moving off a player and eating some of the salary. So did Bryce Huff. He doesn't mind doing that. But he will save significant money if he was to do a post-June 1st trade where he'd only have a $16 million dead cap this year and $27 million next year.
The player is a great fit for what we're looking for. Physical, power slants, going over the middle, being able to take on linebackers and safeties. Like, it is a perfect fit.
Can high point the ball.
Dude?
Yeah.
Like, what do we really want him reading Shakespeare on the sidelines when the defense is out there?
Is that what he's reading, Shakespeare?
I would also say to you, like, when they're going through a search right now, why are they hell-bent on running the exact same defense, the 49ers?
I don't know.
And narrowing their search to a specific few candidates? Why is that? No, I know why. You know why. Why? Because they want to run what Bosa and Warner want.
Is it or what Kyle Shanahan wants?
I think it's all of the above.
Jonathan Gannon was hired yesterday, or reportedly hired as the DC now for Green Bay. That's a name I kind of would be interested in. Like just to bring someone else in.
Well,
just someone else.
I like someone from the outside.
I'm not, like that's not to hire. Like you couldn't have interviewed him. Maybe they did. I don't know. It wasn't reported. Like Gus Bradley. Like Baldy even said it with us last week. It's just safe.
Well, I mean, he's safe. He's a safe pick. Is that what you want? You want a safe pick, a guy that knows defense, knows the league, been around, traveled well, put good defenses out there, not elite defenses. If you look right now at the Final Four, Seattle's the number 1 ranked defense in football. Denver's the number 3rd ranked. New England's the 4th ranked defense. All right, and the Rams are the 10th ranked defense. Like you got to be a top 10 defense if you're going to get to a championship Sunday. And defense are going to win these games. All right, the ability to take the ball away, something the 49ers can't do. You got to take the ball away. You got to challenge the quarterback. You got to hit the quarterback. Now, you could say the talent has to be upgraded, which it does. And, Michael will come back and Nick will come back, and maybe that'll help a bunch. It's Gus Bradley putting a top 10 defense out there for you. So Kyle's saying all the right things, but he's looking for a guy. And Leslie Frazier's up there in Seattle. That's a safe pick.
There's a lot of safe. I'm tired of safe if I'm the Niners. I just saw, the Seahawks do a lot of unsafe things when it comes to their draft allocation, when it comes to moving off of big players. Like they went in on Sam Darnold, Mike McDonald, an unproven head coach. They did a lot of risky things and it's paid off there in the Super Bowl, and they're the favorites at Levi Stadium. And freaking Mike McDonald and Sam Darnold might win a Super Bowl before Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. That doesn't sit right with me this morning if I'm a San Francisco 49ers fan. I'm pissed, actually. I'm pissed off. Is Matt in San Francisco pissed? Let's see. What's up, Matt? You're on the roast.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up?
Shasky, I'm going to need you to step away from the ledge for a minute, bro. We're a few years off. This was a crazy, unfortunate year, the likes of which the league has never seen. You can't tell me, even if we don't have Kittle for the majority or all of next season, you go in, free agency in the draft, you shore up the line a bit, maybe you consider letting Trent go because of his age and how injury-prone he's been. You make good use of the BA money, get yourself a serviceable tight end, and you're right back in it. There's no reason this team can't make a run to win the West and a legit deep playoff run if they can stay healthy. I don't think this is a 3-year project. We're still Purdy, Shanny, CMC, Warner. We've got the core's there. It was just hurt. I don't think the Rams or the Seahawks see January if we're healthy.
Whoa. Let me stop you right there.
Well, let you finish, Matt. Hold on.
You really think, I'm being serious here. Like, take a step. You really think a fully healthy 49er team beats the Seahawks? You really do? This current version of the Seahawks?
100%.
Yeah, you and I disagree. 100%. Yeah, we're just going to disagree on that.
And the reason I think that is because the Seahawks are a one-sided coin. That defense is a monster. But if Shanahan doesn't go in and score 3 and 10 points, which is wildly uncharacteristic for this team, there's no way that the points that Darnold and the Seahawks put up in that first game, because the playoff game, I file that like the Philly game without Purdy. That was a wild aberration.
No, Matt, come on. What about Week 18? Matt, I was there, Matty. What about Week 18?
Come on.
And guys, JSN is in his prime. Kenneth Walker is in his prime. We've got to be realistic here.
Darnold now is in his prime, yeah.
Let me ask you, would they trade Christian McCaffrey straight up for Kenneth Walker right now?
No.
All right.
Just Matt also.
I'm not trying to be mean. I love CMC. I love him.
He's not going to be as good as he was this past year next year. Come on. Dude, Christian.
I know.
They're also not going to give him that opportunity because they need to cut those touches in half.
JSN, we could nitpick all we want. He had one of the great wide receiver seasons of all time this year, and he is a absolute force.
Yeah.
He had 115 yards in the first half yesterday.
He was unreal. He was
Come
unreal.
on.
He had 10
Who's guarding him?
He had 10 receptions, 53 yards, and a touchdown.
Joe, Week 18,
Iced the game too.
The only aberration was that Week 18 wasn't a 30-point loss for the Niners.
Correct.
That's the only aberration in the two matchups.
I'm not going to agree with you, Matt, when you say it's like, oh, it was just a one-off here. It was a one-off there. No, Not when it's in the span of twice in 3 weeks.
And also,
that's not a one-off. That's twice in the span of 3 weeks. You got humbled. You got absolutely destroyed offensively. Kyle Shanahan needs to take a cold shower and a hard look in the mirror after those performances.
He's entitled to his opinion, but I'm telling you, Niner fans, what I don't want to hear today, because I don't think you're being fair enough to Seattle. We are not as good as them. Healthy or not, you have got to give them credit. Witherspoon is better than Lenore. Ewan Mora is better than any safety you have. Ernest Jones and the other linebackers played better than your linebackers the last 2 years. Their defensive line, especially up front, is better than yours, with Nick or not.
Well, I'm also not going to give, and Matt, I appreciate the conversation.
And there's not one guy on their offensive line who, maybe Trent at left tackle with Cross. Everyone else, they're taking their offensive line over ours.
Well, Matt, and he speaks, I think, for a lot of how Niner fans are feeling too. I'm not just.
I just don't think it's right.
But a lot of people are feeling how Matt's feeling. Where I'm also going to push back is, hey man, if we're healthy next year, I was like, what? We're literally arguing about substation electronic waves. The players think it's real. Christian McCaffrey thinks it's a thing because of the injuries of this team. You think those are just going away? No,
I think the Kittle injury for me is a big bummer and letdown, and Ayuk not being on the team is a big bummer. Letdown. These are two huge holes to fill. Yes, you won 12 games this year. Yes, it was a great season. To me, I'm looking at it. I think the Kittle injury really just changes my outview of what they could accomplish this offseason. I think it makes it really difficult. It's a huge hole. He's not just a good player. He's one of the greatest players to ever wear a Niner uniform.
Which one? George Kittle?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I'm also looking.
It's a big loss. It's a big loss.
You couldn't run the ball this year. That's another thing that we just keep glossing over when we're talking about why you couldn't run the ball effectively this year, given Christian McCaffrey's amazing season. His yards per carry were dog bleep. It's not Christian's fault. This is a run-first offense, Joe, and they couldn't run the ball. So, yes, wide receivers, great. Can we get some offensive lineman help, maybe?
They need playmakers and offensive line bad.
Well, that's...
Purdy needs playmakers really bad. And that's, again, as we're talking about some of the needs, what makes the Kittle thing so frustrating. He's one of the best playmakers on the team in the league. And you don't have him, and you don't have Ayuk, and Jennings is going to be a free agent. And I don't know if Pearsall can be trusted. I don't even know if Pearsall can be trusted. Had Pearsall played healthy this year, I think my entire opinion might be shifted. I think they need a lot of weapons on offense.
And Greg Cosell, who, covers the game, covers the NFL, does all the film breakdown. He joins Willard and Dibbs every single week. This is what he had to say about their biggest need or biggest fix this offseason is the rushing attack.
They couldn't really move the ball consistently inside in the run game. So as they evaluate each individual player, they have to make that decision as to whether they need to, look elsewhere or whether they feel certain guys can play better, as with another year. That's a decision they have to make. But the bottom line is, for a team that needs to be able to run the ball as a foundation, as a stabilizer, and with sustainability, they could not do that this year the way they had done so in the past.
And how do you fix that? You just heard it. Whether it's offensive linemen, whether it's getting more help there. Well, I don't know. Do you have to reinvent yourself? Do you have to tinker with something? Did Mike McDonald? He's not going anywhere. The guy's under 40 years old. He's not going anywhere.
I don't think tinkering with your own team and being aggressive to move people is waving of the white flag. No. In fact, I find it to be more of a reload around the quarterback. Last year, it was pretty obvious you needed to reload the defense, right?
Correct.
This year, to me, it's very obvious you need to reload the offense.
So
as well as continue to supplement the defense.
I think most Niner fans and you and Bonte and we talked about it, is you guys were okay with the first 5 picks in the draft being defensive.
Yes. Now we could argue about what those picks were, but
correct.
Yes.
But you were the
defense was bad.
You understood the thought process.
Yes.
Yeah, the defense was bad. I mean, your starting linebacker quit on the team. You needed to do something to address it. This year, not to say you go first 5 all offensive, but I can understand when you're coming away from the 2 biggest games of the season, when you're failed to combine to score 10 points. Yeah, you need to get some playmakers somewhere.
Well, and then I think we're looking at just the draft. They have a lot of money in the offseason.
They do.
You look at someone and I don't even know, I'm not even sure what his value is. I don't know how much you'd have to overpay. Kyle Pitts, right?
Oh.
That'd be a nice fill-in, but I'm not the biggest Kyle Pitts fan. He's kind of teased us for a long, long time. I also know that guys in free agency get dramatically overpaid. What's he worth for a couple of years? That shores up one of the many holes you have on this team, and that makes it way less, less porous on offense.
He is super young, which helps still. He's 25. So he drafted pretty young out of Florida. Is that where he came from?
Florida.
Yeah, Florida. He's a top 5 pick.
So, if you got Alex Pierce in the offseason and Kyle Pitts now I'm looking at my offense a little different. Not that Alex Pierce is, going to be JSN, but he's solid. He's a really, really good player.
Yeah.
Now I have less holes. Like right now, if I just hit the Niner fans, first pick, what's it going to be? You could go in like 9 directions.
I just said Daniel Jeremiah dropped his first mock draft this morning. NFL Network, former scout in the NFL, guy knows his stuff. I respect his opinion tremendously. He says the Niners might go tight end. I understand why. You have to see the writing on the wall with Kittle, which goes back to our ties emotionally as fans. It's a very difficult conversation. I know you don't say these things lightly because of Nick Bosa winning a DPOY, Trent Williams being one of the best left tackles in his heyday. These are tough things we have to talk about, but when you see the product on the field last night, you start feeling it as a fan. Man, we need to have some hard truths right now. Shout out Stannis Baratheon. Jonathan in San Francisco.
And I've got, in about 5 minutes, I'm going to give you the 10 statements that make me want to puke as we get ready for Super Bowl week.
Want to puke?
Yeah.
I hope you don't do that this morning. I don't want to smell
10
it.
statements that make me want to throw up as I sit here on the Monday after the championship games.
Can't wait for that's called the tease people. Can't wait for that. Jonathan in the city. What's up, Jonathan?
Hey, good morning, Joe and Joe. You want a bold move? I got a bold move. I've been asking for this for years now. They got to fire John Lynch. Kyle Shanahan is never going to win it all because he doesn't have a real GM. Hey, how's his daddy do without a real GM? Can't win it. He won when he got himself a real GM. Same thing with Mark Holmgren, Andy Reid, right? They didn't start winning at all until they got themselves a GM. This Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch pig of picking players, especially in the early rounds, they're a bunch of head scratchers. Who was John Lynch's first pick when he was a GM? A tackle from Stanford. No good. And then last year, when the draft was tackle heavy, he went tackle. Dude, they got a lot of tackles. Why are you going tackle in the first pick? I myself would have gone after that mustard tight end from Penn State. Imagine Tyler Warren with George Kittle. Imagine Warren with a quarterback like Brock Purdy, who loves the in-breaking routes and the inside the numbers action. I mean, dude, they got to get a real GM because look at all these teams in the Super Bowl. They got GMs. How did the Seattle Seahawks assemble this team? Because they got a real GM picking all these studs. I'm sick and tired of, they told John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, don't pick Pearsall because he's got an injury history. What they do, they picked him anyway. What happened? He's always injured. I mean, come on, guys. Let's get a real GM here.
That's Jonathan in San Francisco. And I think, a lot of people are frustrated with John Lynch, and rightfully so. I don't think John Lynch is happy about the state of this team when it comes to the prospects. Now, we were having a conversation, heading into that Seattle game last week, Joe, and saying, man, John Lynch, he has a lot on the line this week. Because if some of these young guys start producing in a game like this, man, what does that do for the confidence of Niner fans? If they produce, they win this game, and then you're looking at the offseason like, okay, we just had a really good draft class. Really wasn't the case. And then you're viewing it like Michael Williams, torn ACL, how's he going to look coming back? That's your first-round pick. Can Ricky Pearsall even stay on the field? That was your other first-round pick the year prior.
I don't know what you do with Pearsall
I don't know
this
either.
offseason. I just don't know.
Do you flirt with trading him? Is that a bold move?
Okay, if you trade, who you replacing him with? He's one of the few guys with speed.
Well, Jordan Addison would probably be the guy. That's people are talking about, but there's risk involved there. So there's risk no matter what we're talking about here. And I do look at John Lynch saying, we talked about it last week too. Do you start flirting with moving him in a different role? Would he want to accept a different role? I have no idea. And are fans willing to do that? Like John Lynch, are you willing to start to say, you know what, John, we've had really good moments. We need a fresh start here. Because you got to keep Kyle. No one's moving Kyle.
Yeah, but Kyle needs to refresh their playmakers bad. And So you're asking, like, do you trust Lynch? Kyle makes a lot of these decisions too. So like I've always found it very difficult in terms of, not pointing the finger or whatever, but like, who do you give credit or blame to?
Correct. Yeah. Correct.
Is it Lynch or is it Shanahan on these picks? Like, who picked Debo? Feels like Kyle, but like, I don't want to not give Lynch credit.
It's because it's always, okay, so if it's offensive, we're going to give it to Kyle. Defensive, we're going to give it to John. That's kind of what it feels like, right?
Well, who picked Pearsall then? I think Kyle, right?
I think so too.
Right? But I always believe that these decisions are made in concert with other people in the room, scouts, everybody. Like, they narrow it down, and then at the end of the day, yeah, there might be one person that has like the final say. I don't know. Like, and is Pearsall pick? Is it a bad pick because the player's not good enough or he's not healthy enough?
Not healthy enough.
Right now, it's not healthy enough.
It's not healthy enough, and that's a problem. That's a problem. It's part of the conversation when guys like Matt in San Francisco call and say, hey, they could be healthy next year. I was like, really? Who are you counting on? Who can you 100% feel certain is going to be healthy next year? 100% of your big star players.
Colton McKivitz.
Great. Thanks.
I'm teasing.
It was actually, no.
And Lenore's been really healthy.
And Lenore's been healthy and McKivitz.
Some would say he's not a star, but I think Lenore's been extremely durable.
I agree.
The other one, like so you got Juwan Jennings as a free agent right now, and I love Juwan. He had a really good year when you look at the numbers, but he's not getting open against that defense. Now, I don't make all my roster decisions strictly against one team, right? The Seattle, but that's definitely in my mind, like, we got to get some guys that can take the top off and be a threat. And as much as Juwan has been a very good and useful player for this team, I'm hesitant to lock him up long term. And like, how much does he want?
I want to give you a two-piece on that one. I'm going to give you John Lynch on Juwan, and then I'm going to give you Kyle Shanahan addressing the lack of team speed with the San Francisco 49ers. Plus, we're throwing out the phone line, 888-957-9570. What's a bold move you need to see the 49ers do this offseason? You can go in a multitude of ways. Oreo, Dave, we'll get to you in a second.
And
but
then
first,
just the Ayuk thing.
I know.
It threw a monkey wrench into everything.
John Lynch on Juwan Jennings.
The passion that guy plays the game with is something I admire, and I always have. And this year was no different. He dealt with a lot of injuries throughout the course of the year, but Juwan always plays with the passion. We can always count on Juwan. We can move him around. He blocks. He does the little things. You can see by the way the other players respond. It's not because he plays the right way, and I think it frustrates other people. He makes us better. We'd love to have him back. We'll go to work to try to get that accomplished. We'll see where that goes.
How's an interesting way he phrased that? He plays the right way and frustrates other people.
Because he blocks, as Kyle wants you to be physical and block and being intimidated. He's one of the few guys with attitude.
Well, the attitude for sure, but we were also questioning at times, like, what is he doing to get all these other players really like that, want to like kill him almost? I'm paraphrasing here, but like who's my guy out in Cleveland that wanted to beat his ass? One of that defensive lineman. You know what I'm talking about? Obviously, he had the run-in with Trayvon Merrick, right? Like, he does something to piss off the opposition. There's something to be said about that.
There is, but is that a $25 million price tag? Is it a 17? I'm in. 25, 26, 27, I'm real hesitant.
Really rich for my blood. And
do you get where I'm going? Like, I don't know what his price tag is.
Well, what's more important right now? Having a receiver like him or having someone like, the Seahawks had yesterday, or Rashid Shaheed? I'd like to have both.
Yeah, the issue is Rashid. He fits Darnold because Darnold's got a big arm and he's throwing it down the field. Like that fade, we just don't run fades a lot.
I know.
That's not a Shanahan staple, even though it's the Shanahan offense in Seattle.
Both those guys, those quarterbacks, the arm talent yesterday was just incredible. Shanahan on getting faster.
Yes, definitely. Being fast helps. Being good helps. There's lots of ways to do it, but you'd love it balanced out perfectly with your whole team, offensively, defensively, special teams. We definitely noticeably we're slower this year than we have been in years past. Sometimes that's substituted for a better football player. That doesn't mean you're always worse because of that, but it is. You definitely need more speed out there to handle things week in and week out for some of the situations that come up for certain schemes and certain defenses, certain offenses too.
And it was just obvious watching the NFC Championship game last night. The amount of speed from both those teams is insane.
Well, and also
insane.
The ability to contort and make a catch in traffic. Puka and Devontae they're as good as it gets in the league.
Yes.
And JSN's right there, but like some of the catches that Puka makes are it's spectacular is an understatement.
Well, and it's easy if those two teams aren't in your division. You say, oh yeah, man, that's really good. But I'm just going to worry about my own or my own team right now. But no, I have to compete against them. I have to play them twice a year. I'm going that is the measuring stick. It's not I'm not measuring myself against the Broncos or the Patriots. I'm measuring against the best of my division, and those are the two best, not only in the division, in the conference.
That felt. I don't want to diminish New England because you never know in these games, but it felt like the winner of the NFC was going to win the Super Bowl. But we got 2 weeks.
We do, but we've had those instances in the past where I feel like we've been pretty right about that. Once upon a time, it was the Niners Seahawks with a date with who? Yeah. Denver. I always kind of felt like the Denver defense there was kind of fugazi. And if you punch Peyton Manning in the mouth, historically in the playoffs, the first play of the game was a safety. I know. Night, see you later. It was over. And that was at MetLife. Remember the whole conversation there was is it going to snow? Is it going to be cold? It was actually a perfect night. It's 60 degrees. And Roger Goodell was sitting by himself outside. I'm one of the people. I'm sitting out here. Are we going to see Roger Goodell do that here at Levi's? Let's see. Oh, people are fired up about this conversation. They're also fired up about your tease, Joe. 10 minutes. The top 10 things that makes you want to throw up as a Niner fan right now?
Yeah, this morning when you wake up.
Is that how you felt?
Yeah.
You got out of bed, it's no?
It was a really hard sit for most Niner fans watching it. I hate Sean Payton going back to Bounty Gate. No, I do. I hate him.
You can't stand the Patriots because they've been winning so much.
Forever. And it's not that I hate the Patriots. It's just really they're going to do it again. Okay.
I do. I hate
with a
them.
new quarterback.
I can't stand
them. Of course
them. I can't stand just the.
And they hit on their number 3 pick, and we didn't even come close to hitting.
I didn't even know Drake May was going to be. I didn't know if he was going to be good or not. He showed some promise and flashes last year.
He looks incredible.
Again,
he made a really nice play with his legs yesterday to win that game.
Another takeaway that I have in all of this, and I can't stand the guy either, Sean Payton. But God, coaching, man, is an all-time premium. As we're saying,
Payton's got to take the points.
Oh my. Backup quarterback.
Seen it 3 weeks in a row.
They had to have known a storm was approaching. Someone's telling these guys a blizzard's coming. Take the points.
That was also
they could have won the game.
Beautiful theater at the end of that game.
If I'm Jared Stidham was disgusted with that snow in the second half.
Jared Stidham's not good.
Well, he would have been better if the snow wasn't there.
I love how we all talked ourselves into it. Stidham did play well against the Niners 3 years ago.
What did you see in that first half when there was no weather that made you think that Jared Stidham was that good?
100%, Sam.
Drive. 7 points, baby.
Ooh, 7 points. That's enough.
You got to take the points, though. How many times are we learning this in the playoffs? Early in the game, if it's 0-0, take the points.
Well, also, is it Jared Stidham's fault that Will Lutz just, stinks?
Oh, both are true. But early in the game, he's also kicking in crazy conditions. Makes you really appreciate, Goskowski, Vanderjack, obviously the GOAT, Vinatieri, all these guys that have kicked in crazy weather.
Robbie Gould.
And it really makes
Robbie Gould,
me
yes.
appreciate,
Good call, Robbie Gould.
The performance and the theater that we saw in a real football game in Seattle. 45 degrees, picture perfect night, no wind, just pure football and pure quarterback arm talent. It was tremendous.
The Arena League's starting back up, I heard.
What is?
I heard the Arena League's going to start back up, Stone. Yeah.
Are we going to get SaberCats? We're coming back?
Yeah, that's what I heard.
I think you're going to be their honorary captain.
Dude, let's go. I'll do the coin flip. You're the SaberCats gear. The Saber Kittens, they coming back too? Oreo Cookie in Oakland. What's up, Oreo?
Hey, what up, fellas? Good morning. Happy Monday. Well, what can be of this happiness that we can. You're right, Shasky, man. As a 49ers fan, I didn't know who to root for. Man, I didn't know who I wanted to lose. I wanted them all to lose, really. But it was crazy about that. But as far as making the moves during the offseason, you guys have brought up Nick Bosa. And I get the logic from it, see what you can get for Nick Bosa, but I don't want to get rid of him. I like the line of Nick Bosa, C.J. West, Collins, and Williams coming back. I could start with those 4. That's a start, and then you get Warner back. So that's a pretty good middle, I think. We could start there. But I want to make some moves on offense. One that isn't as bold is Trent Williams. We just got to get him out of here. I'm done with that radio walkout. And I think that radio walkout is so fake, man, that we need to get rid of it just by getting rid of Williams, man. I'm going to go there first. But my boldest one, I want to see what we can get for Brock Purdy. Now, hear me out. I like Brock Purdy. He proved me, wrong this year. He did pretty good. But when Mac Jones was in there was not much of a drop-off. I don't think it was. Mac Jones was ascending. Mac Jones was having the offense humming. I think Mac Jones might have got us a touchdown against the Seahawks. But that's my bold move. I want to see what we can give for Brock. Mac Jones, he's good enough. I think we could win with him.
Well, I would just say this. I think
that's a bold move.
The 2 thuds for Purdy at the end of the year, I'm not moving Purdy unless it's for someone who's way better than him.
I also like,
and it's just that guy's not going to be
we
available.
also pick and choose. Like Mac Jones isn't winning that game in Philadelphia.
I don't.
Mac Jones is not winning that game in Philadelphia.
Joe, the 49ers were not winning that game, and regardless of who the quarterback is in Seattle.
And in Seattle, they won.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's fair. No one was open. This is why I keep coming back to they don't have enough picks to fill out the amount of playmakers that they have. That they have a need for, excuse me.
What's the bold move the Niners need to make this offseason? 888-957-9570. And by the way, Super Bowl 60 is set. If you were under a rock yesterday and missed all the action, it's going to be Patriots, Seahawks at Levi Stadium in 13 days, Joe. Pats, Seahawks.
I'm going out of town for the weekend.
Where are you going?
I'm going to go up to the cabin. I promised my wife after the Niners got knocked out. I'm like, we're getting out of here. I don't want to be anywhere near the city when that game's going on.
What?
I'm dead serious.
You're going to be locked in a Bad Bunny at halftime, though.
Nope. I'm going to be up the river. I might even golf during the Super Bowl.
No, we got to talk about it the next day.
Yep.
We're not going to talk about it?
Yep.
Or you have Warriors.
Of course I'm going to watch.
Are the Warriors playing at the same time? Is it going to be Warriors-Hornets? No? Again? One of those. Warriors back in action tonight, by the way, in Minnesota. 6:30 tip right here, 95.7 The Game. 5:30 Warriors live. They got the win yesterday after the postponement on Saturday for obvious reasons with the protests going on in Minnesota. And that Timberwolves team just looked like a team that was going through a lot and fighting through some adversity for sure. Let's go to Dave in Fresno. What's up, Davey? What's a bold move you want to see the Niners make this offseason?
Good morning. Yeah, the bold move I would like to see, which I don't see happening, but I think they would have to either promote John Lynch or fire him, whichever way, however you want to do it. I don't see this team getting better unless they change that dynamic of him and Kyle just kind of being kind of one. Like people will say, "Oh, he's not making the moves," or you should fire him if he's not, because what is he there for? If he is, then you should fire him for that. So I think, Shasky wants all this picks and do this and that. That all sounds good. But if you don't have a competent GM or a competent front office, what's the point? Like, either whether you want to rebuild, retool, however you want to do it, they're not doing a good job. They're going backwards. They're rescinding. Other teams are ascending. So, I don't have faith in the front office, the GM department. So I think that needs to change if we want to, see progress. Because
I think, Dave, let me interrupt you. Yeah. I'm going to interrupt you.
Yeah.
So this is where you and I will disagree. I think as long as Purdy is healthy for 15 games and Kyle's the coach, you could have a lot of different rosters around him, and they're going to find a way to win 8 or 9 games. Like, bare minimum. You know what I mean? That's my belief. That's why I'm so aggressive. I do agree with you. I have major question marks on who's making these picks.
Yeah, and it's like, I'm just saying them as a tandem. It's not like one is bad at the job. Them as a tandem is what we need to go away from. And how you separate them, again, if you want to promote John and bring in another guy, talent evaluate, I'm all for that. But just to run it back and say, hey, we're just going to wait till guys come back healthy. We've been doing that for 3 straight years. Every season, when IU comes back, when Greenlaw comes back, now when Kittle comes back, we're going to be fine. They have this mindset of just keep doing the same thing we've been doing the last 9 years. We've been to Super Bowls. We've been to NFC championships. Like, no, you have to update your resume in the field. Every year you have to you cannot live off what you did in 2023, 2019. You need to evolve. You need to, learn and look around the league. What are other teams doing? To have all these players being redshirted or constantly reaching on players and really missing on your free agent spending, the Hargraves, the Campbells, the Leonard Floyds. Like every player they sign in free agency does not make it to year 2. And the draft picks have been head scratchers. So it's like you look around. What are we doing? You cannot have confidence in this front office going forward.
Thanks, Dave. Yeah, I hear you, and the frustration is palpable. John Lynch, he's getting it through the calls. He's getting it through the text line. This team did just win, a wild card game a couple weeks ago. It feels like he is getting scapegoated a little bit right now. Like, does John Lynch get any credit for what the team did at all this year, or none?
They had a good year, they did, but also, Joe, I think there's a variety of ways to view the season. It was a good year, but now I'm like, okay, how do we close the gap to get better next year? Like, we're not in this just to have fun.
No,
Kyle's in this to win a Super Bowl, right?
Absolutely, and in it to win it with the injury report. The results of Jonathan Kuminga's MRI are in. And the good news is he did not suffer a serious injury to his right knee. The bad news, though, is the MRI found that he did suffer a bone bruise and a hyperextension in the knee. The Warriors will monitor his recovery process, and a reevaluation date will be determined in the coming days. Remember, February 5th, that trade deadline is approaching next Thursday, February 5th. How does that impact that? We shall see. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. And you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live in the free Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And we were talking about all this morning, Joe, the Super Bowl 60 matchup. It's set. It's Patriots. It's Seahawks. It's going to be at Levi Stadium in 13 days. We're all going to be watching it. We're going to be at Radio Row. We're going to be talking about that game ad nauseum. But if you're a Niner fan watching the NFC Championship game last night, you have got to feel like, man, how do we get back here? Just first and foremost, to hell with the gap, to hell with everything. How the hell does this team get back to this position?
How do they get back and then go a step farther?
Yes. That's what you want. Ultimately, it's not just about getting back to the NFC Championship game. You've done that multiple times under the Kyle Shanahan era. It's getting to the Super Bowl, what you've done multiple times, and winning it. How do you do that? Well, in order to do that, sometimes you got to be bold. And that's why we're taking the calls today, 888-957-9570. What is a bold move Niner fans want to have this offseason? It could be anything. It could be trading a quarterback. It could be, firing someone if you want them. You can be mixing and matching. Whatever. Whatever it is, what does it need to be? 888-957-9570. And also, Joe, you woke up this morning sick to your stomach. Tell me why. Tell me why.
Oh, you want to hear my top 10 statements?
And I need some music to go along with it. I need some sort of musical bed to go along with why Shasky is sick to his stomach.
All right, in no order. You want to hear the top 10 things that I wake up this morning as a Niner fan, and I'm just sick to my stomach as I think about this Super Bowl. First one, Sam Darnold on his fifth team could win a Super Bowl, turn to the audience after accepting the Super Bowl trophy, and thank the 49ers, Shanahan, and Purdy.
Seeing ghosts.
Just let that settle in.
He's not doing that. Hold on.
What?
He gets the Super Bowl MVP trophy. First and foremost, I want to thank Kyle Shanahan.
But hey, man, thanks, Kyle, for giving me the chance, and Purdy, that's coming.
Would you
Mendoza
like that?
shouted out Cal, very similar.
Exactly.
That's true. Future number 1 overall pick. Would you want that, by the way, if Sam did that? He's like, oh, that makes me feel good about Kyle.
The hell kind of question is that?
What? That make you feel good at all? That's what?
Could you imagine, some former ex-girlfriend, she's getting married. I want to thank my previous boyfriend
the hell kind of question
for
is
me
that?
to have this moment right now marrying someone else. What kind of question is that?
Thank you for helping me see what a real man needs to be like.
Exactly.
Well,
what?
If I'm
Love you're in your bag.
If I'm Kyle Shanahan, that's a feather in my cap. I helped fix this guy. That's.
How about we win a Super Bowl? A feather in the cap.
You know what? Kyle Shanahan deserves more credit than some of these other guys that are getting credit, like the Kevin O'Connells of the world. Sam Darnold learned real
You know
football
what?
in
Hang
San
the
Francisco.
banner. We helped Darnold win a Super Bowl.
That honestly,
what?
That's an accomplishment. We all thought this guy was cooked.
Please stop. All right, number 2. John Schneider is the first GM to go to 2 different Super Bowls with a new head coach and not one player from the previous Super Bowl.
Wow. That's incredible. That's a stat for
in the history of the NFL.
That's a good GMs, man.
Look, he's one of the best GMs in my life, and he's kind of flown under the radar. We kind of knew he was really good way back in the day, but to reinvent himself the way that he has, what a great job this guy's done.
Well,
like a great job. I can't talk enough about him.
If he does this, you have to put him in the conversation of Howie Roseman, who we all say is the greatest GM right now. I mean, he's been with Seattle for, he started off in 2000, then he bounced to Washington, Green Bay, and he came back in 2010. And since then, man, it's 3 Super Bowl trips, and he might be 2-1 in them in 13 days.
Let me just drive the wedge even more. The third thing that makes me sick to my stomach as I wake up this morning.
A lot of tummy aches.
The New England Patriots are looking for their 7th Super Bowl since the Niners last won their last.
Are you serious?
And the Seahawks are looking for their 2nd Super Bowl win since the 49ers last won their last Super Bowl.
That Super Bowl keeps getting farther and farther and farther away.
The VHS, the quality on the video gets older and older and older and older. I mean, pretty soon it's going to look like Civil War footage to me.
Well, I'm about the same age as like the last time they won, so you can just keep following as I get older, as I get more gray beard and my hair falls off.
Another thing that makes me sick to my stomach, Mike Vrabel in year 1, after New England was 6-26 the last 2 years, is taking a number 3 overall pick drafted quarterback to a Super Bowl.
You know what? That makes me sick. There's real fans out here that are diehards, that like the Jets fans. I think about you. I think about the Raider fans. I think about the Browns.
Think about Bills fans.
No, Bills. And this guy, Mike Vrabel, in his first year, comes into the New England, who's won 6 Super Bowls since 2000. It takes them to the Super Bowl. Football gods, my ass. It's disgusting.
Bob Kraft, give him some credit.
Oh.
What?
Yeah.
He's getting his happy ending after Brady.
It's a pretty good one.
You feel good about that one?
I had to.
You feel good about that
I
one?
had to.
You feel good?
See, here's another thing.
Seriously, though, Joe, seriously.
What? Bob Kraft's a great owner.
No, but there's no football gods. I don't want to hear that term ever.
No, there are. They just are really evil.
There's no such thing.
You believe in good gods?
No,
Joe.
I'm an atheist when it comes to the football gods. They don't exist.
You wonder why they
Cleveland
punish you.
Brown fans on line 1.
How about it just be this? We have inept ownership around the league and inept teams that continue to do inept things. And if you're just functionally high level, you'll be in the mix. How about that?
Robert Kraft did do inept things. This team was not good the last couple of years.
He fired Gerard Mayo, and he had the gumption to get rid of Belichick.
They got lucky.
No one's perfect.
They got lucky.
That was a 5-year rebuild.
They got lucky.
Like what?
That was one of the fastest rebuilds.
That's what I'm saying. What are you talking about? Like the Miami Dolphins have been in mediocrity for
I hope
decades.
Seattle drops 40 on them and they get absolutely destroyed.
So you're not going to give Robert Kraft any credit for hiring the right people.
Sure, it fell right into his lap with Mike Vrabel.
Come on,
it was an obvious pick.
Come on,
it was obvious.
Come on.
All right. It is.
I like moving goalposts too.
I know. The 10 statements, I got to rattle through these. Seattle could not only celebrate their 2nd Super Bowl, but if you thought turkey on the 50 was bad, how about them celebrating a Super Bowl win on our field and smoking more cigars in our locker room?
The only way it could be worse if like Russell Wilson and Pete Carroll were there too. That's the only way that it could be worse.
Oh, watch him do the foghorn before the game.
Oh, no. Are they going to do that for the Super Bowl still?
Unlimited.
Are they going to do that for the Super Bowl?
I don't know. All right, number 6, Mike McDonald defeated 2 generational offensive minds, and by year 2, he has beaten both of them twice, 1 time each in the playoffs in McVay and Shanahan. It's pretty. It's just like
you reap what you sow, brother.
He's a generational mind too. He's talking about generational offensively. Maybe Mike McDonald's generational.
He might be, Joe. He just might be. Yeah. Sam Darnold, 4 touchdowns, 475 yards in his last 2 playoff games, 0 turnovers. Jimmy Garoppolo in 6 playoff games.
Oh, my God, don't.
4 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. Just to let you know, in 2 playoff games, he has half of the passing yards, more than half, than what Jimmy has in 6.
He's the favorite to win the MVP for the Super Bowl. It's plus 130, Sam Darnold.
Do you want to know what Jimmy Garoppolo averages per playoff game?
What?
137 yards passing per game.
God.
By the way, Jimmy, thank God he's not in the Super Bowl. Rams!
Oh, yeah, he was on the sideline yesterday
Thank
with the Rams.
Thank God. The Rams. They had 3 plays over 35-plus yards yesterday. The Niners had 0 in the 2 games against the Seahawks.
0.
They had 3 just yesterday.
The Rams in one game.
The Niners had 3 all year.
The Rams in one game scored 27 points. The Niners in 3 games against that
2
team
more.
scored 26.
Stafford. The 2 times that he played Seattle, Stafford, he threw for 375, 3 touchdowns, 0 picks, 1 sack. Yesterday, that was yesterday's numbers. And then in the Thursday night game, he dropped back 50 times, threw for 460, 3 touchdowns, 0 sacks. How can they move the ball effortlessly almost, and we can't? And then the number one thing that makes me the most sick over the weekend as I wake up this morning. Why is Trent Taylor in combo with the 4 best players on offense? It makes 0 sense to me. Why is Trent Taylor part of the combo clique? Get him out of here. Cut him, remove him from the team. Stop it. I get it. He's a drinking buddy of George and Kyle. Get him away from my team.
Well, you just said it. They're in Cabo. They're drinking.
I don't think you have to be on the Niners to go to Cabo.
Yeah, wait,
he was on the Niners all year.
Yeah, I'm saying, I don't think that's conditional on going to Cabo.
Who do you think got more touches in the practice squad reps?
Trent Taylor gets you so upset.
Who do you think got more practice? No, I don't care that you guys they go to Cabo. It's Trent Taylor specifically. I want to make this very clear. I bet you Trent Taylor gets focused on more in practice on offense and has more looks than Jordan Watkins, than Jacob Cowings, than all their draft picks. Got to keep feeding Trent. He might have something left.
Well, that's an indictment on those other guys.
You know, feed Malik Turner and Trent Taylor. Feed them. Never know when you might have one go off their shoulder pads.
Well, let's not feed you because you're going to throw up with all these takes. Because these are the things that are making
Am I the only one that saw the Cabo Click photo? And I'm not mad at the Cabo Click
photo. It's like a video, and it's like on the background. It's like, sorry for party rock.
The guy has had one catch in 4 seasons.
LMFAO we're using? They were cool 20 years ago. Like, what are we? Come on, guys.
The hell kind of question is that?
Trent Taylor.
I do love that Sean McVay cut. It's pretty good.
I saw Trent Taylor, and I was like, get him out of here. I don't even want to see him.
Hey, do you want to talk to Brian and Palo Alto on the other side? He's there. He'll talk to you. He'll calm you down. He'll give you a Pepto-Bismol. I think you need one right now because you're sick to your stomach. Niner fans are sick.
Which one of those things that I said make me sick to my stomach? Which one's the worst?
The Patriots one.
You and the Patriots.
I hate them. They don't. No. You had your run. You had the greatest stretch in the history of North American sports. Stop. You need to suck for 20 years. You need to.
You got to tuck one more in there.
Yes. It always comes back.
They
to
don't trigger me. I'm kind of happy for Vrabel.
I think they trigger America. They do.
Fairness, Shasky, your history with the Patriots is a little bit different from Spadoni's.
Oh, I'm well aware.
Steve in San Francisco, Brian in Palo Alto, Richard in Riverbank. Hey, let's be bold. Let's boldly go where no one's gone before on the other side. What do the Niners need to do, Niner fans? It's brought to you by Fairmount Bank, here for you, here for good.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie. Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on America's best network. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed test intelligence data 2H 2025. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
Boost your breakfasts at Whole Foods Market. Get a pint of organic blueberries for $4.99 each with Prime through January 27th. Add some color to your pancakes, yogurt bowls, oats, and more. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia. Featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home in an explosive rematch against Diego Lopez.
You gotta be kidding me.
And the always dangerous Dan Hooker. Throws down with powerhouse Benoit Saint-Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown.
There's never been anything like this.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Jewelry Graham. Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, here to remind you that Valentine's Day is Saturday, February the 14th. It's the most romantic day of the year to give and get fine jewelry. We have expertly crafted gifts for every type of sweetheart, any style, any budget. Get creative and design a custom necklace with meaningful charms, including 14-karat gold letters, engravable hearts, and birthstones. For the one, we'll help you propose with a dream engagement ring. Come see our wide selection of hand-picked natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes, in stock and ready to compare side by side. At Shane Company, love is always in the air with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty, everyday competitive prices, and no-pressure shopping experience. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to win Valentine's Day. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go to carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast!
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia. Featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home in an explosive rematch against Diego Lopez.
You gotta be kidding me!
And the always dangerous Dan Hooker. Throws down with powerhouse Benoit Saint-Denis in a high-action lightweight showdown.
There's never been anything like this.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Bay Area, it's Stephen Curry. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
You really are. You really are. Welcome back. Spadoni, Shasky, Morning Roast. We're rolling, baby. We'll go out to all their phones, all your texts, 888-957.
We're rolling. Why don't you tell them exactly what's happening?
Well, this is live radio, and you can't predict things. Our studio completely shut off.
It was flickering like out of what's that old video game, Resident Evil?
Oh, I love Resident Evil.
So like the opening scene when there's like an alien hanging from the wall and the lights flickering in and out.
Not an alien, but a zombie. Yes.
What a zombie, excuse me. And that's what was happening. And now Carter's filming us in the control panel area. Imagine being in like the mainframe of the spaceship. We are now broadcasting from the panel.
We are. And you know what? We keep it going. We don't. Shasky brought this up, and I always try to live by it, and it's a great one. You pivot, you don't panic. Although I do think I screwed us here as I was talking about the football gods, Joe, and I was yelling at them.
Robert Kraft put it in the call.
And I didn't. I said they don't exist. They shut off our studios. And also, when we're watching the rest of the country under snow, what did I say, Joe? I said, man, isn't it great that the sun is shining in California and our studio immediately crashes? Yeah. I screwed us. I did. I'll be honest. I did. Hey, flag on me. Flag on me. And Sam, if you're listening right now, can I have my reads? Because I left them in the other room. Or if Carter, if you can hear me, bring them in. I don't think anyone can hear me. That's fine. If anyone can hear us, 888-957-9570. Thank you, Sam. We'll figure this out. In the meantime, we asked the question, bold moves in the offseason. I mean, what does it look like? 888-957-9570 for the 49ers. Is it firing someone? Is it, do you need a reshuffling or a retinkering? Like, I always hate saying that too. You need to fire someone to make a point. So blood has to be spilled for John Lynch. I was like, let's all take a step back. John Lynch has been a major positive for this entire franchise. I mean, that's who I want, shaking hands, kissing babies, all of that.
Yeah, but their drafting has left a lot to be desired. It puts them in the position that they're in currently.
Are you trying to figure out if we're going to be on YouTube right now, Sam? It's great. I hear an echo right now, so it's very distracting.
Let me say this to you, Joe. It seems to be, I guess, Coach Yak online was quote tweeting something that I said. I'll say it till I'm blue in the face, and I'll say it again. I don't think that the Niners fully healthy were beating this version of the Rams or the Seahawks right now. And I stand by that. And they were like, well, they did beat the Rams earlier this year, and they did beat the Seahawks earlier this year. I'm saying right now, those teams are very different versions of that team than what they were during the regular season. The Rams, yes, you beat them, okay? That first game. And then what happened the second time you played them?
Got absolutely destroyed.
I don't think Purdy beats that team. Do you? No. I know Mac didn't, but no. And Mac moved the ball really well in that game.
Mac played well in that game. Yes.
You don't have a defense to cover Puka or Devontae, and you weren't stopping their run game. Then I look at Seattle, and I say to myself, Seattle's the classic case of a team that from week to week to week kept evolving and getting better and getting stronger and became a different team by year's end.
We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios and also the Laughing Monk producer studio in the back currently. Sam is holding up the phone right now. And if you're just joining us, our entire station shut off power-wise. So we're in the producer room. We're in the back, and we're figuring it out. We're having fun. We're having a good time. This is called adjusting. Kind of like the Niners had to adjust this year, Joe, with all the injuries happening. We're doing that too. We're adjusting on the fly. We're figuring it out. And have you ever seen the movie... what is it? Cloverfield, where it was lost camera footage and like you were following around, like something was happening in New York City. There was this giant like monster that attacked like Godzilla. That's how we're being filmed right now on YouTube. It's like the lost footage and archives here at 95.7 The Game. And you know what's great about this, Joe, is I have producer experience right here. I don't know if you know this. I used to run the board for a show once upon a time called The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky. Yeah. So I'm very familiar on what to do in these situations. I also used to host by myself in the back. Sam helped. But I would do a solo by bringing myself in and out on the pregame show.
Sam holding the phone up like he's like videoing us. It's just, it's hilarious.
It's a chef's kiss. People have been waiting on hold. Let's go to the phones. Let's see if they work. First of all, we'll try. We'll start off with Richard in Riverbank. What's up, Rich?
Hey, how you guys doing? Can you hear me?
Yep, we got you.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, I think the movie we should move is go sign Wan'Dale Robinson for the Giants.
Say that one more time. Richard. You kind of like you were all over the place there. You're very fast. Slow and steady. What do you want?
Sorry about that. I said we go get Wan'Dale Robinson from the Giants as a free agent, and then trade Ayuk to the Bills for Keon Coleman. Two young stars.
Yeah. No one's trading for Brandon Ayuk right now. Wan'Dale Robinson is a nice name. I don't know if the Giants will be willing to part with one of those young wide receiver weapons.
Keon Coleman is intriguing. I liked him coming out of the draft. He's really slow though. He's similar more in terms of speed to Jawan Jennings, although he's quicker than Jennings. I just don't know what the hell is going on with him and Buffalo and his, I guess, professionalism. I mean, guy that if you're gonna go his
own owner basically was blasting him.
Yeah,
and he's still on the team.
Inactive for multiple games. Yeah. The guy that I would rather take a flyer on if we're gonna go former first round picks or former high picks, Brian Thomas Jr. See, to me, is there any world where we can make a trade involving Ricky Pearsall and some draft capital for Brian Thomas Jr.? Now that's something that intrigues me.
So that was a name that was brought up alongside Jordan Addison as well as Brian Thomas Jr. And
I'd rather have Thomas Jr. than Addison.
I would too. And it feels like Jacoby Myers, once they made that trade and you saw instantly the connection with Trevor Lawrence and Jacoby Myers and they extended him, maybe the writing is on the wall for Brian Thomas. Yeah. If you're the rest of the NFL landscape, hey, come knock on our door, give us an offer. That's something I definitely entertain.
Come and knock on our door. They've been waiting for you.
I don't know what sitcom that is. That's something, right?
Gosh, I don't even remember what the name of that show was. Yeah. The Boss Man. Well, you know who'll know? Because it's the 70s. Guru.
I was going to be honest. We're doing all this in the producer studio, and I keep watching the screen. And Sam just holding it right in front of us.
This is the height of the industry right now.
I love it.
We are at the height of the industry.
I love it so much. We're figuring it out as we go along. And 888-957-9570. We also just had Shasky's top 10 things that made him sick to his stomach waking up this morning after watching championship weekend in the NFL. We could also take your calls and texts. What makes you the most sick about this Super Bowl matchup if you're a 49ers fan?
It was Three's Company.
Okay. Is that what it is?
Yeah, I think Mr. Furley was the owner of the building.
Oh, thank you. Mac Dre. There you go. Let's go to Steve in San Francisco before we get to BPA. What's up, Steve? What's a bold move you want to see the Niners do this offseason?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Not bold, but necessary for the first one on defense real quick is just pass rush. They had 20 sacks. Denver led the league with 68. That in and of itself, regardless of what kind of Bosa comes back, they need a pass rusher in general. The bold move on offense, CMC has to move away from being the focal point to a key piece, and you have to build around Purdy. He averaged, I think, 3.9 yards a carry. He's one of 4 running backs in the top 32 that average less than 4 yards a carry. If we're being honest, I know the line doesn't help. CMC can't run like he used to, and that's okay, but his role then has to evolve. Keep him as a key piece in the passing game. Have him be a secondary back. They need a bell cow. I mean,
Steve,
you saw...
It's a great point. No, it's a great point. He actually referenced, keep Steve up. He actually referenced that, we got to bring someone else in here. I think he's acknowledging it as well. That's why when we talk about first round picks and what the Niners do, I'm telling these guys behind the glass, Jeremiah Love would be a grand slam pick for them. They're not going to be able to draft him because he's going to be gone and off the board. And plus, taking a running back in the first round when they have all these other needs, you get where I'm going? They have a lot of needs, and I'm with you. Build around Purdy is exactly what I want to do.
Yeah, and I don't even think that it necessarily needs to be high draft capital. We've seen Shanahan with Mostert, with other running backs. He seems like he's just stuck in this fixation with CMC, which I understand. He's an incredibly talented guy, but you have to evolve what his role is, and you have to get a bell cow in there, whether it's later rounds, whether Jordan James is going to take that step forward. In year 2, I don't know. And then the other big one is wide receiver. I mean, at least they acknowledged it in the presser. It is painfully obvious how slow this Niners offense is compared to other teams. It looks like you're playing it in 1.5 speed when you watch other teams, and I forgot what it's like to have that type of speed and separation, and they need to have that. I mean, the amount of times that the offensive line overperformed to their credit, even though they get a lot of heat, when Purdy had time against Seattle, nobody was open. And they haven't had a legit wide receiver one since Terrell Owens. They've had some seasons out of guys. They have not had a legit threat to the league since when did he leave? 2003?
Yeah.
22 years.
Yeah, 2003, and then 2004 they were awful, and then 2005 they drafted.
And he went to the Eagles, obviously.
One thing,
amazing.
Steve, would you be open to trading? Like, obviously, we need pass rush, and I'm with you. It's the least amount of sacks they've ever had in a single season. Like, I'm just trying to think, like, what nets you back the most, and then what could you do with all that? And I look at Bosa, and I'm like, look, he's a really good player, but I just made the playoffs without him. And I'm not saying that I wouldn't want him on the team. I have so many needs. I'm open to maybe shopping Nick Bosa. Are you?
I would 1,000% do that. I love Bosa, but if we're again being honest, he didn't have the pass rush strength that he had in previous seasons before this ACL. He's got 3 torn ACLs now that he's coming back from. I love him as a player, as a Niner, as everything else, but I think you 1,000%. The real question is, what would you get on the market for him? And I don't know that the market's going to be clamoring given that. So is the return going to be worth it? I don't think so. But, I mean, if you can get like a first-round pick for Nick Bosa, I think, sadly, this is the time where you have to look to make some drastic moves like that to get some firepower on that line.
Yeah.
Thanks, Steve.
Good call, Steve.
It's a great call. And I think that's kind of what we're finding out this morning. I think more people are willing to, absorb picks than they are to go out and make a big swing for, let's just say, a Max Crosby. I keep getting people talking about is like, let's go get Max Crosby. The Raiders are rebuilding. That's the guy that's in his prime. He's really good. Let's get Bosa a running mate. Those two guys together. I was like, okay, if you're going to do that, that is a bold move. You're also saying to hell with your draft capital of significance these next couple of years.
I would look at this so different if we didn't have a quarterback. I would look at this very differently if my quarterback was Matt Stafford and he was 39 years old. My quarterback's 26.
He's in his prime.
Right? Like, well, it's not just like that he's in his prime. I'm looking at this as a 2 or 3 year window, right? In terms of like trying to build back up. And it's not about being good. To me, it's about like, can I win a Lombardi with Purdy and Shanahan? And what gives me the best chance to do that? And I look at it like, all right, if I can't accomplish that in year 1, what gives me the best opportunity to do that in year 2 over the next 2 or 3 years? And that's where like a small short-term kind of separation from a couple of really good players to be great in year 2 and give Purdy a chance to hang a Lombardi and win the first one in 35 years. That's what I'm all focused about. Not just being good. I want to be good. Everyone wants to be good. With Purdy and Shanahan, you will be good. What gives you the best chance to build a team that can win the Super Bowl?
Well, and if we're talking about trading these guys, the only pushback I would also have on is you are trading them like at their lowest value. You would be.
But you might lose them.
You might.
For nothing.
But is the juice worth the squeeze, I guess what I'm saying, and would they give you more than what you're going to get back?
Is Trent going to be on your next Super Bowl ready team?
If you think that they're a Super Bowl ready team next year, then maybe. No, but like that's the last season.
Calculation that you have to make. And I would make that calculation that it's probably no. And I love Trent, but let's call it what it is. How many teams that are in win now mode would take Trent for a second day pick? Meaning day 2 around 2 or 3.
How many teams that are contending right now?
Yes.
I think there would be a handful of teams.
I do too.
Yes.
So now you have Mac Jones, you have Trent Williams. Joe, this team couldn't use a combined 5 picks in rounds 1, 2, and 3 in this year's draft.
Oh, absolutely. But what I also think is, and you might
5 potential starters.
I know you might think differently on this, but they could go into next season and say, listen, hey, maybe Trent's staying healthy and he's playing well. Niners are kind of middle of the pack. Trade deadline comes. There is a desperation pick, and maybe you do get something more of significance at the trade deadline next year than you would this offseason. Kind of see where I'm saying there?
No, I do, but
that's risky though too. It is. It's risk reward here.
The guy's missed a couple games every year.
Yeah.
He's toward the end of his career. You do need that long-term left tackle replacement, and while he's on the roster, you keep pushing the can down the road. Again, my whole theory is not, hey, let's win 11 games next year. Mine is like, how can we win a Lombardi? It's been 32 years.
I think that's where the organization is too, but they also have to, how do we win the division? How do we get to the playoffs? How do we get there? That's all in their thought process. 2, 3, 4, 5 years. How can we keep doing this?
Joe, this is how. You need 8 new starters. What?
It sounds so simple.
No,
but
it's not simple. It's actually very difficult. And that's why I need to give myself as many bites at the apple as I possibly can.
Oh, my God.
I think it's being realistic. Joe, if I just told you right now, Trent plays 4 games next year, I still think you can win 9 games.
Yeah.
If Bosa plays 3 games for you next year, I still think you can win 9 games. Now, Purdy has to be healthy, right? And Shanahan's got to still be the coach. But I've seen them do it now. I've seen them thread the needle. So I'm more comfortable taking a bold risk with those guys, knowing I have my franchise quarterback and head coach.
Let's go boldly to Brian in Palo Alto. Brian, good morning. You're on the roast.
Morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Hanging in there.
I think that the Seahawks have drafted 18 starters in their last 4 drafts in aggregate. And I do not believe in the draft and develop brain trust that runs the 49ers, of which I really don't know who owns that because we don't really know if John runs the show or Kyle runs the show. And you look at where the Seahawks sort of had this rebirth is when Carroll was out, and I don't want Kyle out, but Carroll was out and Schneider had total control of personnel. And which was the Seahawks had a similar scenario as the Niners before, right? Pete Carroll kind of had the trigger. Schneider was the GM. Nobody really knew who was truly accountable. I'm not saying you should, and I don't have a lot of faith in John Lynch right now, but I don't think you can have this ambiguity anymore moving forward around personnel and drafting and free agency and everything else. I think because it's you don't know what throat to choke. You look at the Rams and the Seahawks, they just have a ton more talent than the 49ers do. And I think the 49ers are in constant denial about the state of their roster and the state of their draft picks. And they're constantly selling us on how great they are and oftentimes make playing time decisions. I think based on the sort of political optics of, which of our draft picks are playing, and if they're playing, it must mean they're doing well. We're so far behind them at this point. And hearing the Niners with their sort of self-congratulatory participation trophy sort of narrative after the season. I mean, look, we're not Bosa and Warner don't fix the problem, man.
You're with me. Are you open to the Bosa thing like I've been suggesting?
I am, but you have to believe in the,
I know.
people in the room. And what are you going to, you get a few extra draft picks and what? Look at what these guys do with they just smoke draft picks right and left, man. Getting a few extra draft picks. Yeah.
So Brian, it's a great point. And I think a lot of people are with you this morning. That's what I'm learning. John Lynch, that's the guy everyone's looking at. And I like John Lynch as a face first and foremost. I think he's done a lot of really good things here. He's a respectable person, Bay Area ties with Stanford, all of that. I want him to be a face of the organization. He's great there, but it's okay if you have to mix and match and bring in an actual new GM. Is there a name out there, general manager wise? I've yet to hear someone bring up an actual name to bring in and pair with Shanahan. Is there a name out there for you?
No, I wouldn't say that I have a list in my back pocket of all top front office talent. And they're not going to do that, right? Yeah. What they would do is they'd kick Lynch up to president and probably just reshuffle their existing front office,
which does nothing for me.
And the fundamental issue is who is accountable to the state of the roster, and I can't answer the question.
Yeah.
Right. I don't know. Because Kyle sort of has ownership in the trigger, and John, and it's a great deal for them, right? Because it's nobody really knows who owns it, so nobody owns it.
Yeah.
Right. So
it's a good point.
It's a wonderful deal for them. If I was Jed, I would say, hey, John in the front office, you have to split them up. That's what I think. Anyways, have a good day, guys.
And if you look at the two teams that were representing the NFC yesterday, Les Snead and John Schneider, where the buck stops.
Yeah. And they were the ones that were there already before bringing in, it wasn't like a package deal. Mm-hmm. So John Schneider was there before Mike McDonald. Les Snead was there before Sean McVay. Those guys have been there before. They were mainstays already. So you knew on top of that, they're calling the shots.
There was
when
a
it comes to
hierarchy.
player. Yes. Not to say that Sean McVay doesn't have say. You don't think he has say in the offensive talent and weaponry that's coming in? Absolutely. I feel like Devontae Adams had Sean McVay written all over him.
And I think
Matt Stafford, obviously, that was a big deal for him.
Well, and I got to give McVay credit. He said take a hike to Cooper Kupp.
He did. Because he saw it. I was like, dude, I got Puka Nacua. Puka's the future now.
Yeah, I know, but that's a tough thing. Like Kyle would have taken a couple years to move off that guy.
Maybe. And now he's having questions after the NFC Championship game yesterday, Sean McVay, on whether or not Matt Stafford's going to be back.
Do you expect Matthew Stafford to be back next season?
Yeah, if he still wants to play, what the hell kind of question is that?
Want to play?
You have to ask him. We've been totally present. He's the MVP of the league, and if he's not, I got respect for everybody else, but this guy played at a level that's just different. I appreciate you guys this year. Thank you.
Joe, we haven't had a chance to discuss it, but over the weekend, John Brodie passed away.
He did. Rest in peace.
I think it's really difficult for me sometimes when I hear all the Niner fans. Everything started at the catch. And like anything that happened before that in 49er history, almost like non-existent. Not for everyone, but for a large segment of the fan base. And I bet you it'll be that way when we look back at Steph Curry's career. And everything before Steph, nothing matters. Yeah. The Warrior stuff is only Steph and beyond. And look, those things are important because it did dramatically change the trajectory of the franchise. My grandfather grew up going to games at Kezar. Back in the late 40s when he was going to high school, part of playing for Balboa High School was being an usher out at Kezar. And before Montana, John Brodie was one of the great 49er players of all time. They've actually had a lot of great quarterbacks. Originally, Frankie Albert, who was a Stanford guy. Then it was Y.A. Tittle. And then they drafted Brodie to replace Y.A. Tittle. Y.A. Tittle gets famously traded to the New York Giants. He wins a Super Bowl over there. And Brodie was a guy they tried to replace time and time again. Steve Spurrier was drafted 3rd overall to try to replace him. Other people had been brought in. And he was a long-tenured Niner quarterback. Really was a Bay Area guy, true. And he passed away over the weekend. And there was a lot of Kezar people that I had heard a lot of stories from regarding John Brodie. He was everyone who's probably in their 60s and older favorite player. He played in the NFC Championship game, the first ever one, which ended up being the last ever game at Kezar against the Dallas Cowboys. Mike Ditka was a tight end for the Cowboys. He was the MVP of the league. Before Montana, you could make the argument he was the greatest 49er quarterback because he basically held all these records. Well, again, Y.A. Tittle was awesome, part of the $1 million backfield. But John Brodie was the guy that everyone tried to replace. The fans booed him so mercifully one day, and they used to throw beer bottles onto the field. And they put like cyclone fencing for the players to keep them safe. Yep. He turned around and flipped off the entire crowd. And the crowd, after booing him so bad, ended up giving him a round of applause. He was a throwback Bay Area guy, Oakland guy, Menlo Park, Atherton area, Stanford. Number 12, one of the great guys of all time. His daughter ended up marrying Chris Chandler. The number 12 was retired, and he was friends with Trent Dilfer. And Trent Dilfer, when he came to the Niners, they let him kind of unretire the number and wear number 12. Brodie was a Kezar quarterback to the fullest, and I just wanted to take a minute out to recognize him. And to all the OG Niner fans, he was one of their favorite quarterbacks of all time.
90 years old. It's a hell of a life.
That's what I'm saying.
It's a hell of a life. What he was able to accomplish in golf as well.
I know, senior
tour.
Yeah.
MVP, comeback player of the year, multi-time All-Pro. Should be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Almost 20 years.
How is he not in the Hall of Fame?
Well,
it's a joke.
But if you look at his contemporaries, he lost to all of them in the playoffs. He lost to the Dallas Cowboys in one of the most heartbreaking onside kick plays ever. There's so much.
I hate that we view stats though.
No, I know.
Because it's not like back then, like Joe Namath.
The Niners didn't win anything.
I know. God, it's it. But you're right. He is a Bay Area legend, true and true.
Joe, he entered the league. There were like 12 teams. He exited the league. There were like 25.
Oakland Tech, Stanford, 49ers. I mean, right there. That's right there. We'll pick this conversation up on the other side. 888-957-9570. Bold moves. The Niners even need to make a bold move, quite frankly. We'll talk about it. 888-957-9570. I have my reads right here. Sammy, it's sponsored by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Buy one, get one free. Foster Farms Simply Raised boneless, skinless chicken breast, thin sliced or tenders. When you buy two, it's kind of like radio hosts. Buy one, get one.
And here he is, and you can mix and match 1 pound strawberries or 6 ounce blueberries, raspberries, or blackberries for just $2.99 each when you buy 3, and mix and match Lucerne flavored creamer or cottage cheese, Dannon Greek yogurt, Yoplait fridge pack, Mountain High yogurt, and Yakult probiotic drinks. Selected sizes and varieties, like us, just $2.99 each when you buy 2.
Wonderful job. Safeway makes it easy for you to save money on the items you already buy, so that's perfect. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we will see you in the aisles.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see the full selection of Thermador appliances. Thermador provides a range of possibilities, from refrigeration to dishwashers or cooking with steam or convection. Come into Friedman's Appliance, and right now, you can receive up to 3 complimentary gifts with qualifying purchase. See all Thermador appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and at friedmansappliance.com.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia, featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home in an explosive rematch against Diego Lopez.
You gotta be kidding me.
And the always dangerous Dan Hooker.
Yes.
Throws down with powerhouse Ben Washington in a high-action lightweight showdown.
There's never been anything like this. Let's go.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus.
Let's go.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/22/26, new customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
DQ presents The Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve, plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary.
95.7 The Game congratulates our sister station Live 105 on being named Legendary Station of 2026 by the Bay Area Radio Hall of Fame. We welcome you to join them as they celebrate January 30th in Alameda. Get your tickets and all the details at 957thegame.com.
Bay Area is Draymond Green. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Day Day? I'm sure you guys had a lot to talk about. I missed Friday's show. I had, my allergies were all over the place. That was gross. I'm sure you didn't talk about him at all, right? He's just not nothing. Yeah, I give you nothing burger there. They're back in action tonight, 6:30 tip in Minnesota. So they're doing a back-to-back there. 5:30 Warriors live right here on 95.7 The Game. And we'll talk about it all tomorrow when we have Bonte Hill in studio. And I'm sure Bonte has a lot of thoughts on this 49ers offseason, what they should do. Because I think he's of the belief, from what I'm hearing, and I'm reading the tea leaves on his Twitter, Niners are right there. They're right there with the Seahawks and the Rams. They were just playing for the 1 seed a couple weeks ago in the NFC. And then how are things changing if the road had to go all the way through Levi's? Does that sound too pie in the sky for you? Because there are fans that feel like, hey, we were right there for the 1 seed. If things go our way in that game, they didn't. You lost. But if things go our way, maybe we're talking about the Niners hosting the Super Bowl. Does that sound insane?
I had a front row seat to both games in a very short period of time.
You did.
And the Niners got snuffed out. There was a clear edge in talent across the board. So you can feel that way. I don't agree with it.
Okay. But there are fans that were having this conversation about, hey, you need to make bold moves. Do you not need to make a bold move? Do you just need to make the picks?
You know what? Stand pat. Just execute that 27th pick overall. Maybe he plays 4 games. Maybe he doesn't.
What if he's a great player? What if he's going to be a Pro Bowler?
Well, the proof right now is that you haven't drafted a great player since 2019. Maybe 2022 in Brock Purdy.
But you're telling me we have to trade all these guys for picks. So if they can't,
they do. I mean, they have to.
But
they
if they can't execute the picks, then what good is it? Maybe trade for proven talent. Maybe go trade. No, I'm being serious, Joe. I'm not trying to So
who are you trading for? What position are you trading for?
Let's go defensive line. Let's get after the quarterbacks. I don't want to trade for Max Crosby right now.
Okay.
Let's go get him.
Okay. So you're going to trade what? You're going to trade what?
A first and a second round pick.
Okay. Now, how are you moving the ball next year?
How am I moving the ball?
Yeah.
Oh, we'll attack you in the free agency. We'll go sign some people.
Okay. So you're going to give Max Crosby probably a new contract, which is going to be upwards of $30 million a year.
Maybe. He just signed a new contract, I believe, with the Raiders last year. So he might have to do that.
It's upwards of $30 million a year.
Okay.
And so you're going to have, those two guys, and then you're going to have all this extra money in free agency, and you're going to re-sign your own in Juwan Jennings?
Sure.
Okay. And then there are only 3 good receivers that are available on the market. Alex Pierce being one of them. I love Alex Pierce. He is not a game breaker. He's more of a possession receiver, very similar, in fact, to Juwan Jennings. That now you're infinitely better?
Well, I feel like I have Ricky Pearsall in my building. I think if Ricky stays healthy, we're going to be just fine there. And we can add in the draft.
If I had to bet today or, one way or the other, I'm betting probably against Ricky Pearsall staying healthy.
Okay.
Because the evidence is out there. I hope he stays healthy. I would like him to. How you can account for him being your starting wide receiver for 15 or more games next year, that's a little too big of a stretch for me. And then let's say you want to go out and you want to, in free agency, go get Kyle Pitts. I mean, again, think about the cap numbers that you're going to be giving if you're trading for all these guys. And now you still have holes at guard, center, guard, and you still have holes at running back, and you still have holes at linebacker, safety, cornerback. I'm not saying that you can't be good. I still think you can be really good. I would be in the business of trying to acquire more draft picks. You need a chunk of 25 and under players, all entering their prime, surrounding your talented quarterback to be able to make a dent over a 2 or 3 year window.
So
that's my belief.
What we're coming to basically is we don't trust John Lynch or Kyle Shanahan to do anything right now.
No, Kyle's one of the best game day play callers in the game.
I'm talking about player personnel decisions.
Well, that's a different thing. And I told you what I wanted to do last week, which they haven't, been able to do it, is I would reorganize the front office. I would bring in a scout, a guy who's a personnel director, someone that could come in and is maniacally obsessed with building the roster. And that individual would have say on all the draft picks.
I think Dave in South City has an idea. If the 49ers were to, take the decision-making out of John Lynch's hand and bring someone else in, they might get creative. Dave in South City, good morning.
Oh, hey, good morning. The game last night, I was hoping the Rams would win. I'm not a Rams fan, but I don't want Seattle at our stadium for the Super Bowl. But basically, I think we should hire Richard Sherman as general manager. He was a Seahawk and a Niner. He could help us defeat that team and perk up the locker room. He's a great guy. And he's one of my heroes. Also, what's wrong with open tryouts to just get some new talent, like open tryouts nationwide to join the 49ers? That's my thought. I don't know what you think. Thank you.
That's Dave in South City. Just open tryouts. Hey, you want to play for the 49ers? Come on down. What was that movie, Invincible?
Vince Papale.
Vince Papale.
That was real.
Eagles.
And the Niners did it, too. That's how they found Bill Ring.
Mark Wahlberg, baby. Yeah. Bring him in. Elizabeth Banks, great movie.
It's not realistic in the modern era.
Greg Kinnear played Dick Vermeil very well.
There's only 2 guys that are former players that are GMs in the league. I believe Dan Morgan's one and John Lynch is one. It's not. Ozzie Newsome did it for a long time, but he's no longer.
I'm honestly I'm considering it just the sports talk radio host and he's like Richard Sherman as the GM. Oh my God, there's so many ways.
He won't be drafting Crabtree, that's for sure.
That's for damn sure. He's not going to be doing that. All corners over 6'2" or taller. That's what I want always. Richard Sherman, hey, someone gave me a name. I asked for a name. If not John Lynch,
we don't know these names in the front office. Like, no one knew who Les Snead was till he got the job.
Well, you know what? I didn't have Phillip Rivers being interviewed as a head coach for the Buffalo Bills. I guess he withdrew his name from consideration.
Surprising.
But it was like, who? What?
Jeff Saturday wasn't available?
He's got a win under his belt. Don't forget that as a head coach.
Like, I'm kind of blown away. So many guys from the 49ers front office are getting interviewed around the league. Because if you're going after 49er front office people, you think that they're like drafting and developing well, and I don't. And I find it very odd that they were so coveted. Maybe they're just doing their due diligence in terms of like the successful teams.
That's exactly what it is. I think people are trying to poach from the success of the Niners, so they look at any little bits and pieces that they can get. Oh, well, if I can't get Kyle, if I can't get John, this other guy that's a part of the organization, maybe I can get him. Maybe he knows his stuff. Oh, did you learn under Adam Peters, who I think highly of in Washington? And we're going to find out about Adam Peters, too.
I don't know about Adam.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We're going to find out about him. The Jaden Daniels, it was a success.
He gave $40 million to Javon Kinlaw.
Yeah. Well,
that was stupid.
Well, last year and last offseason was very strange. The money that was going around and the Patriots spending all that money, and it worked for them.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
I mean, they gave Milton Williams, who was basically a 2-down lineman, rotational for the Eagles. They gave him a boatload of money.
And you know what? They did something that was bold. That was Stephon Diggs. Yeah. And all the stuff that is still going on with him in the offseason, and then the off the field stuff.
But what did they do for their young quarterback? They took Will Campbell 4th overall.
They did.
And, he ended up getting hurt this year, so he was a little up and down. But that's a great pick.
Yeah.
You draft a left tackle for the future. They drafted a bunch of wide receivers in either this year or years prior to surround him with that talent. And then you have that one stud in Diggs that kind of sets the tone for all the others.
And, Baldy joined us last week. Brian Balding, our NFL insider for Odyssey, obviously breaks down all the film. We love him. He'll join us tomorrow and next week in person at Radio Row. Can't wait for that. Baldy on the 49ers, always be looking to upgrade the offensive line.
You should always be looking to upgrade your offensive line. Always. Trent is a great, great player. He's not going to go on forever. Everybody around him, you can look at it and go, I think Pooney's a good player. I think the center and left guard can be upgraded. I just think it can. It's interesting. If you just compare Seattle, San Francisco, which is what you should do. Seattle's the champion, and they're the team to beat. What do? Well, Jalen Sundell, Graves Abel, North Dakota State. They went and got just tough guys that are very, very mobile and can move the line of scrimmage and can get to the second level. They're better at those two positions than the 49ers are. That's just one example.
Well, yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, like, watching that game, everyone was bringing up Seattle. I thought the Rams' offensive line did a really good job against the defensive line of Seattle.
I did too, and I think Matt Stafford did a hell of a job climbing up. That's the subtlety of a quarterback, is not very mobile. Now, he did scramble for a first down on that fourth down after Parkinson dropped what would have been a walk-in touchdown in hindsight. Like, that's the play that kind of cost him. But he has this subtle movements. Like, Brady was so good at this too. That's why Tom was having orgasms left and right. Whatever Matt Stafford had an incredible throw, because I think he viewed himself in his shoes. Like, he did. No, seriously. Like, this subtle movement and climbing the pocket, and he feels the pressure just a little bit, but he can move a couple inches forward, throws it on a rope, throws a dime to Puka Nacua or Devontae Adams. Like, that's the subtle differences in the quarterback and the experience of a quarterback, where you saw Purdy, like, not that Matt Stafford is just infinitely better than him. I don't think he's infinitely better than Brock Purdy, but that's something that Brock still needs to learn too, is being in the pocket and feeling that pressure, but not letting it get to you. I felt like a lot, and credit the defensive line of Seattle, that was doing an incredible job. They were relentless in both those games, but particular, I'm with you, Joe. Last night, I thought the Rams overall did a pretty good job. And if you are the Niners, like, what is it, 27th, 29th overall, whatever they're selecting this year, you consider an offensive tackle or a guard, whatever it is. Like, you have to consider it. I wouldn't. Here's where I'm at. I'm not scoffing at any position outside of defensive tackle getting taken. I know, like, that's the only position I was like, I'm out.
Well, I think that's like an indicator of like where they are right now. And I think the Kittle injury just, it's devastating on a variety of fronts, because it opens up another hole. That's one thing it does, and a huge need right now when it feels like the team, like, if I said to you, Joe, hey, they take a linebacker, you'd probably be like, yeah, that makes sense.
That does make sense.
All right. Oh, hey, they took a safety. Hey, that makes a lot of sense.
Yes.
Okay. Well, how does and look, they need a linebacker and a safety. They also need another edge rusher. How does that help you get open against this Seattle defense?
It's a great question. You have to have your faith in Kyle Shanahan that he's going to go to the drawing board this offseason and really watch the film of both of those Seahawks games. He's going to have to figure
out. And the Ram game, too.
Well, in the Ram game.
Because remember, in the first Ram game, Matt got knocked around.
Yeah.
You know, like, I think that's why I look at the offense, and it's not just, yes, they need weapons.
Yeah.
The offensive line needs to be upgraded as well.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, of the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live in the Free Odyssey app, coming live from Laughing Monk Studios. 3 hours down, one more to go here. And if you're just joining us on YouTube, yes, you can see our beautiful faces, I think, or the back of my head. And Sam, you got the side of my nose. All right, this is not my good side on YouTube right now. It is hard, but you know what?
Didn't even see that thing there.
You guys, we're in the producer studio right now if you're on YouTube, because our main studio just shut down. It's dead in there. Like, it's shut off, whatever. So we had to pivot, not panic. We moved ourselves back here, so I'm having to play producer/host here on the board. Shasky even took a call in the back. We're having multiple roles today, all right? We're like Christian McCaffrey this year for the Niners. We have to catch, we have to run, we have to block. We got to do it all, Joey.
Well, and McCaffrey bringing up last week, at the end of last week, saying, essentially, like, hey, I welcome some help.
Yeah, I would too.
Well, no, I actually thought that was a very important thing for him to say out loud, because he's telling management, like, I don't know how much more I can keep this up. And Kyle wants everything to run through him, and I think that needs to evolve as well. I think in an ideal world, there's some sort of a 60-40 share in terms of carries.
So there's a lot of pessimism, yeah. Just overall, there's an unknown with this Niners team.
I just think they have a lot of work to do.
What can I be happy about, though? If I'm waking up this morning, like,
Purdy,
I need optimism. If I'm a Niner fan, I am dying for some optimism.
Purdy and Kyle,
as the Seahawks are 13 days away from maybe winning and hoisting a Lombardi Trophy. So Purdy and Kyle, that's where I start.
Yeah, like, look around the league. Like, you're ahead of half the teams in the league right there, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and so, like, that's why I'm more apt to be aggressive regarding, going to get new picks and other players and doing some swaps. As long as I got those two in place. Again, half the league would die to have that pairing. So I'll start there. I don't know what you're doing on defense. I don't even know who the coordinator is. So how can I even have an idea for schematically what's going to fit when I don't really know right now?
888-957-9570. Niner fans, what's making you feel optimistic about this team heading into next year? Because I do think there's a lot of pessimism. There's a lot of, uneasiness when it comes to the decision-making, process, whether it be Kyle Shanahan, whether it be John Lynch, I look at the overall landscape of this team right now, and I'm with you because I keep watching the coaching cycle this offseason, and the fact that you have Kyle Shanahan, and I know fans get so frustrated, and I know you've been kicked in the nuts.
I've had my moments with him,
of course, everyone has. He hasn't won a Super Bowl. I get it. At the end of the day, you're the 49ers. It's been 30-plus years. You want to win a damn Super Bowl. I understand that. But when I see the Pittsburgh Steelers that have had 3 coaches going back to like my dad's time, Chuck Noll, Bill Cowher, Mike Tomlin. You know who they just hired over this weekend? Mike McCarthy.
Least inspiring call. It's just
like if I'm a Pittsburgh Steelers fan waking up this morning, I was like, wow, we just really went from Hall of Fame coach, maybe Hall of Fame coach Tomlin to Mike McCarthy, who had some success in Dallas, which again, though, success in Dallas is what? NFC championships and Super Bowl. So maybe I should even take a step back there. He got to the playoffs in Dallas. You don't think, the Steelers as a brand view themselves on the same level as the Dallas Cowboys as a brand? Absolutely they do. Now they go about it in different ways. Obviously the Rooney family that owns it compared to Jerry Jones, they go about it different ways, but that's not an inspiring hire for them. So I wake up this morning, if I'm a Niner fan, yes, Mike McDonald, he's the future right now. He's the boy wonder. He's the hot thing. Sean McVay, still very young, still highly thought of. But Kyle Shanahan's right there with those guys.
So, let's just look at the NFC for right now. You wake up this morning and you're like, who's the Vikings quarterback next year?
I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe J.J. McCarthy.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Exactly. We'll see. All right. You wake up this morning. Who's Arizona's coaching quarterback next year?
I don't know.
Right?
They might be stuck with Kyler Murray, but you know what? Maybe the coach comes in and says, actually, I'm cutting him.
All right. Who's Carolina's quarterback next year?
Oh, they're going to stick with Bryce Young.
Okay.
They got to the playoffs.
Oh,
yeah.
All right.
But would you be shocked a year from now for having the same conversation?
No, I would not be shocked. Who's Atlanta's quarterback right now?
I don't know.
Right? New York Giants. Okay, they got Harbaugh and Jackson Dart.
They like Jackson Dart.
Okay, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Philadelphia. What's going on with their offensive coordinator search?
Well, the reports are no one wants to be the offensive coordinator in Philadelphia. Seriously,
right?
Because they feel like if they're bad for 1 year, they're going to get fired.
Exactly. Cowboys. Do we view them as some legitimate threat currently?
No.
All right.
We do not.
Washington. What are they doing with their situation?
I don't know. There's a lot of unknown right now in the NFL, both conferences, but specifically in the NFC. You're right.
Now with LA and getting bowed out, I'm sure Shula will take a job somewhere.
Maybe.
It feels like he's a hot commodity. They're going to be filling out their defensive coordinator position. Yep. When the Seahawks game is over, maybe they lose. Who knows?
Yeah.
You just never know. I guess what I'm saying is just look around, and the pairing of Shanahan and Purdy, even if Purdy misses a couple games, is better than half the NFC currently, at minimum. What is Dan Campbell going to do?
It's a great question. I don't know what he's going to do. They fired their offensive coordinator. They need to bring one in, or do they already do that? I don't know. There's so many things happening.
Who do you believe in more, Niner fans? And we're biased, but Shanahan and Purdy or Dan Campbell and Goff? And Goff's been healthy.
I believe in Shanahan and Purdy. I do.
I think their highs are a little higher. Would you agree?
Yes, but I also think that in Detroit, Dan Campbell works, and I get that. But he needs the play caller around him. He took over the play calling duties last year.
Yeah.
He did that.
Yeah.
And then, they righted the ship a little bit, but they didn't make the playoffs at the end of the day.
And then I look at Green Bay. There's a lot of question marks. I still think they'll be there. They have a lot of free agents.
Well, there was chatter. Now they re-signed him, but there was chatter that LaFleur might have been gone.
Exactly. But they also have Micah coming off an ACL injury.
Yeah.
I still don't know what to make of Jordan Love. They're going to lose Dobbs.
Joe, now that you're talking about it, I do think the Niners have a shot next year.
But that's
they do.
That's why I'm not ruling out any of these bold trades. To me, I would be really bold this offseason. I would be very active in free agency, and I'd be looking to kind of reshuffle my finances.
I do think that
and you're still in the mix.
I do think that because this is the division, that's why fans feel so down this morning, and I get it. Because it's the Rams and the Seahawks. If this was the NFC least, or if this is the NFC South, We're fine. We're gonna host a division game next year. Whatever.
If I said that the Niners somehow walk away with 3 second-round picks in this year's draft, I think we would all be like, wow, we have potentially 3 starters.
Yes.
Right? Like, that's how they should be viewing this upcoming draft. Find a way to move whatever. I would even be as bold as, hey, I would move next year's first, not in 2026, I'm talking 2027, to move up into the first round somewhere to get a difference maker.
I wouldn't hate that. And I'm looking at the landscape of this too. Offense, defense. I don't need a quarterback. I don't need a head coach. I need basically everything else, and then I'm open for business, quite frankly. And
so now you see where I'm going.
And you know what? On draft day, I do think, Niner fans, you should be paying attention to your phones, because I do think it might be one of those.
I think we're going to be wild, yeah.
Day one of the NFL draft, the first round, there might be a lot of mixing and moving. And remember, that's not new. That happened, was it last year or 2 years ago, whatever. It was Deebo Samuel. Yeah. His name was getting floated around. There was some flirting with Aaron Rodgers once upon a time with the Trey Lance draft. There was like, could there be a move to be made? Like, things happen.
So you have Mac for sure that you could trade. I would love to get a top 50 pick. I think if they get a top 50 pick, he's gone. Right? You figure there's 32 picks, so 64 would be, the latest in the second round. If I gave you the 55th overall pick for Mac Jones.
Oh, I'd take that in a heartbeat.
I would too.
Would Niner fans take that?
And then I look at like Renardo Green and Ricky Pearsall. Is there a team out there willing to give me a 5th round pick for Renardo Green?
Not for Renardo, for Ricky, yeah.
Okay. Well,
Ricky for sure.
So the Ricky one, like I keep coming back to this one. Brian Thomas Jr., who's clearly feels like he's on the outs. What if I gave up a 4th round pick, another player, Ricky Pearsall for Brian Thomas?
I would take that in a heartbeat.
Right?
Yes, absolutely.
Wouldn't you guys all be in on that?
Yes.
And now that pressing need at wide receiver maybe is less than what it was going into it.
Talking about trading Mac Jones, this is what John Lynch had to say about his season, and I'm going to play what Kyle Shanahan had to say. This is after the season was over in their season-ending presser last week.
Mac made this place better. He was outstanding this season. He picked us up in a huge way, and it was a really fun process to watch him come in and the joy that he was playing with. He's got an infectious attitude that affects everybody on our team. It affected that quarterback room. You talk to Brock. Brock will tell how he made him a better player. Biggest thing he did is when we needed him, which came early in the season, he went in there and won us a lot of football games, and he kept us in this thing. And so I can't say enough about Mac, not only his play, his leadership. I call it leadership. Do you make people around you better? And I think Mac did that all season. And so he's been an outstanding addition. Like Kyle said, you always listen, but I know we're a better football team with Mac Jones on our roster.
Mac Jones is easily the best story of this 49ers season, in my opinion. People are going to go Christian McCaffrey, Brock Purdy fighting through it. I thought Mac Jones did a lot for how he stands in the league and how people view him now going forward. And his leadership, I love whenever he talked at the podium, Joe. He's just funny, too.
And I would try to have a king's ransom for him, whatever that looks like, to be able to get him. If I'm Minnesota, I would love to have Sam Darnold. But here's the problem. You give Minnesota Sam Darnold, now they might be a team you have to reckon with.
Maybe.
To a degree.
Maybe. But again, I still think you're feeling pretty confident if Kyle Shanahan's pair.
No, I agree. But Joe, the also thing is, if he stays with the Niners,
let's just say
you get a 3rd round comp.
You'd like him to go to the AFC.
That's what I would.
That's where you would like him to go.
I would.
And Shanahan was asked.
Indianapolis.
Yeah, absolutely. Asked if they'd consider trading Mac Jones.
We always listen to people with trade offers, but we're also not into getting rid of good players. So I'd be very surprised if Mac wasn't around us next year.
Yeah, he just said it right there. We always entertain offers. So they're going to entertain it. And hardball, are they going to play that in the coming months? We shall see. Reason for optimism heading into next year, Niner fans. What is it for you? 888-957-9570. We'll put a bow in this conversation. And it's all going to be brought to you by Surfside. The Golden State Warriors are back. Cheer on your Warriors with an ice-cold Surfside. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. So it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Proud partner of the Golden State Warriors. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Listos todos. Estas son las mañanitas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 new lines, and 4 eligible trade-ins. For well-qualified customers with auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement required.
Hey, it's Brodie here, talking about the NFL's Immersive Football Festival. The NFL has taken over the Bay Area with Super Bowl experience presented by Jersey Mike's February 3rd through the 7th at the Moscone Center, North and South. Dive into an immersive football festival celebrating all 32 teams, plus interactive games, player autographs, photos with the Vince Lombardi Trophy, exclusive NFL shop merchandise, and much, much more. It's the ultimate Super Bowl week event with fun for all ages. Tickets start at just $40, and kids 12 and under attend for free. Visit superbowl.com to buy your tickets today.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I'm opening a second location for my coffee shop this year.
I smell trouble brewing.
I needed to print new menus, loyalty cards, window signage, so I went to Staples.
That'll cost you a latte. Get it?
Uh-huh. Actually, I saved $100 on my print order, and everything looks amazing.
Well, grind my beans and call me impressed.
Staples made it easy.
If your business needs to print, let's go Staples.
That was easy.
Offer valid in-store and online. Ends 1/31. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Let's go! You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Save more on the brands pros trust at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 35% off select major appliances and choose from our wide lineup of top brands. Plus, save $100 on a Little Giant 22-foot multi-position ladder. Now just $189. Built for strength, flexibility, and job site versatility. Pros, these savings will only be here for a limited time. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 1/30 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
You really are, Steve. You really are. Thought it was well said and well spoken from the head coach of the Golden State Warriors last night after the team's win in Minnesota, where there's obviously a lot happening protest-wise. They had a moment of silence before the game. You could see it on the TWolves that they were just wearing it as a team yesterday, and tough to play when that's happening, obviously. They're going to play again tonight right here on 95.7 The Game, 6:30 tip, 5:30 Warriors live for that. But right now we're talking about the San Francisco 49ers and reasons to be optimistic, I should say, with this team. And the big reasons are the head coach and the quarterback. And you just can't take that for granted in today's day and age. Now more than ever, you need that tandem. It used to be, hey, got the right head coach in there. It's a running back kind of driven league. Just a guy that doesn't make mistakes. Sure. Not in today's NFL. You need to have those top two guys in lockstep. That's why you see, Joe, and during a lot of these hiring cycles, you go with the guy that best suits your quarterback. So right now, the Raiders' job is open, and they want to find who they can pair with who with the number 1 overall pick, Fernando Mendoza. That's what they're trying to figure out. Who can I pair with that, right? That's what Tom Brady, Spytech, whoever's at the powers that be are trying to figure out. You already have that in San Francisco. I got Brock Purdy and I got Kyle Shanahan, and I start there. And it's pretty good. That puts you over half of the NFC already. We already went through that. So that's a main reason for optimism. Now it's about unlocking more with Brock Purdy, making him the focal point of everything. It can't be Christian McCaffrey anymore. It can't be Christian McCaffrey. You can't hear me right now?
I can't hear anything.
You got no snare on your headphones? But you can hear me right now.
I can hear you, but I can't hear you.
Got you. That's why you got to flip the one ear open like I do. Sleep with one eye open. That's what you got to do.
One thing I realized, I went to a crab feed over the weekend. Oh. My hearing is not good.
No, none of it's shot.
You know, I know we're going to...
selective hearing, by
I know we're going to talk a lot about EMFs and substation theories.
We have that on the docket,
And
yes.
I have to be honest with you, now I need to be paying attention to radio waves in my dome. And what do they call, like a nuclear reactor when you put in the earbuds?
Well, I always tell you this, and I learned this from my audio classes going to SF State. Shout out the Becca program. You have to have the ones that cover your ears completely.
Yeah.
Don't put those little AirPods in. They're bad for your ears. They shouldn't be that close. It damages them, Joe. I'm telling you this as a friend and as a partner here on 95.7 The Game. Don't hurt your ears. Don't do it.
Thanks.
Unless you're trying to tune out particular people in your life. Are you trying to do that?
It's called selective hearing.
I said it.
So now my son, like, he'll go, dad. There's a lot of that. And then when I don't pay attention because I can't hear him or whatever, first thing he says, Joe, like he's my wife. And he starts, I go, no, I'm dad.
I'm always dad.
Joe.
Yeah. That's great. I love that. We were talking about that baby Nora. I always call her baby Nora, and she hates that now. She's 3, and I call her my baby girl. I'm not a baby anymore. It's like, you're always going to be. Sorry. Spoiler alert. You're always going to be the baby. You're going to be 60 years old. You're always going to be the baby. But she does the same things. It's like, what's your real name? I'm like, what do you mean my real name? My name's Dad. No. What's your real name? And then bends over in the corner. His real name's Joe. I was like, first of all, it's always Dad. Don't you ever call me Joe again, unless you want to get kicked out of the place right now. I'm joking, obviously.
So, you know, the most exciting thing that I saw this weekend, now that you've opened the table a little, yes. Friday night. I don't know if you experienced this as a youth or as an adult, but there's something about CYO Friday night basketball that's like awesome. And the team that's in, I believe, 5th grade, there's a young Matranga on there whose his grandfather grew up with my dad and my grandfather and whatnot.
Matrenga?
That's their last name, the Matrengas. Ben was my age. It's his sister's child. I don't know what her last name is currently.
I thought it was like a position in sports that I've never heard of before.
I thought you were called like a word for a kid, like a young whippersnapper.
Sam, what are you doing? What are you just yelling in the background?
I don't know what the hell Sam's doing.
What is going on?
So Friday night, my team's supposed to have a tip-off at 8:30. Okay, we're the 8th grade. We're going to play in front of the big crowd, 8:30 on a Friday night. It's a late time for a start. Last week, we played at 8 o'clock at St. Peter's Pacifica. The game didn't start till almost 8:45 last week. This week, what time do you think we tipped off at?
Oh, well, the way you say it sounds like really late. 9:30?
9 o'clock at night on a Friday night, 8th grade, and I'm gassed,
and these
bro.
kids are 13 years old.
Yeah, I was gassed. The game before us went to overtime. Oh my God. Then after overtime, it went to sudden death. Okay? They were going back and forth fouling, and on an automatic foul and sudden death, it's auto free throws. Everybody in the gym just wants a conclusion one way or the other. And this young little boy, and they practiced right before my team, this young little boy hit a shot, a jump shot to win the game. All the young kids from St. Brendan's who were waiting for their game came storming onto the court and high-fiving them. There's just something special about CYO Friday nights.
I also didn't sleep.
I love that.
I didn't sleep well on Friday night because I swear to God, in the area of Oakland that I live in, whether it's male or female, someone's just wandering around at 2 or 3 in the morning just screaming, just yelling.
Oh.
Just yelling.
Was he telling you to find the Lord?
No, they were yelling. They were just yelling.
Are you okay with the nose today?
No, well, I was struggling. I wasn't here Friday, so I was not here on Friday.
I'm aware
because I was sneezing constant. I was sneezing for like an hour and a half straight on Friday. I was shot, like everything. My face. I was like, guys, I literally I feel like I'm dying a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, my face is draining everything. Allergies have been bad. There's been rain. There's been no rain. Whatever. Long story short, I didn't. Thank you, Sam, for filling in for me. I was a late scratch on Friday, but it's still itchy. I'm taking my drugs right now. I'm taking my nasal spray, but it itches. And we are in a side view right now. As
it's still itchy.
I look right now on the YouTube chat, and I see myself streaming, and we're at the side view of my schnoz. All right, and yes, the nose is real. It's spectacular, and I embrace it. It is regal. It is royal, and it is real. But it's not the view I would like. I would like to be on my main studio there. Doing my thing, but if you're just joining us, our studio exploded. It's done. It's
crapped out.
The lights flickered everywhere and it was gone. Now our TVs over there are dead too. So they're trying to fix it. We're back in the producer studio. We're working through it. I know we can work through it, Joe. I know we got this. I'm worried about the guys after us. I'm worried about Steiny.
It's kind of hot in here, but then kind of not. Kind of humid, kind of not.
You think Steiny and Goo are going to be able to do this for 4 hours?
I mean, Goo does wear a lot of
layers.
Well, no, not only that, but he'll wear cologne. So sometimes the cologne can be a little strong.
It smells good.
Well, I'm just not a big cologne everyday guy.
Oh, I am. You have to smell it. Well, because I like to look good, feel good, play good. I'm a big believer in that. You also have to smell good.
Well, I mean, we also have, questionable showering habits over there, Mr. Spadoni. Like if you're showering multiple times a day and you're Old Spicing it up.
Please explain.
Well, I mean, you're the guy that also says you don't wash your feet, so.
I don't scrub my feet. I wash them every day because there's this thing called soap, and it collects on the bottom of the bathtub that I take my showers in. It's called Scrubbing Bubbles, Joe, for a reason. And it's Scrubbing Bubs right there at the bottom of my feet.
Before we go back out to the 49ers, the Super Bowl.
The EMF station?
Everything. No, I got one more announcement, and this is a good one.
Oh.
It came to my attention that Daly City, the city of Daly City, and Sacred Heart are going to break ground on a historical Marchbank Park field renovation this Tuesday, tomorrow, and it's basically a combination project between Sacred Heart High School here in the city, in the heart of the city, and the city of Daly City. And Marchbank is this old school field from back in the day that they just redid. They're going to add turf to it. It's going to be a multi-purpose field.
Cool.
It's going to be amazing for the entire community. You're going to be able to have young, old, everyone. The high school is going to be able to have it. There's going to have a stands for the baseball. There's football fields. The softball team will be able to play there. The public will be able to play there.
Love that.
This Tuesday, San Mateo County is going to be unveiling it. And so I just wanted to give a shout out to everyone that worked really hard for that, because it is really cool. And it's groundbreaking. I mean, to see a high school and the city come together and put together a field for our community. It's right near my house, so I'm real excited for that.
That's really cool. Great PSA there, and great knowledge. And I saw over the weekend as we're talking about stadiums being built. Did you guys see the renderings? Who was that? Who was that posted the Niners?
Oh, Chase Sr.?
The Niners' new stadium.
Can we talk about that?
Hey, can we have a new stadium for the Niners, but right next to the Golden Gate Bridge? Like, come on, guys.
Well, this is what I try to tell people, like, when they do things like that.
I love the pie in the sky, but come on.
Well, I mean, while you're at it, let's just put, Giants Jet Stadium right in the middle of Times Square. That's the equivalent of it, right?
It is. I get, like, it's cool to see it in the background. And then I saw someone put... And actually, let's just have a floating stadium near Treasure Island, so that way it can float in between.
Anyone who's ever had a game on a Saturday at Treasure Island is like, God, help me. I have to get on 80, and I have to go, not to the full East Bay, to halfway to the East Bay.
Yeah.
And then deal with the traffic in both directions.
It's awful.
I despise going to Treasure Island.
The views are gorgeous.
No, it's amazing.
It's beautiful.
And there's some amazing fields out there. Golden Gate Rugby's out there.
Yes.
There's Irish football and all. There's a lot of things that are out there. The Glens have their soccer facility out there.
Yep.
But I'm just being real. On my list of things to do,
right,
it's really low on a weekend is to go to Treasure Island.
Let's go to Dennis in San Francisco. He wants to talk about some 49ers. 888-957-9570. And Joe, I do have to be honest. We're going to have to talk about the electronic substation here momentarily. Are you ready? Like
I've been prepared.
All right, we're going to do that after Dennis in San Francisco. What's up, D?
Hey, what's up, guys? Briefly, hey, Shatsky, I was just at Treasure Island Saturday. My son still plays rugby for Golden Gate.
Oh, nice. Is he on the junior high team, or what's he on?
No. He's 26.
Oh, okay. So on the adult team,
men's team.
Very cool.
Yeah, he's played since he was 12. He played on the high school team and all that. But anyway,
80 sucks on a Saturday, doesn't it?
Oh yeah. But anyway, I coached fall ball little league out there, and yeah. Anyway, but it was great. It was great when Golden Gate had that clubhouse out there.
For
but
sure.
It's gone now.
Yep.
But
that's going way back.
Yeah. But anyway, Kezar was great. You know what I remember about Kezar? My memories about it when I was a kid. I used to go out there with my dad and all his cousins. Were the beer bottles running down underneath your seat as somebody up above you finished his beer? He'd let it go underneath the seat, and you'd hear it rolling down.
Love that.
But anyway, Brodie was one of my favorites. I love Brodie. Brodie to Gene Washington, threw the bombs to Gene Washington. They had a good team back there, great defense. Dave Wilcox, he was a great out. Jimmy Johnson, Charlie Kruger, Cedric Hardiman, Tommy Hart, they were great. But anyway, getting back to Shanahan and Purdy, I think we're in good shape there. Shasky, you've talked about this. I just wish they would get somebody to help them with the draft because their drafting is what's killing them.
100%.
And they need. Yeah, and I just wish I love Lynch and Shanahan, but they need help. I don't know if it's their scouting department or I don't know what to do about that. I mean, I don't know what to think about that because I read up on all that stuff every year. I'm a fanatic.
Dennis, here's the bigger question. Dennis, you're an old school San Franciscan. What is your favorite venue for a Friday night 8th grade CYO basketball game?
Well, you're talking about the venue, meaning the gym?
Yeah. Where's the place? What do you think is the best environment on a Friday night for a CYO 8th grade basketball game?
Well, the place, I went to St. Cecilia's in Sacred Heart, but I played in the old Kezar Stadium. But anyway, I played football. I played football for Sacred Heart. Mike Holmgren was my coach senior year. He was the assistant coach.
Oh, yeah.
My senior year.
Way back when.
Yeah. But anyway, way back when. 0-10, never again.
And then he went on to win the Super Bowl.
There you go. That's
Dennis, San Francisco.
Great call. That was great.
Kezar days were so different than today. Imagine having a stadium in the middle of Golden Gate Park.
That'd be pretty crazy.
That's what it was.
That's pretty cool.
People used to be up on the rooftop Polytech was right next door. Polytech was a high school that Bob St. Clair and George Seifert ended up going to. Mm-hmm. And you would be on the rooftop looking down on the stadium. It's really, really, really cool.
That would be really cool. 888-957-9570. Absolutely. As we were talking about, like you went to the Seahawks Lumen Field and they didn't have tailgate there. Can only imagine how crazy it would be right there at Golden Gate when people are just tailgating when there's not a game. No. Basically just having a good time.
Well, that's called smoking weed.
Exactly. Because I've been over there for Outside Lands multiple times when they have the music festival there. It's really fun. It's really a great time. And I love... Like, it doesn't get more San Francisco than, like, on a Friday, like, late evening or early evening when the sun's setting and you got that fog.
Oh, it's
just rolling. That is what you think of when you think San Francisco. And that's why what's missing when it is, and that's why there is a little frustration when you see it at, Santa Clara, you don't get the fog.
No.
You just don't. It burns off. It's just too hot over there. It is.
And then seeing like when you're at Denver, you got the Denver experience yesterday.
You did.
Seattle gave you the Seattle experience yesterday. It's just so beautiful. The Hawk's Nest, which looks into downtown, the way they opened it up so you could see the downtown. Right. And then the other side is the water. I mean, they nailed it. They nailed that stadium.
Real quick, though, what do you think of this matchup before we get into the substation, before we get to Fast Five? Just Patriots, Seahawks, Levi's Stadium. 10 years ago, it was not the sexiest of matchups either. It was the Denver Broncos versus the Carolina Panthers. And it was old man Peyton Manning. And the MVP of that season was Cam Newton.
Well, this one's you got two defensive-minded coaches, even though Vrabel's more CEO than defensive play caller. And then you have two very dramatically different quarterback arcs. One is second-year, third overall pick quarterback. The other one is 5 different teams bounce around journeyman having a monster resurrection in Sam Darnold. One team was built primarily through the draft. The other one was built primarily through free agency most recently, although they have a lot of draft picks on their team.
It's funny because locally, everyone, like Niner fans are going to be rooting for the Patriots. Locally, I think most of them will
I would assume, but I don't know.
Nationally, they're going to be rooting for Sam Darnold. He's going to be the story. I think they're going to sell like, wow, this guy was left for dead. He was a Jet. He was a bust. He did all this. And it is a newer champion than what like the Patriots have been. So the Patriots last won, I believe, in 2018. That was their last Super Bowl win. That was Tom Brady, Bill Belichick beating Sean McVay and Jared Goff in the Super Bowl in their first go around. And then obviously the next year, we know it was the Niners, it was the Chiefs, and then the Chiefs run took over and all the rest is history.
Robert Kraft, I mean, we could pick apart a lot of things. And Robert Kraft took a lot of bullets after Brady. He took a lot of bullets after Belichick, and you look up and he righted whatever wrongs that he might have done because he definitely was not perfect.
He wasn't. I think I think a lot of those criticisms were valid at the time.
If I am Joe Lacob, I'm looking at what Robert Kraft has done, and I'm like, the only way you're going to escape criticism is to do what he's done.
Absolutely.
Do you like that? That little Lacob Kraft kind of angle?
I actually do kind of like that.
I kind of want to dive into that more tomorrow.
But I think a lot of people are saying, don't compare Robert Kraft and what we're not comparing the off the field shenanigans of one guy.
I meant in terms of
being an owner.
Yeah, yes. and maybe not surrounding an aging legend with the appropriate talent that they had, and then learning from said experience and bouncing back. And then what do you do after the greatest player of all time leaves your team, and what do you do when the greatest coach of all time in your history leaves your team?
It's almost like in the equivalent of that scenario would be kind of what Steph's doing now. And if there was a rift between Steph and Steve Kerr, because that's what was going on at the time with Brady and Belichick. We all knew the writing was on the wall. These guys, they needed us to go the separate ways. And that's fine. Like that, they were together for 20 years, basically.
20 years.
It's a long time. So like that would be the equivalent. And then it would be Joe Lacob basically saying, yeah, we're keeping Steve Kerr and Steph's going to walk away. Like that would be the.
And it all started over maybe flirting with Jordan Poole.
Exactly,
because that's like I'm trying to think of like
Jimmy
the equivalent.
Was the guy that that Bill wanted to take over for Tom. Tom was like, "What are you talking about? I'm still playing at an MVP kind of level, even though I'm 40 years old." Tom very tight with who? The owner, Robert Kraft. Obviously, Tom went his separate ways. Goes to Tampa. They win immediately. Bill Belichick gets Mac Jones in there. They get to the playoffs once, and then it blows up. And then Bill Belichick goes to North Carolina. They try the Gerard Mayo thing. Didn't work out. Move on from him. Mike Vrabel. Now we're here.
One thing that's really weird.
They didn't suffer enough, Joe. Patriots didn't suffer enough.
What do you mean?
What do I mean? They had 8 years between them and their last Super Bowl.
Okay. I'm not trying to do this to you, but like a Laker fan cannot say that the Patriots didn't suffer enough with a straight face.
I'm not gonna compare that to that. Boston itself. How about this?
Okay,
Boston
let me hear this.
hasn't suffered enough.
But haven't we learned now that there are just certain organizations that they're not even allowed to have luck factor in because they're so inept. Cleveland.
I understand that, but it hurts me for Cleveland Browns fans that they've been struggling
I'm with you,
but
they have a horrible owner.
I know.
Okay.
It's part of it.
Right? Oakland A's fans. They have a horrible owner.
But even the Patriots, like Robert Kraft should have been fired. He should have resigned after the scandal that happened when he gets a rub and tug down in South Beach. It's on video, and we all just skate by it.
Jed York said that you cannot fire owners. And let's not forget.
That's why I said he needs to step down or something.
Well,
that didn't even happen.
No one's selling their team unless you're Donald Sterling. If you're, Eddie DeBartolo and you give a bunch of cash to a governor on a Louisiana boat.
You know who can talk about all this? It's Tony in Oakland. Hey, Tony, you're on the roast.
Good morning. Okay, you know what? I'm going to start right out with it. Our problem is Shanahan. Look at McDonald. The dude was a total braveheart, totally courageous. Did you hear his speech? The 12 are one. It wasn't the words. It was the way he said it. He lost Charbonnet, right? The run game. And then how did he up Darnold, who's incapable of anything, by telling him to just let it rip? The boy McDonald infused Darnold with the stuff and made him courageous. This was like a Knights Templar masterclass. And then he gave the fans everything they wanted. And, let's not forget why did we lose to the Seahawks? There was a moment when we passed to Juwan Jennings, and McDonald could feel the moment. It was the lucky moment in battle, and he knew he had to get that time out in, even though it came in late. Somehow he got it. That was a change of momentum. That guy has been a warrior in many lifetimes. One can feel it. He has the eyes. And just look at all the 4 coaches that are left yesterday. They're all heroic. Compare this with Shanahan. That's like a machine. He can't give courageous moment to anyone. We have got to do something about this. Either that or hire Mendoza, who got in that run. That was courageous against Miami, right?
Yeah, that was. Yeah, I love Fernando Mendoza, and I'm glad that Tony in Oakland's
I don't
Fernando.
know what you were. Where was she going?
The Knights Templar. I mean, if you know, you know. If you don't, you don't. Just come on. That's it. You think she's a big fan of Last Crusade? That's her favorite Indiana Jones movie?
I don't know.
Because of the Knights Templar.
Yeah, that I get.
The Holy Grail,
yes.
the search for it. Yes. She thinks Mike McDonald found the Holy Grail. So there you go.
Some think that the
Charbonnet, I guess.
There are many theories on the Ark of the Covenant.
Sure.
And one of them is that it's like a nuclear reactor, and that you think I'm making this up? Like, these are theories.
They had nuclear reactors back when it was like before Christ.
I'm just telling you, there are theories that it was some sort of a nuclear reactor because anyone that came in contact with it when they showed it, this is, again, going back to historical.
Sure.
The individuals displayed all of the same symptoms as radiation.
Oh, interesting.
And all of them died. And if you just look in the Bible, again, it's not word for word, but it's called interpretation. And I'm not saying I believe it. I'm saying there are theories that the Ark of the Covenant was a nuclear reactor.
Wow. What do you feel about electronic substations?
I don't know enough of anything. Here's my theory on all these
that
things.
Transition from nuclear reactors to the electronic substations?
I think we do this. I just think we do this in society. Like, I noticed that, like, the younger crowd, and I'm talking to you guys in particular, we're not as inquisitive as we used to be.
We're all millennials in here.
We love to have definitive answers on everything via ChatGPT, and then we go, case closed, and we move on. And I'm always like, all right, well, science is sometimes it's definitive and sometimes it's ever evolving. At one point, people thought the world was flat, even though actually there were a lot of people that had hypothesized before Christopher Columbus and other sailors throughout the world that the world was not indeed flat. It was more of like a pear or an oval.
Oh.
But the point being is that when this substation thing came up, yeah, on the surface, I laughed like crazy like everyone else did. But then I'm like, hey, look, dude, like, say what you want. My grandfather's friend was a painter forever. He died out of nowhere in his 80s. Now, that's a long life to live.
Sure.
When they did the autopsy, they were like, oh, my God. This individual had been inhaling lead paint for, 45 years of his life. Yeah. No wonder that his whole entire, it's a wonder that he lived as long as he did, considering the hazard that he went up against as a painter, and given the times. And we learn more about this. There are some jobs where you'll see hey, working here could
it's hazard to your health,
and could increase your chance of getting cancer.
Correct.
Right? I don't know if this is real. I have no idea, but clearly Christian McCaffrey had brought in someone that was a scientist and then a doctor, at least this is the report that's saying it, that did some sort of study and presented some sort of study to the 49ers, and Christian believes it. And you guys were all laughing at me for a couple weeks, and all I was saying is if a prominent player believes it, it doesn't matter whether Joe Shasky thinks it's real.
We weren't laughing at you, just to make it abundantly clear. We were laughing at the players, bringing actual people in. We were laughing at the absurdity of this entire thing. We were never laughing at you. I just want to make that clear. We were laughing at the absurdity of this entire thing.
Have you ever bought a house?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you go house shopping?
Yeah.
Okay. So when I went and looked at all these houses, there were a couple of homes that were right on power lines. And I remember the real estate agent saying to me, one of the negatives is that, you're right above the power line, and that can have some effects on your backyard and how the trees grow. And you never know. It could have effects on your children and blah, blah. And I was like, never thought of that. Yeah. And this is from the real estate agent. And I didn't know if it was kooky or real or whatever. Right. We ended up not bidding on the house, but it was something I filed away. And I was like, well, that's interesting. And I never really thought twice about it till later. So I don't know, Joe. I don't know if this is real. I have no idea. But I think Christian thinks there might be something to it.
And if your star player and best weapon on offense thinks it's a thing, then I think it's fair for John Lynch to be like, yeah, we'll look into it. At the very least, you have to just say it to make him feel like he's listened to. So, because you don't want to alienate players on your team, because that's basically what you'd be doing, is saying, you're an idiot, we're not looking into it. And that's what you don't want if you're John Lynch. So you have to be political in this case and say, we're looking into it.
There is one thing, look, yes, the Niners have been there for a long time, right? So that's a fact. Mm-hmm. Another fact is, well, for whatever reason, the last 9 or 10 years, you've been the most injured team in every single one of them but one. Wow. So that's also a fact. So what's the truth? I don't know. Joe, I don't know. But I would investigate everything, and they probably, because of lawsuits and potential lawsuits, they're going to have to look into anything and everything. Maybe it's something, maybe it's nothing. I don't know.
John Lynch?
Because it deals with allegedly, of our players, I think you have to look into everything. And so our guys we've been reaching out to anyone and everyone to see, does a study exist other than a guy sticking an apparatus underneath a fence and by coming up with a number that I have no idea what that means. That's what we know exists. We've heard that debunked. So yes, we will look into it. We have the health and safety of our players is of the utmost priority. We pour into it. Our ownership, Jed, tremendous in terms of resources, and we'll always be cognizant of things. I know that a lot of games have been won at this facility, since it opened, and but yeah, we aren't going to turn a blind eye. We'll look into everything.
And that's what you have to say if you're the general manager, John Lynch.
Absolutely.
And this is what Brodie had to say about it when he joined us last week.
The Giants had all these guys for years that were coming down with cancer, and they're up there with all of these pollutants out there in northern Jersey, and they thought that was an issue. You have to consider everything. Practice facility, where the stadium is, what's next to it. I just think you have to consider all this stuff. And is there some reality to it? Or is it just the way you practice? Or is it just because you don't see those injuries in Seattle. Those teams, they've all played the same amount of games. You don't see any of those injuries pop up.
Are they going to have to look at their own practices and how physical they are, though, too? Because I do know that is an element of their practices where they hang their hat on how physical they are. You hear of all the former players that have gone there, Joe. They hit really hard. And is there a correlation and causation there?
Joe, if I was running the Niners, I would look into everything. Location, practice habits, training, recovery, identification of the players that you bring in, what's their medical prior. What are we doing when a guy does sustain an injury? How quickly do they return to the field? Every angle of everything you're doing should be under scrutiny. right?
Yeah.
So, like, for example,
I feel like they just
I
might
put
be
out a line. I
snake
put
bit.
out a line today,
Yeah.
and this is just my belief. People can agree or disagree, but my belief till the day I'm dead is I don't think the Niners would have won fully healthy in the playoffs against either Seattle or the Rams. That's just my belief.
Sure.
Okay. There's also an element of I don't think they're ever going to be healthy, meaning the Niners, which is a different talking point altogether. Because every time, even their most healthy, Joe, their most healthy season lately has been what?
A couple years ago?
2023.
Yeah.
Greenlaw was battling an Achilles injury all year.
And what happened?
Yeah, and he ended up ripping it in the biggest game of the year.
Yeah.
Kittle had offseason shoulder surgery. Debo was dealing with a shoulder stinger and missed almost the entirety of the Green Bay game. So football is violent to begin with, and then for whatever reason, their style of play, their training, everything, they just stay hurt.
Yeah.
So I would evaluate everything.
888-957-9570 is the number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson.
Are you
work injury attorneys text line?
Are you surprised it's taken on the life of its own in the story that it has?
I think it's something that, now that the season's over, we're going to run with because we have time to do it. And then I do think eventually they'll conduct their survey or study and then just say, yeah, we looked into it, we found nothing, and then we're all going to move on from it. That's really what I think is going to happen. And then we're going to move on from it and say, okay, well, if we move on from that, then maybe you guys just aren't doing your job, or you need to like tackle your practices. You need to do something else. Like you need to, I don't know, you're whatever you're doing at practice is what I have to start looking at then.
Well, I would hire, like, if what you're saying is like, hey, we looked into it, you better come with comprehensive evidence.
I'm sure
to
they will.
Quiet that down.
I mean, John Lynch is a smart guy, Stanford educated, just like Christian McCaffrey. What?
I'm not denying. I'm just saying, like, it needs to be over the top, right? In terms of like the evidence and the study. Like Joe, like they're in a tough spot with this.
They are.
Like your stadium's right there. They want to practice right near the stadium. I get it.
We have final thoughts here momentarily. I did want to talk about something before we get to final thoughts. Did you watch over the weekend the live stream of Alex Honnold, who's the the rock climber guy?
No.
What is it?
I saw highlights. I did not watch it.
So he was in Chinese Taipei, Taiwan.
Remember, I had CYO Friday.
You did? No, you did.
CYO game Saturday.
Well, it's still on Netflix.
Birthday party on Saturday.
You can rewatch it if you
I had a second birthday party crab feed Saturday.
Wow, you're big, Mr. Big Shot over
We're just
there.
busy. We're very busy.
You're very Joe Busy Shasky. I hear you.
If it's not on the calendar, it doesn't exist.
Okay, well, it's on Netflix, so it does exist. Okay. You can find it there because I know you're a subscriber.
I watched the over the weekend the missing case of Elizabeth something or other. Elizabeth Smart.
Is that like a real documentary?
Yeah, from 2002. She went missing, and this guy, Emmanuel, had kidnapped her. It was crazy.
That is crazy. Have you been watching A Night of the Seven Kingdoms on HBO?
No, I'm going to watch it when I get home.
The second episode yesterday. Short episodes, though. Not very interesting. Game of Thrones is usually like you're sitting in, it's like 50-plus minutes, right? Every episode.
Yeah.
40 minutes, I think, the first one, and then yesterday was like 34.
That's why I like Mando. Mando was in and out.
I kind of like it too right now. Yeah. And the source material is all in one book, so we don't have Benioff.
Oh, you actually finished it?
Well, it's like a novella. This one's like...
What does that mean?
So this is based on a different book. Not
what does
Game
a
of
novella
Thrones.
mean?
Well, it's smaller. I don't know. Novella means I don't know what it means.
Small novel? Is that? I'm
so.
asking you. I don't know.
I think it's like a Latin word for novel. So there you go, novella.
So you threw that word around and you didn't even know the name.
It just sounds cool.
Okay.
So sometimes you just throw a word like per se. Like no one I don't know what it actually means, but you say it in English.
Per se means like kind of like
per se. It's just final thoughts. Let's get to it. Come on.
Logan, I hate that you're standing in here lording over us.
What else am I supposed to do? Gotta produce. Spadoni did have a point.
That's called producing in the back. That Sam's lurking right now like Gollum.
Here's my final thought.
Frodo and Sam.
It's not mine. I'm actually repackaging it.
What?
From Nash Solomon, diehard Patriot fan. How does Levi's get a second Super Bowl when the entire organization knows and the fan base knows the stadium sucks? That's pretty funny.
Nash Solomon. I miss you, Nash. He was fun. He was the one that came up with the Evan, Are You Kidding Giddings nickname. It's all time. And he would always just say, Spadoni, macaroni. And Alexander Scott, former producer here, had the best Nash Solomon impression of all time. So there you go. Oh. We're going way inside radio right now. But I miss you, Nash, if you are listening. Is he back? Is he Arizona? Where's he at these days?
I think he's back in Texas.
Texas, Tejas. Yeah. There you go. And by the way, I will say...
It's not Tejas. What?
What? Tejas. That's Spanish. Tejas. See? You hate that I just speak Spanish at all, or try to.
It's that you lay it on so thick like the guy on the Instagram.
Well, just when you're with a
jalapeno.
Jalapeno?
Yeah, exactly. It's ridiculous. You sound ridiculous.
I know.
It's jalapenos.
Jalapenos, you can go there. Jalapenos. It's not gyro, but you kind of it's called a euro. I could go more Mediterranean and say euro.
Better sequel. Cars 2, Toy Story 2.
Toy Story 2 is not even close.
I actually really like Cars 2.
Cars 2 is okay. There's a Cars 3.
I know. My kid, he prefers Cars 2 over Cars 1.
The greatest sequel ever, people go to Godfather 2.
Yeah.
Toy Story 2 is up there. I think gets slept on.
It's definitely not Caddyshack 2.
Terminator 2 is up there.
T2 is badass.
Two Towers is not the best.
Empire Strikes Back?
Empire Strikes Back is up there.
Godfather 2 is one of my favorites.
Because you get the Robert De Niro factor in it that you didn't get in the first one.
You get to meet Clemenza.
You get to meet Clemenza.
You get to roll up a carpet.
There you go. All of it. Clemenza, and you get who's my guy? I can't even think of his name.
Luca Brasi?
No, he betrayed him. God, Sal.
Oh.
Yeah, there you go.
Where are you going with that?
There you go. You know where we're going? We're going with Steiny and Goo. Are they still? They're trying to figure it out.
Dude, I love when the boss gets serious face.
So they're trying to figure it out in the main studio because they're like, "There's no way Steiny and Goo could work."
Hey, Carter, just go home.
There's no way. There's no way. Steiny and Goo next. It's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, which is here for you, here for
broadcasting live from the Sweatbox.
I'm proud of us today, Joe. We just had our 49ers season these last 2 hours where we fought through adversity. Excuse me, I can't even talk. I did have to fight for that word. And we got to the divisional round. And now our watch has ended as we go Game of Thrones. Steiny and Goo next. Fremont Bank, here for you. Here for good. Have a good show, everybody.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see the full selection of Thermador appliances. Thermador provides a range of possibilities, from refrigeration to dishwashers or cooking with steam or convection. Come into Friedman's Appliance, and right now, you can receive up to 3 complimentary gifts with qualifying purchase. See all Thermador appliances displayed beautifully in live working vignettes at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill and at friedmansappliance.com.
The new era of UFC on Paramount Plus continues. Live from Australia, featherweight champ Alexander Volkanovski.
He is an animal.
Defends his belt at home in an explosive rematch against Diego Lopez.
You gotta be kidding me!
And the always dangerous Dan Hooker.
Yes.
Throws down with powerhouse Ben Washington in a high-action lightweight showdown.
There's never been anything like this. Let's go.
UFC 325, Saturday, January 31st, only on Paramount Plus.
My name is Whitney Allen. I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/now. That's ethos.com/now.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
When the deals drop at Kohl's, you feel it. You see up to 50% off end-of-season must-haves, plus up to 85% off clearance favorites. And suddenly, your whole world narrows to one thought. Must shop now. Your to-do list gone. Your dinner plans forgotten. It's just you and your cart gliding through the store. Yeah, Kohl's deals will do that to a person. Save in-store and online now. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
We talk a lot about defense on this show. But how's the defense on your actual house? I'm talking about your windows. If you're feeling a draft or your energy bill is higher than a Steph Curry three-pointer, it's time to sub in the pros. That's why I'm sending you to my friends at Ashby Lumber. Ashby Lumber has been the Bay Area's heavy hitter since 1968. And right now, they're featuring the best in the business, Milgard windows and doors. Whether you want that classic look with the Milgard Tuscany series, or you want the modern sleek vibes of the Trinsic series, Milgard has you covered. And let's talk about durability. Milgard's Ultra Series fiberglass windows are built to handle whatever the Bay Area weather throws at them. Plus, they come with lifetime warranty options for the total peace of mind. Go see the experts at the Ashby Lumber showrooms in Berkeley or Concord. They'll walk you through the entire Milgard lineup so you can win big on your next home project. Check them out online at ashbylumber.com. Ashby Lumber and Milgard, that's a championship combo. Get it done today.
Yeah! The Carl's Jr. lawyers said we couldn't name our new burger the biggest burger for the smallest price burger. So we didn't. And that's called a loophole. The new Cali XL burger. A beefed up char-broiled double burger with double cheese, only $5.99. That's more meat, not more expensive. Get it now for a limited time only at Carl's Jr. Available for a limited time at participating restaurants. Tax not included. Not valid for use within a combo or in combination with any other offer or discount.
Welcome to Radio Rental. The scariest stories you've ever heard in your life. All told by real people. And off we go.
This wasn't a human being that I saw. There's something here in this house. Something out of this world.
There was a woman moving through the hall. I stepped back and I was completely alone.
Radio Rental is available now. Listen for free on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
The second I see that Chick-fil-A text in the group chat, I'm throwing my shoes on and running out the door. Hey, I'm Layla.
And I'm Kaylin.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how it feels like an easygoing morning.
The chicken adds the most flavor. It's juicy and seasoned.
The biscuit is just very light and airy and fluffy, just like a cloud.
I also love to put jelly on mine so it's sweet and savory.
It's a good start to the day.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Hola, amigos! It's the big noise, Brad Evans from BetMGM tonight. Listen Monday through Friday starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports as we cover the biggest sports stories from coast to coast. Get insights on the NFL playoffs, college basketball conference races, and more. Download the Odyssey app now and listen from anywhere. BetMGM tonight, live and interactive, presented by BetMGM. Tune in, Team Huevos.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Getting underneath.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God. Oh.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Morning, everybody, from a little makeshift studio here. We've got some issues in the building, but the show will go on, Goo.
Yeah, I feel like I'm in a rental. Cadillac's in the shop, and we're in a rental car. That's how I feel. How you doing, Stoney? This is weird.
Good, man. How was your weekend?
Met Dusty Baker. That was the highlight of my weekend.
When?
Just a class act. Friday night at the Mixer, NABJ, National Association
What
of
were
Black
you doing
Journalists. My cousin was there trying to get me to join. There was a fee involved, so I didn't. Other than that, Stouty had a great weekend watching the games.
Where was this?
Sacramento, West Sacramento.
Oh,
yeah,
nice.
The little bistro.
Oh, so was
Dusty's down to earth. He's got a wine. I forget the brand, but it was good. Red wine.
Nice. We had a couple games yesterday.
Yeah.
NFC and AFC Championship.
Or did we have one? Because I don't like what happened in the morning with the
what happened?
The conditions, Mother Nature.
Right.
That got out of control.
Football.
You didn't even know where the ball was at. Like, is that how we really want to go out? If that were the Niners, people would be crying.
Well, they were crying anyway.
You're right.
It would have been worse in New England. If they would have played in New England.
Or DeAnthony Melton. Evan came in here this morning. Look at that contraption on his leg. He is too young to have that on. DeAnthony Melton, I'm rubbing it in.
Evan's got a walking boot on today.
You already? Spurs. Okay. Shout out Wemby.
And of course, the Seahawks are going to the Super Bowl here at Levi Stadium. 31-27 win over the Rams, Goo. And real good game between two really good teams.
And, I just watched it through the San Francisco 49er glasses, obviously, and let me just give you guys this. You can't score a touchdown on that Seattle defense. And I know the Rams didn't win, but I did walk away from that game once I turned it off, Stoney, thinking, I know Niner fans are split or they wanted the Rams. I don't know, but the bottom line is Seattle shut you out in 8 quarters, that defense, and Matt Stafford almost had 400 yards, and they didn't lose that. They moved the ball. So, do you feel like the Niners are closer or further from their goal of not just winning the division, but getting back to the bowl if that window hasn't closed?
That's the question we're going to try to answer today at 888-957-9570. I'm looking at the 49ers, and I'm not saying they can't compete with these two teams next year, but they have a lot of things they're going to have to figure out before they can be competitive with that team. And we know this team's going to need an influx of talent, maybe some young talent, but I'm actually focused mostly on the veteran players and what we can expect next year, whether it's Trent Williams, whether it's McCaffrey, Kittle, Bosa, Warner, even Juszczyk. Where are those guys going to be next year? A bunch of them are coming off injuries. Some of them are coming off monster seasons where they touch the ball. And so that's my concern for the Niners is what level can we expect their best players to play at next year?
Yeah. Would you have a problem if I constitute what you just said and equate it to a bit of pressure in regard to wherever those guys, and there are a lot of them, Stoney, come out in regard to how well they can perform up to their standards, and even if they do, if that's good enough, pressure. Because I look at the Warriors and we talk about, and I'm not saying those guys are Steph Curry. I'm not. I'm just saying now I just feel like the clock is ticking on the Niners to kind of cash in a chip that I thought they were closer to than after, the last 2 games against Seattle and yesterday's performance from the Rams' perspective. We have, or the Niners have, Brock Purdy, but yet you couldn't score. And I wouldn't dare tell you this Monday morning, Brock's the reason they lost both games to Seattle. But at what point do we say, if you're that guy on both sides of the ball, then those games should have been a bit closer if you have the ingredients to be a contender, right?
Yeah. The 2 losses to Seattle obviously were really humbling at the end of the year. And what's the plan going into next year?
Wow.
I'm going to assume Fred Warner's going to be healthy.
Me too.
I can't assume Bosa's going to be healthy. I'm not going to assume Kittle's going to be healthy. I got to believe there's some kind of plan for McCaffrey that doesn't include him touching the ball as much as he did this year. What's Trent Williams got left? What's Juszczyk got left? What's Pearsall going to do next year? Is Juwan Jennings going to be on the team? They have a lot of questions, and I think that whether it's age or players coming off injury, there's a lot of unknown about this 49er team. And the one thing we do know is that there are 2 teams in their division that are better than them.
Yeah, and that's got to be an uneasy feeling if you're John and Kyle. I'll say this. We had Butcher Boy. He was upset at the deadline like a lot of Niner fans because there wasn't a lot of activity, right? Now, to me, knowing that those 2, teams are in your division and they played that game they did yesterday where either team could have won. The bottom line to me is I know there's a draft, Steiny, and I got to be careful here. But if I'm John or Kyle, I got to be active in the free agency, more active than I was last year. And I brought up, Niner fans and Butch in the deadline. But now I'm talking about an offseason, a summer to go enhance your team. And as crazy as this sounds, and I know, Steiny, you don't want to be the treasurer or whatnot. I know we need – we'll talk about that later. I'm looking at it like, man, maybe you have to go enhance the wide receiver position via free agency. And that's just one position that I think you need to keep up with Seattle and the Rams.
Yeah, I mean, I think they need a lot of different things. I think they need help on both lines, offensive and defensive. I think obviously they're going to need a receiver, or they're going to at least need to re-sign Juwan Jennings and bring Pearsall back and hope that he can stay healthy, and probably add another receiver. What about running back? Are you going to go into the season like you did with Robinson and maybe try to use him more? Where are we with George Kittle and when he can come back next year? I think this team's got more questions than those other two teams, clearly, and it does look like they're going to have to make up a lot of ground in a short period of time this summer, and we'll see if they can do that or not.
Yeah, I don't think we would find anybody that would argue with us with that premise. It's a big project, let's say that. So you talk about McCaffrey, that's the one thing I'm confident in, but there is a little trepidation when you talk about using him in regard to the carries and the receptions like you did last year. And I'm going to call it what I thought it was, a lot of luck. But I'm giving McCaffrey all the credit for, taking care of his body. But you got to think you want to alleviate some of the stress on his body. And maybe you're right. They already have that answer with Robinson. But, man, partner, there's a lot of big questions you brought up that we'll only find out once the season gets closer, and how active they are when they can go shop or wait on the draft or whatnot.
888-957-9570 is the number. 49er fans, as you were watching that NFC Championship game yesterday, did it make you feel any differently about the San Francisco 49ers? Did you feel watching that game yesterday like they are far away from those two teams, or can they make up the ground that there seemingly may be between these two teams? I think the 49ers really have a lot of work to do this summer. I don't think there's any doubt about it. And, I think they got to succeed on two fronts. They've got to have their mainstays of this past year who got banged up. They got to be healthy, and then they got to keep bringing more talent in here.
Yeah, and I'll piggyback on that. There's no doubt that the way the season played out, the Niners are currently, everybody has a different opinion, but to me, they're third. They're solidified in third, because I know the Rams didn't knock them off in the playoffs, but watching that game against the Rams and Seahawks, I figure both teams give the Niner problems. So do you have a problem with my assessment that right now, the Niners are third in their own division?
No, I mean, that's what the facts and that's what the numbers say. And they'll play a third-place schedule next year. Let me ask you a couple things about the Rams game yesterday.
I feel bad for Stafford, but go ahead.
Did you? Should they have taken 3 with about 5 minutes left?
I was okay with you're there. You got this prolific offense. You got Tay. You got Puka. You got McVay. You got Stafford. And I felt like that was the right decision because, again, you cut into the lead, but you're down 1. Do you get the ball again? So you had it right there in your hands, and you didn't score.
Yeah, I don't know. I think over the last 2 or 3 years, we've gotten to a place where, for whatever reason, field goals now have a negative
Sean
connotation.
Payton, that was different, though. You had to take that, right? It's snowing.
I mean, I was thinking I might have taken the 3 in the Rams game. There was still 5 minutes to go. You had all your timeouts, and you get a 3 there. Maybe you get a hold, and then obviously all you have to do is get a field goal.
But special teams ruined that game to me.
Yeah, the muffed fumble, the muffed punt rather was an absolute killer. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. What'd you guys think of the NFC and AFC championship games yesterday, and particularly the NFC game, knowing that the San Francisco 49ers are in the same division as those two teams? How did it make you feel watching that game? Did you feel more confident about next year, or do you think you got a lot of work to do? 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment was also brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Save $10 on a pair of Rain-X Latitude wiper blades at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Our professional parts people will even install them for free.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Wish your life came with a warning app?
That dog does not want to be petted.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
what? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
See country star Luke Bryan on his The Word on the Street tour this summer. He'll be performing at Shoreline Amphitheater on August 14th. Buy tickets at livenation.com for your chance to win your way into the show, courtesy of Live Nation, and are online at 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Good morning, everybody. Steiny and Guru with you on 95.7 The Game. We're audibling today in the producer studio, so if you're checking us out on the YouTube feed, you probably won't see anything. You'll just hear us today, which may be good news for you guys. You don't have to check us out if you don't want to. But we're talking about the NFC and AFC championship games yesterday, and I got one thing to say.
Give it to me.
See, this is what I love. This is when I love sports. When guys that everybody thinks stinks come through.
No, man.
Sam Darnold.
Sammy. I'm calling him Sammy. Go ahead, Steiny.
I mean, he was really good yesterday, and now Sam Darnold's going to the Super Bowl with a chance to win it. Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold.
Look at you, Sammy D. And I got to be honest, Donnie, I got to tell you all, which, full disclosure, I didn't think he would be able to do it on this stage. I was fascinated and fixated on, his career and his failures and, his quote that, was almost a meme. Basically, I'm seeing ghost. And I didn't think he was going to be able to, even at home, I thought the pressure in the stage would get to him. And what's surprising to me and why I'm really tipping my cap to Sam, outside of the win, partner, is he was they were, but he was very, he played a big part in them going 7 for 13 on third downs. And the Rams were 1-8, and that was Matt Stafford. So for Sam Darnold to meet the moment, answer the questions, throw for 346 yards, I have nothing but respect for him, and we'll see him in 2 weeks, on the turf at Levi's trying to get a Super Bowl ring. And it does just speak to what we've kind of talked about. We kind of saw it with Baker Mayfield and these reclamation projects, guys that we counted out, Geno Smith at one point, but never to this degree. And Sam has found a home. And since you brought it up, let me ask you this. You think Minnesota's second-guessing themselves by saying night-night to them?
It's a good question.
I got to believe yes, right? Especially the season they had.
Well, everybody was pointing to the game last year in the playoffs where he didn't play well.
It is funny, isn't it? That's my Steiny.
I mean, I just don't – when a guy gets sacked 9 times, how much of it is on the quarterback? I'm sure part of it, but – I don't know. There's some offensive line issues that went on last year. But this is how Brian Baldinger, he was on with the Morning Roast late last week. And thank you, Evan. And he was talking about the gap between the Seahawks and the 49ers. Take a listen.
I think it's pretty severe, a gap. I think severe is probably a strong word. There's a gap there that exists. Look, you just got to look at these last 2 games that they played against Seattle. You can't score a touchdown. I know guys are hurt and they're out. And if you say, okay, if we're fully healthy, we're probably going to score a touchdown at least. But there's a gap there. And the Rams seem to overcome all their injuries. Now, Stafford stayed healthy the whole year. But they lost Devontae Adams. They lost Tyler Higbee. They lost Alaric Jackson. They lost their right tackle. They lost Emmanuel Forbes in a game. They've lost guys throughout the year. And here they are going into Chicago now. They had to go to overtime, but they've lost guys all year long. And somehow here they are. And so they don't use that as any kind of an excuse. It helps that the quarterback is largely healthy, but they're not spending first-round picks on any offensive linemen. They're drafting and hitting with Jordan Whittington in the 6th round. They're constantly Puka in the 5th round. They're constantly hitting on their late-round picks and guys coming in. Kobe Turner was a 3rd-round pick. Name a defense tackle has more sacks than he does the last 3 years. They're getting Nate Lamb in for nothing in free agency. They're probably better in the front office right now with what they're doing.
All right, that was Brian Baldinger on with the Morning Roast late last week saying, there's a gap, Goo, and he modified it a little bit, said it was severe, and then he said, well, maybe not severe is too strong, but there's a gap that the San Francisco 49ers are going to have to figure out a way to close, and the question I have is whether you think they can do it in a year or it's going to take longer.
Man, that is the money question, and it's obvious that there is a gap just from an offensive standpoint. When I keep talking about and bringing up, this team couldn't score with Kyle at the helm, calling plays. They couldn't get a touchdown in 2 important games, 2 of the biggest important games against the Seahawks, as we saw Week 18 for number 1 seed. Then the Niners going on the road to try to beat them in the playoffs and not scoring. So. You tell me what you think of this. The Niners season last year, obviously no McCaffrey for much of the season. You win 6 games. You kind of get a mulligan because of injuries. And I will say this is one of the greatest coaching jobs I believe in Kyle's tenure as a Niner. But you know what? I wonder if I'm grading on a curve, and there's probably no foul with that. But a lot of that is because of them overcoming injuries. But if listening to Brodie, we just kind of, for a second, in the sake of this discussion, get past injuries and just talk about the football, well, it will reveal itself. And when you play 2 games, 8 quarters, and can't get a touchdown against the same team 2 times in 3 weeks, I think that constitutes a gap.
Yeah, it's hard to argue against that, Goo, no doubt about it. Let me pass on some baseball news real quick. The Giants have made a move. Free agent outfielder Harrison Bader has agreed on a 2-year contract with the San Francisco Giants. Last year played for the Twins and the Phillies, had 500 at-bats, 17 homers. 17 homers, 12 for Minnesota and 5 for Philly. So the Giants pick up an outfielder. Yeah,
nice little addition. And you, Dibbs, and I and Willard were talking about it. It's been quiet on the set, so... I'm looking at him. Obviously, an outfield spot. I like his arm. Got a little pop in his bat. So, again, it's not Kyle Tucker, Stoney, but you do what you can, right? And this is a move, 31 years old. I've always kind of liked him. Not a superstar, but I kind of feel like he's of the Giant mold, if you catch my drift.
Solid player.
I'll give you it too early, do ya? He's all right. I ain't mad at it. No, you think Giant fan is, again, it's not Ohtani, but he's okay. I like him.
All right. Listen, if they got better, they got better. Let me ask you this, Goo, with the San Francisco 49ers anyway.
Man, Stein.
If Bosa and Warner don't get hurt, how much does this season change, if it does at all?
I got to put respect on both of their names. 2 guys that have played in multiple NFC championship games and been to a Super Bowl. So I'm going to say a lot. And if you tell me they hadn't got hurt and what we saw from that defense, maybe what happened a couple Saturdays ago, Saturday night in Seattle, it's different. And maybe the Niners are the number 1 seed and they're not even playing that game in Week 18. So I got to put respect on both of those gentlemen's name, and I'll say a lot.
And that's what I'm trying to figure out. If Bosa and Warner are healthy, do the Niners win more than 12 games?
I don't
know. I don't know. And I don't know if Bosa and Warner are 2 players good enough to, would they have beaten Seattle in either one of those games with just those 2 guys back and let's say Kittle would have played. Let's assume health for the San Francisco 49ers. How close are they then?
Well, I'll say this. I know it's old, but it's on paper and in the books. You're describing the Niners week one. You know, I know Kittle went out of that game, but the bottom line is that was a game where all three of those gentlemen started and they won. They won that game. So I know a lot's changed since then, but if you're giving me or assuming health, I think it's more than fair to say, you know, things would have turned out differently and the Niners would, hell yeah, have more than 12 wins. I got to believe that.
I mean, when I look at the Niners and I think to myself, what's the thing heading into the offseason you're most confident about, and then what are you least confident about? If I had to answer those questions, one thing I'm confident about is I do think Warner will be back and resemble Fred Warner.
Okay.
Like that's something that I'm counting on. Bosa, I'm just not going to do that for because his injury was a lot more serious. It just feels like when you line up the concerns and the strengths, it does feel like there might be more concerns. I'm concerned about McCaffrey heading into next year. What's Kittle's status going to be? What are we going to do with the offensive and defensive lines? I mean, I think there's, when we talk about a gap between the two teams, and if there is one, like there's no law against Seattle widening the gap next year over the 49ers if the 49ers can't rebound.
No doubt about it. And I don't disagree with anything you said. Well, one thing I do disagree with, we heard from the great Christian McCaffrey talk about just how difficult last season was where he wasn't there for the whole ride. And this is how he rehabbed and what went into his rehab and the amount of touches he had and how they utilized him. I got to be careful here. Was like football incredible. He showed me like goo. I still got it. So if you want to ask me and take the temperature of the goo, I want a third person. In regard to what I'm confident about, it's Christian McCaffrey at this age. I'll getting to Steph Curry on in regard to durability. But the lines, the health, I was on Bosa's neck before he got hurt. So now if it's about him coming back and then we judge him just about, the football component of it, okay, he's got to be more demonstrative and we need to see more. That could be unfair for a guy that's coming back from injury. But this is the life, and this is why they pay him the big bucks. So I am with you on the lines, Kittle, and now I'm going to throw a monkey wrench into what you just had on your list. Steiny, they need a defensive coordinator. And the reason I say that with so much emphasis is last time Saleh left outside of D'Amico Ryans, we lived through the Sorensen and what's my guy's name? I'm built for this, Wilkes, and that wasn't pretty. And Wilkes had his defense balling in the Super Bowl, but he got let go. So who are they going to get? Is it Bradley? Who are they going to get to kind of pick up where Saleh left off in regard to the instruction of the craft of playing defense to these young guys? I think that's a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Saleh was had a great year, as did Kyle Shanahan. I do think I'm going to give the 49ers the benefit of the doubt that if Bosa and Warner come back, that'll mitigate Saleh leaving to some degree because those are two veteran players back there.
Mykel Williams will be back.
Yeah. And they'll get a lot of guys back. But the question I have is in what condition? And I still think this team, the players that make it go are Purdy, McCaffrey, Kittle, Jennings, at least offensively, and Pearsall when he plays. And how many of those guys can you count on next year? That's what I'm a little worried about. I mean, I just can't imagine going into next season with Christian McCaffrey and not having an idea that we may have to lessen his workload in light of what's happened to him after years where he carried as much as he did last year.
You know what? I'm not mad at that, and I'm listening to you talk, and I shared with you all that McCaffrey was the one thing I was confident about. But, partner, do you have a problem that you kind of did on that last part right there? But we didn't say Purdy. And, again, Purdy had one playoff game or two playoff games, and there were 4 turnovers. But I can look at you and tell you all right now on this Monday, his weaponry, no excuses. Yeah, McCaffrey's one of them, but I'm talking about a guy or guys that could stretch the defense like we saw on both sides of the ball yesterday from both offenses with Seattle and the Rams. Where are you at with Brock Purdy? Because, this is a quarterback league, and I'm just wondering, I'm not knocking him. I'm not. And he came back, he balled, he was dancing, and the swag was on 1,000. But when it was all said and done, if he's one of those guys, shouldn't that just be enough to keep you in the game to where you score a touchdown, or am I putting too much at his doorstep?
What do you mean?
Like they didn't score a touchdown against Seattle twice, and you're supposed to be one of those dudes.
Yeah. I mean,
I saw Stafford score. He put up 27 points on that Seattle defense, and I know he's older and more mature, and he's done more than Brock. But I'm asking, am I being unfair? And you guys can let me know if I want more from Brock. 2 playoff games, 4 turnovers.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't have the weapons that I saw on the field for Seattle and LA. That's for sure. But that's where, to me, you can put some of it on Purdy or not. But the reality of the situation is, what's happened with the wide receivers has really put the 49ers in a big hole. Because coming into this season, it should have been a position of strength with Ayuk coming back, with Pearsall ideally stepping up in his second year, with Jennings giving you the solidness of a third receiver, George Kittle still at the top of his game. Okay, so now what happens? Now you lose your number 1. He's gone. No compensation, nothing. Your number 2 isn't a number 2, at least hasn't been for the first 2 years. So if your 1's not here and your 2 might not be a 2, well, now all of a sudden wide receiver 2 years ago or a year ago should not have been in a position that you had to address. And now it's almost front and center as something you have to address, because there's no way to sugarcoat the fact that the Niners didn't score a touchdown against Seattle in the last 2 games. And yet McCaffrey was out there. Pearsall, for what it was worth, was out there. The playoff
didn't have a
game,
catch, yeah.
And Jennings. So, that to me is the biggest problem right now with the Niners is they've got a lot of positions of need, but somehow, some way out of nowhere, it feels like wide receivers at the top of the to-do list, and it just shouldn't have been like that.
No,
it wasn't planned on that way. And that's going to set the 49ers back a little bit.
No doubt about it. And the one with Pearsall, who, again, we all like what we see when he's available, but for the millionth time, the best ability is availability, and he has not mastered that. So now I do wonder if we get shocked this offseason if they use some draft capital on that position or get frisky and look around the league. And we don't know the status of A.J. Brown. I know it sounds crazy when I bring up Justin Jefferson if he's unhappy, but if the Niners truly believe, because we've seen Brock Purdy when he had a healthy Kittle, Debo, Ayuk, and Jennings, he was in the Super Bowl and NFC Championship games. I know that's changed, and I bring that up because that lets me know Kyle and John are probably like, yeah, we know when he has his weaponry, he's a guy. So, okay, do you go try to get him a proven guy, or do you roll the dice again and get somebody out of college? I don't know, but you are right, and I think the Niners need to get faster as a team, especially in that position, to scare some defenses like Seattle. So I'm up here waiting to see if the 49er wide receiver position this offseason gets fertilized.
I mean, this is where, to me, if you look at the team from 2 years ago, I don't know that Brock Purdy is going to be able to have the weapons that he had a couple years ago.